Right, welcome back everyone. Hopefully that was fairly painless. Just a quick reminder of what we're supposed to be doing here and what hopefully you're still watching. This is Teddington Theatre Club's Valentine weekend, our 24-hour romance-a-thon called What's Love Got to Do With It, where we're showcasing love in all its myriad and marvellous forms through a cocktail of drama, poetry and prose. So, just before the break, we heard Helen Gelder reading from Sons and Lovers. We're going to be hearing more from Helen later when she swaps Lawrence for Ibsen, a Nottinghamshire for Norway, by singing Solveig's song from Peer Gynt. And as I also mentioned, we'll be hearing more from D.H. Lawrence later when we switch from the parental guidance part of the day to our adults-only evening. Mind you, as a segue into our next piece, maybe this next offering ought to be moved after the watershed. That's if we listen to James Douglas. He was editor of the Sunday Express and launched a public campaign against the lesbian novel The Well of Loneliness when it was first published in 1928. According to Douglas, I would rather give a healthy boy or a healthy girl a phial of prussic acid than this novel. Written by British author Marguerite Radcliffe Hall, the book follows the life of Stephen Gordon, an Englishwoman from an upper-class family whose sexual inversion is apparent from an early age. The novel portrays this inversion as a natural, God-given state and makes an explicit plea, give us also the right to our existence. For decades, The Well of Loneliness was the best-known lesbian novel in English and often the first source of information about lesbianism that young people could find. We're now going to hear an extract directed by Laurie Coombs. Thank you, Laurie and cast.
This is an extract from Book 4 of the novel. Stephen, a woman given that name at birth by her parents, who had pre-selected it before knowing the gender of their child, meets Mary Llewellyn while working as an ambulance driver in the Great War, and the two women find love.
Isn't it time you went off to bed?
Don't send me away.
I must, you're so tired. Come on, there's a good child. You look tired and sleepy.
I'm not a bit sleepy.
All the same, it's high time.
Are you coming?
Not yet. I must answer some letters.
Mary got up, and just for a moment their eyes met. Then Stephen looked away quickly.
Good night, Mary.
Stephen, won't you kiss me good night? It's our first night together here in your home, Stephen. Do you know that you've never kissed me before?
The
clock chimed 10. A rose on the desk fell apart, its overblown petals disturbed by that almost imperceptible vibration. Stephen's heart beat thickly.
Do you want me to kiss you?
More than anything else in the world.
Then Stephen suddenly came to her senses, and she managed to smile.
Very well, my dear.
She kissed the girl quietly on her cheek.
And now you really must go to bed, Mary.
After Mary had gone, she tried to write letters. A few lines to Anna, announcing her visit. A few lines to Puddle and to Mademoiselle Defoe. The latter she felt that she had shamefully neglected. But in none of these letters did she mention Mary. Then she took her unfinished novel from its drawer, but it seemed very dreary and unimportant, so she laid it aside again with a sigh, and locking the drawer, put the key in her pocket. And now she could no longer keep it at bay, the great joy, the great pain in her heart that was Mary. She had only to call and Mary would come, bringing all her faith, her youth and her ardour. Yes, she had only to call. And yet, would she ever be cruel enough to call Mary? Her mind recoiled at that word. Why cruel? She and Mary loved and needed each other. She could give the girl luxury, make her secure so that she may never need to fight for her living. She should have every comfort that money would buy. Mary was not strong enough to fight for her living, And then she, Stephen, was no longer a child to be frightened and humbled by this situation. There was many another exactly like her in this very city, in every city, and they did not all live out crucified lives, denying their bodies, stultifying their brains, becoming the victims of their own frustrations. On the contrary, they lived natural lives, lives that to them were perfectly natural. They had their passions like everyone else, and why not? They were surely entitled to their passions. They attracted too. That was the irony of it. She herself had attracted Mary Llewellyn. The girl was quite simply and openly in love.
All my life, I've been waiting for something.
Mary had said that. She had said,
All my life, I've been waiting for something. I've been waiting for you.
Men. They were selfish, arrogant, possessive. What could they do for Mary Llewellyn? What could a man give that she could not? A child? But she would give Mary such love as would be complete in itself without children. Mary would have no room in her heart, in her life for a child, if she came to Stephen. All the things they would be to one another, should they stand in that limitless relationship. Father, mother, friend, lover, all things. The amazing completeness of it. And Mary, the child, the friend, the beloved. With the terrible bonds of her dual nature, she could bind Mary fast, and the pain would be sweetness, so that the girl would cry out for that sweetness, hugging her chains always closer to her. The world would condemn them, but they would rejoice. Glorious outcasts, unashamed, triumphant. She began to pace restlessly up and down the room, as had ever been her wont in moments of emotion. Her face grew ominous, heavy and brooding. The fine line of her mouth was a little marred. Her eyes were less clear, less the servants of her spirit than the slaves of her anxious and passionate body. The red scar on her cheek stood out like a wound. Then, quite suddenly, she had opened the door and was staring at the dimly lighted staircase. She took a step forward and then stopped, appalled, dumbfounded at herself at this thing that she was becoming. As she stood there, as though turned to stone, she remembered another spacious study. She remembered a lanky colt of a girl whose glance had kept straying towards the windows. She remembered a man who had held out his hand. Stephen, come here. What is honour, my daughter? Honour? Good God! Was this her honour? Mary, whose nerves had been strained to breaking? A dastardly thing it would be to drag her through the maze of passion with no word of warning. Was she to know nothing of what lay before her, of the price she would have to pay for such love? She was young and completely ignorant of life. She knew only that she loved, and the young were ardent. She would give all that Stephen might ask of her and more, for the young were not only ardent but generous. And through giving all she would be left defenceless, neither forewarned nor forearmed, against a world that would turn like a merciless beast and rend her. It was horrible. No, Mary must not give until she had counted the cost of that gift, until she was restored in body and mind, and was able to form a considered judgment. Then Stephen must tell her the cruel truth.
I am one of those whom God marked on the forehead. Like Cain, I am marked and blemished. If you come to me, Mary, the world will abhor you, will persecute you, will call you unclean. Our love may be faithful even unto death and beyond, yet the world will call it unclean. We may harm no living creature by our love. We may grow more perfect in understanding and in charity because of our loving. But all this will not save you from the scourge of a world that will turn away its eyes from your noblest actions, finding only corruption and vileness in you. You will see men and women defiling each other, laying the burden of their sins upon their children. You will see unfaithfulness, lies, and deceit among those who the world views with approbation. You will find that many have grown hard of heart, have grown needy, selfish, cruel and lustful. And then you'll turn to me and you'll say, you and I are more worthy of respect than these people. Why does the world persecute us, Stephen? And I shall answer, because in this world there is only toleration for the so-called normal. And when you come to me for protection, I shall say, I cannot protect you, Mary. The world has deprived me of my right to protect. I'm utterly helpless. I can only love you.
And now Stephen was trembling. She felt deathly cold, her teeth chattered with cold, and when she moved, her steps were unsteady. She must climb the wide stairs with infinite care in case she should inadvertently stumble, must lift her feet slowly and with infinite care, because if she stumbled, she might wake Mary. Stephen and Mary arrived at the Villa des Chypres not long after Christmas. They had spent their Christmas day aboard ship and on landing had stayed for a week at Santa Cruz before taking the long, rough drive to Orotava. And as though the fates were being propitious, or unpropitious perhaps, who shall say, the garden was looking its loveliest. Almost melodramatic it looked in the sunset. Mary gazed around her wide-eyed with pleasure. But after a while her eyes must turn, as they always did now, to rest upon Stephen, while Stephen's uncertain and melancholy eyes must look back with great love in their depths for Mary. Together they made the tour of the villa, and when this was over, Stephen laughed a little.
Not much of anything, is there, Mary?
No, but quite enough. Who wants tables and chairs?
Well, if you're contented, I am,
Stephen told her. And indeed, so far as the Villa des Chypres went, they were both very well contented. They discovered that the indoor staff would consist of 2 peasants, a plump, smiling woman called Concha, who adhered to the ancient tradition of the island and tied her hair up in a white linen kerchief, and a girl whose black hair was elaborately dressed and whose cheeks were very obviously powdered. Concha's niece she was, by name Esmeralda. Esmeralda looked cross, but this may have been because she squinted so badly. In the garden worked a handsome person called Ramon, together with Pedro, a youth of 16. Pedro was light-hearted, precocious, and spotty. He hated his simple work in the garden. What he liked was driving his father's mules for the tourists. Ramon spoke English passably well. He had picked it up from the numerous tenants and was proud of this fact. So while bringing in the luggage, he paused now and then to impart information. It was better to hire mules and donkeys from the father of Pedro. He had very fine mules and donkeys. It was better to take Pedro and none other as your guide, for thus would be saved any little ill feeling. It was better to let Concha do all the shopping. She was honest and wise as the Blessed Virgin. It was better never to scold Esmeralda, who was sensitive on account of her squint and therefore inclined to be easily wounded. If you wounded the heart of Esmeralda, she walked out of the house and Concha walked with her. The island women were often like this. You upset them and per Dios, your dinner would burn. They would not even wait to attend to your dinner. Ramon said it was better to buy flowers from him. I cut fresh from the garden when you want, he coaxed gently. He spoke even his broken English with the soft, rather sing-song drawl of the local peasants.
But aren't they our flowers?
Ramon shook his head. Yours to see, yours to touch, but not yours to take, only mine to take. I sell them as part of my little payment. But to you I sell very cheap, señorita, because you resemble the Santa Noche that makes our garden smell sweet at night. He was thin as a lathe and as brown as a chestnut, and his shirt was quite incredibly dirty. But when he walked, he moved like a king on his rough bare feet, with their broken toenails. "This evening I make you a present of my flowers. I bring you a very big bunch of tabacero," he remarked.
"Oh, you mustn't do that,"
protested Mary, getting out her purse. But Ramon looked offended. "I have said it. I give you the tabacero." Their dinner consisted of a local fish fried in oil. The fish had a very strange figure, and the oil Stephen thought tasted slightly rancid. There was also a small, though muscular, chicken. But Concha had provided large baskets of fruit, loquats still warm from the tree that bred them, the full flavoured little indigenous bananas, oranges sweet as though dripping honey, custard apples and guavas had Concha provided, together with a bottle of the soft yellow wine so dearly beloved of the island Spaniards. Outside in the garden there was luminous darkness. The night had a quality of glory about it, the blue glory peculiar to Africa and seen seldom or never in our more placid climate. A warm breeze stirred the eucalyptus trees, and their crude, harsh smell was persistently mingled with a thick sense of heliotrope and datura, with the sweet but melancholy scent of jasmine, with the faint, unmistakable odour of cypress. Stephen lit a cigarette.
"Shall we go out, Mary?"
They stood for a minute, looking up at the stars, so much larger and brighter than stars seen in England. From a pond on the farther side of the villa came the queer, hoarse chirping of innumerable frogs singing their prehistoric love songs. A star fell, shooting swiftly earthward through the darkness. Then the sweetness that was Mary seemed to stir and mingle with the very urgent sweetness of that garden, with the dim blue glory of the African night, and with all the stars in their endless courses, so that Stephen could have wept aloud as she stood there, because of the words that must not be spoken. For now this girl was returning to health, her youth was becoming even more apparent, and something in the quality of Mary's youth, something terrible and ruthless as an unsheathed sword, would leap out at such moments and stand between them. Mary slipped a small, cool hand into Stephen's, and they walked on towards the edge of the headland. For a long time they gazed out over the sea, while their thoughts were always of one another. But Mary's thoughts were not very coherent, and because she was filled with a vague discontent, she sighed and moved even nearer to Stephen, who suddenly put an arm around her shoulder.
"Are you tired, little child?"
And her husky voice was infinitely gentle, so that Mary's eyes filled with sudden tears.
"I've waited a long, long time, all my life. And now that I've found you at last, I can't get near you. Why is it? Tell me."
"Aren't you near? It seems to me you're quite near."
"Yes, but you feel such a long way away."
"Oh, that's because you're not only tired, but foolish."
Yet they lingered, for when they returned to the villa they would part, and they dreaded these moments of parting. Sometimes they would suddenly remember the night before it had fallen, and when this happened, each would be conscious of a very great sadness, which their hearts would divine, the one from the other. But presently Stephen took Mary's arm.
"I believe that big star's moved over more than 6 inches. It's late. We must have been out here for ages."
And she led the girl slowly back to the villa. The days slipped by, days of splendid sunshine that gave bodily health and strength to Mary. Her pale skin was tanned to a healthy brown, and her eyes no longer looked heavy with fatigue. Only now their expression was seldom happy. She and Stephen would ride far afield on their mules. They would often ride right up into the mountains, climbing the hill to old Orotava, where the women sat at their green postigos through the long, quiet hours of their indolent day, and right on into the evening. The walls of the town would be covered with flowers, jasmine, plumbago, and bougainvillea. But they would not linger in old Orotava. Pressing on, they would climb always up and up into the region of heath and trailing arbutus, and beyond that again to the higher slopes that had once been the home of a mighty forest. Sometimes they took their luncheon along, and when they did this, young Pedro went with them, for he it was who must drive the mule that carried Concha's ample lunch basket. Pedro adored these impromptu excursions. They made an excuse for neglecting the garden. He would saunter along, chewing blades of grass or the stem of some flower he had torn from a wall, or perhaps he would sing softly under his breath, for he knew many songs of his native island. But if the mule Celestino should stumble or presume in his turn to tear flowers from the wall, then Pedro would suddenly cease his soft singing and shout guttural remarks to old Celestino. Vaya boro! Celestino bo! He would shout with a slap, so that Celestino must swallow his flowers in one angry gulp before having a sly kick at Pedro. The lunch would be eaten in the cool upland air while the beasts stood near at hand, placidly grazing. Against a sky of incredible blueness, the peak would gleam as though powdered with crystal. Teide, mighty mountain of snow with the heart of fire and the brow of crystal. Down the winding tracks would come goats with their herds, the tinkle of goat bells breaking the stillness. And as all such things have seemed wonderful to lovers throughout the ages, even so now they seemed very wonderful to Mary and Stephen. And now, while they sat together in the garden at evening, there would sometimes come beggars singing, ragged fellows who played deftly on their guitars and sang songs whose old melodies hailed from Spain, but whose words sprang straight from the heart of the island. I, before I saw thee, I was at peace, but now I am tormented because I have seen thee. Take away mine eyes, O enemy, O beloved, take away mine eyes, for they have returned me to fire. My blood is as the fire in the heart of Teide. I, before I saw thee, I was at peace. The strange minor music with its restless rhythms possessed a very potent enchantment, so that the heart beat faster to hear it, and the mind grew mazed with forbidden thoughts, and the soul grew heavy with the infinite sadness of fulfilled desire, but the body knew only the urge towards a complete fulfillment. I, before I saw thee, I was at peace. They would not understand the soft Spanish words, and yet, as they sat there, they could but divine their meaning, for love is no slave of mere language. Mary would want Stephen to take her in her arms, so must rest her cheek against Stephen's shoulder, as though they too had a right to such music, had a right to their share in the love songs of the world. But Stephen would always move away quickly.
Let's go in,
she would mutter, and her voice would sound rough, for that bright sword of youth would have leapt out between them. There came days when they purposely avoided each other, trying to find peace in separation. Stephen would go for long rides alone, leaving Mary to idle about the villa, and when she got back, Mary would not speak, but would wander away by herself to the garden, for Stephen had grown almost harsh at times, possessed as she was now by something like terror, since it seemed to her that what she must say to this creature she loved would come as a death blow, that all youth and all joy would be slain in Mary. Tormented in body and mind and spirit, she would push the girl away from her roughly.
Leave me alone. I can't bear any more.
Stephen, I don't understand. Do you hate me?
Hate you? Of course you don't understand. Only I tell you I simply can't bear it.
They would stare at each other, pale-faced and shaken. The long nights became even harder to endure, for now they would feel so terribly divided. Their days would be heavy with misunderstandings, their nights filled with doubts, apprehensions, and longings. They would often have parted as enemies, and therein would lie the great loneliness of it. As time went on, they grew deeply despondent, their despondency robbing the sun of its brightness, robbing the little goat bells of their music, robbing the dark of its luminous glory. the song of the beggars who sang in the garden at the hour when the Santa Noche smelt sweetest, those songs would seem full of cruel gibing. Before I saw thee, I was at peace, but now I am tormented because I have seen thee. Thus were all things becoming less good in their sight, less perfect because of their own frustration. But Mary Llewellyn was no coward and no weakling, and one night, at long last, pride came to her rescue. She said,
I want to speak to you, Stephen.
Not now, it's so late. Tomorrow morning.
No, now.
And she followed Stephen into her bedroom. For a moment, they avoided each other's eyes. Then Mary began to talk rather fast.
I can't stay. It's all been a heartbreaking mistake. I thought you wanted me because you cared. I thought... I don't know what I thought, but I won't accept your charity. Stephen, not now that you've grown to hate me like this. I'm going back to England. I forced myself on you. I asked you to take me. I must have been mad. You just took me out of pity. You thought that I was ill and you felt sorry for me. Well, now I'm not ill and not mad anymore, and I'm going. Every time I come near you, you shrink or push me away as though I repelled you. But I want us to part quickly because it torments me to be always with you and to feel that you've literally grown to hate me. I can't stand it. I'd rather not see you, Stephen.
Stephen stared at her, white and aghast. Then all in a moment the restraint of years was shattered as though by some mighty convulsion. She remembered nothing, was conscious of nothing except that the creature she loved was going.
You child, you don't understand. You can't understand. God help me, I love you.
And now she had the girl in her arms and was kissing her eyes and her mouth. They stood there lost to all sense of time, to all sense of reason, to all things save each other, in the grip of what can be one of the most relentless of all the human emotions. Then Stephen's arms suddenly fell to her side.
Stop, for God's sake, you've got to listen.
Oh, but now she must pay to the uttermost farthing for the madness that had left those words unspoken, even as her father had paid before her. With Mary's kisses still hot on her lips, she must pay and pay. And because of an anguish that seemed past endurance, she spoke roughly. The words, when they came, were cruel. She spared neither the girl who must listen to them, nor herself, who must force her to stand there and listen.
Have you understood? Do you realise now what it's going to mean if you give yourself to me?
Then she stopped abruptly. Mary was crying.
It's too much to ask. You're right. It's too much. I had to tell you. Forgive me, Mary.
You can say that. You who talk about loving. What do I care for all you've told me? What do I care for the world's opinion? What do I care for anything but you? And you, just as you are. As you are, I love you. Do you think I'm crying because of what you've told me? I'm crying because of your dear scarred face. The misery on it. Can't you understand that all I am belongs to you, Stephen?
Stephen bent down and kissed Mary's hand very humbly, for now she could find no words any more. And that night they were not divided. A strange, though to them a very natural thing it seemed, this new and ardent fulfilment, having something fine and urgent about it that lay almost beyond the range of their wills. Something primitive and age-old as nature herself did their love appear to Mary and Stephen. For now they were in the grip of creation, of creation's terrific urge to create, the urge that will sometimes sweep forward blindly alike into fruitful and sterile channels. That well-nigh intolerable life force would grip them, making them a part of its own existence, so that they who might never create a new life were yet one at such moments with the fountain of living. O great and incomprehensible unreason!
Beyond the bounds of this turbulent river would lie gentle and most placid harbours of refuge, harbours in which the body could repose with contentment while the lips spoke low, indolent words, and the eyes beheld a dim golden haze that blinded the while it revealed all beauty. Then Stephen would stretch out her hand and touch Mary where she lay, happy only to feel her nearness. The hours would slip by towards dawn or sunset. Flowers would open and doze in the bountiful garden, and perhaps, if it should chance to be evening, beggars would come to that garden singing, ragged fellows who played deftly on their guitars and sang songs, whose old melodies hailed from Spain, but whose words sprang straight from the heart of the island. O thou whom I love, thou art small and guileless. Thy lips are as cool as the sea at moonrise. But after the moon there cometh the sun. After the evening there cometh the morning. The sea is warmed by the kiss of the sun. Even so shall my kisses bring warmth to thy lips. O thou whom I love, thou art small and guileless.
And now Mary need no longer sigh with unrest, need no longer lay her cheek against Stephen's shoulder, for her rightful place was in Stephen's arms, and there she would be, overwhelmed by the peace that comes at such times to all happy lovers. They would sit together in a little arbour that looked out over miles upon miles of ocean. The water would flush with the afterglow, then change to a soft, indefinite purple. Then, fired anew by the African night, would gleam with that curious, deep blue glory for a space before the swift rising of the moon. Thy lips are as cool as the sea at moonrise, but after the moon there cometh the sun.
And Stephen, as she held the girl in her arms, would feel that indeed she was all things to Mary, father, mother, friend and lover, all things, and Mary all things to her, the child, the friend, the beloved, all things. But Mary, because she was perfect woman, would rest without thought, without exaltation, without question, finding no need to question, since for her there was now only one thing: Stephen. Time, that most ruthless enemy of lovers, strode callously forward into the spring. It was March, so that down at the noisy Puerto the bougainvilleas were in their full glory, while up in the old town of Orotava bloomed great laden bushes of white camellias. In the gardens of the villa the orange trees flowered, and the little arbour that looked over the sea was covered by an ancient wisteria vine whose mighty trunk was as thick as 3 saplings. But in spite of a haunting shadow of regret at the thought of leaving Orotava, Stephen was deeply and thankfully happy. A happiness such as she had never conceived could be hers now possessed her body and soul. And Mary was also happy. Stephen would ask her,
Do I content you? Tell me, is there anything you want in the world?
Mary's answer was always the same. She would say very gravely,
Only you, Stephen.
Ramon had begun to speculate about them, these 2 English women who were so devoted. He would shrug his shoulders. Dios, what did it matter? They were courteous to him and exceedingly generous. If the elder one had an ugly red scar down her cheek, the younger one seemed not to mind it. The younger one was beautiful, though, as beautiful as the Santa Noche. Someday she would get a real man to love her. As for Concha and the cross-eyed Esmeralda, their tongues were muted by their ill-gotten gains. They grew rich thanks to Stephen's complete indifference to the price of such trifles as sugar and candles. Esmeralda's afflicted eyes were quite sharp, yet she said to Concha, I see less than nothing. And Concha answered, I also see nothing. It is better to suppose that there is nothing to see. They are wealthy, and the big one is very careless. She trusts me completely, and I do my utmost. She is so taken up with the Amagita that I really believe I could easily rob her. Quien sabe? They are certainly queer, those two. However, I am blind. It is better so. And in any case, they are only the English. But Pedro was very sorely afflicted, for Pedro had fallen in love with Mary, and now he must stay home in the garden when she and Stephen rode up to the mountains. Now they wished to be all alone, it seemed, and what food they took would be stuffed into a pocket. It was spring, and Pedro was deeply enamoured, so that he sighed as he tended the roses, sighed and stubbed the hard earth with his toes, and made insolent faces at the good-tempered Ramon, and killed flies with a kind of grim desperation, and sang songs of longing under his breath. Ay, thou art to me as the mountain. Would I could melt thy virginal snows. Would I could kick thy behind, grinned Ramon. One evening, Mary asked Pedro to sing, speaking to him in her halting Spanish. So Pedro went off and got his guitar, but when he must stand there and sing before Mary, he could only stammer a childish old song, having in it nothing of passion and longing. I was born on a reef that is washed by the sea. It was part of Spain that is called Tenerife. I was born on a reef. Stephen felt sorry for the lanky boy with the lovesick eyes, and so to console him, she offered him money, 10 pesetas, for she knew that these people set much store by money. But Pedro seemed to have grown very tall as he gently but firmly refused consolation. Then he suddenly burst into tears and fled, leaving his little guitar behind him. The days were too short, as were now the nights. These spring nights of soft heat and incredible moonlight. And because they both felt that something was passing, they would turn their minds to thoughts of the future. The future was drawing very near to the present. In less than 3 weeks, they must start for Paris.
Say that you'll never leave me, beloved.
How could I leave you and go on living?
Thus, their talk of the future would often drift into talk of love that is always timeless. On their lips, as in their hearts, would be words such as countless other lovers had spoken. For love is the sweetest monotony that was ever conceived of by the Creator.
Promise you'll never stop loving me, Stephen.
Never. You know that I couldn't, Mary.
Even to themselves their vows would sound foolish, because so inadequate to compass their meaning. Language is surely too small to contain those emotions of mind and body that have somehow awakened a response in the spirit.
And now, when they climbed the long hill to the town of Old Orotava on their way to the mountains, they would pause to examine certain flowers minutely, or to stare down the narrow, shadowy by-streets. And when they had reached the cool upland places, and their mules were loosed and placidly grazing, they would sit, hand in hand, looking out at the peak, trying to impress such pictures on their minds, because all things pass, and they wished to remember. The goat bells would break the lovely stillness, together with the greater stillness of their dreaming. But the sound of the bells would be lovely also, a part of their dreaming, a part of the stillness. For all things would seem to be welded together, to be one, even as they two were now one.
They no longer felt desolate, hungry outcasts, unloved and unwanted, despised of the world. They were lovers who walked in the vineyard of life, plucking the warm, sweet fruits of that vineyard. Love had lifted them up on wings of fire, had made them courageous, invincible, enduring. Nothing could be lacking to those who loved. The very earth gave her fullest bounty. The earth seemed to come alive in response to the touch of their healthful and eager bodies. Nothing could be lacking to those who loved.
And thus, in a cloud of illusion and glory, sped the last enchanted days at Orotava.
That was an extract from The Well of Loneliness by Radcliffe Hall. Heather Matthew was the narrator, Deb McDowell was Stephen, Tracy Frankson was Mary, and Jenny Trickett operated the sound. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Lovely. Thank you very much to Laurie Coombs and her cast of The Well of Loneliness. From the love that dare not speak its name, to quote Lord Alfred Douglas, lover of the eternal Oscar, of course, we're shortly going to pass to love of a rather different kind. We're going to be looking at love in all its diverse forms, don't forget. We're going to stay in the early 20th century, but this time focused on a tale with a tail, that belonging to the legendary Skye Terrier and Edinburgh tourist attraction to this very day, Greyfriars Bobby. The legend goes that this devoted and loyal little dog couldn't bear to be parted from his master and sat by his grave every night for 14 years until his own death in 1872. So famous is he that his statue in the old town is now a favourite part of Edinburgh's tourist trail. It's even said you can touch his nose for luck. Has there ever been a tale of such luck? So in a moment, we're going to hear the story of the wee chap who has been the subject of several books and films. We're going to hear an extract from the 1912 version by Eleanor Atkinson. And straight after that, and staying north of the border, we're going to hear Bernie Messenger singing My Love is Like a Red, Red Rose. Just to remind you, this is Teddington Theatre Club's Valentine's Weekend What's Love Got to Do With It showcase. Just a few facts and figures for you. You've heard them before, but I think it's quite impressive, so worth hearing again. This weekend we're going to be performing 4 major plays, 5 shorter ones, 20 scenes from other plays, 20 extracts from stories and 10 short stories in their entirety, 27 poems and sonnets, 57 letters and 18 musical pieces. So more than 150 pieces in total, spanning 25 centuries, presented by 80 performers in 250 roles and readings across 24 hours plus of live streaming. Wow. However, we're going to move swiftly on now to that lovely Greyfriars Bobby in an extract of the story adapted by Eleanor Atkinson, read by Helen Geldert.
Bobby was a trying and deceptive subject. He had the air of curiosity and gaiety of other terriers. He saw no sense at all in keeping still with his muzzle tipped up or down and his tail held just so. He brushed all that unreasonable man's suggestions aside as quite unworthy of consideration. Besides, he had the liveliest interest in the astonishing little dog that grew and disappeared and came back in some new attitude on the canvas. He scraped acquaintance with it once or twice to the damage of fresh brushwork. He was always jumping from his pose and running around the easel to see how the latest dog was coming on. After a number of mornings, Bobby lost interest in the man and his occupation and went about his ordinary routine of life as if the artist was not there at all. One morning, the wee terrier was found sitting on the table tomb on his haunches, looking up towards the castle where clouds and birds were blown around the sun-gilded battlements. His attitude might have meant anything or nothing, for the man who looked at him from above could not see his expression. And all at once he realised that to see Bobby, a human being must get down to his level. To the scandal of the children, he lay on his back on the grass and did nothing at all but look up at Bobby until the little dog moved. Then he set the wee Highlander up on an altar-topped shaft just above the level of the human eye. Indifferent at the moment as to what was done to him, Bobby continued to gaze up and out, wistfully and patiently upon this masterless world. As plainly as a little dog could speak, Bobby said, "I hae bided long and lamely. How long hae I still to bide? And soon will I be ganging to old Jock?" The grand lady saw that at once, and tears started to her eyes when she came in to find the artist sketching with feverish rapidity. She confessed that she had looked into Bobby's eyes, but she had never truly seen that morning little creature before. He had only to be set up so, in bronze, and looking through the kirkyard gate to tell his own story to the most careless passer-by. The image of the simple memorial was clear in her mind, and it seemed unlikely that anything could be added to it when she left the kirkyard. As she was getting into her carriage, a noble collie, but one with a discouraged tail and hanging tongue, came out of Forest Road. He had done a morning's hard work of driving a flock from the Pentlands to the cattle and sheep market, and then had hunted far and unsuccessfully for water. He nosed along the gutter here and there, licking from the cobblestones what muddy moisture had not drained away from a recent rain. The same lady who had fed the carrots to the coster's donkey in London turned hastily into ye old Greyfriars dining rooms and asked Mr. Trail for a basin of water. The landlord thought he must have misunderstood her. "Is it a glass of water your ladyship's wanting?" "No, a basin, please, a large one, and very quickly." She took it from him, hurried out, and set it under the thirsty animal's nose. The collie lapped it eagerly until the water was gone, then looked up, and by waggings and lickings asked for more. Mr. Trail brought out a second basin, and he remarked upon a sheepdog's capacity for water. "It's no a basin will satisfy him, used as he is to having a tam on the moor to drink from. This neighbourhood is noted for the dogs that are aye passing. On Wednesdays, the farm dogs come up from the grass market. And every day there are well cared for dogs from the residence streets. Dogs of all conditions across the bridge from High Street, and miserable waifs from the Cowgate. Stray pussies are about too. I'm a good-hearted man and an observant one, your ladyship, but I was no thinking that these animals must often suffer from thirst." "Few people do think of it. Most men can love some one dog or cat or horse and be attentive to its wants. But they take little thought for the world of dumb animals that are so dependent upon us. It is no special credit to you, Mr. Trail, that you became fond of an attractive little dog like Bobby and have cared for him so tenderly." The landlord gasped. He had taken not a little pride in his staunch championship and watchful care of Bobby, and his pride had been increased by the admiration that had been lavished on him for years by the general public. Now, as he afterward confessed to Mr. Brown, "Her ladyship made me feel I'd done naething by the ordinary, but mostly to please my ain sel. Man, she made me sing sma." When the collie had finished drinking, he looked up gratefully, rubbed against the Good Samaritans, waved his plumed tail like a banner, and trotted away. After a thoughtful moment, Lady Burdett Coote said, "The suitable memorial here, Mr. Trail, is a fountain with a low basin level with the curb, and a higher one, and Bobby sitting on an altar-topped central column above, looking through the kirkyard gate. It shall be his mission to bring men and small animals together in sympathy by offering to both the cup of cold water." She was there once again that year. On her way north, she stopped in Edinburgh overnight to see how the work on the fountain had progressed. It was in Scotland's best season, most of the days dry and bright and sharp. But on that day, it was misting, and yellow leaves were dropping on the wet tombs and beaded grass when the grand lady appeared at the kirkyard late in the afternoon with a wreath of laurel to lay on old Jock's grave. Bobby slipped out, dry as his own delectable bone, from under the tomb of Madame Jean Grant, and nearly wagged his tail off with pleasure. Mistress Jeanie was set in a proud flutter when the grand lady rang at the lodge kitchen and asked if she and Bobby could have their tea there with the old couple by the cosy grate fire. They all drank tea from the best blue cups and ate buttered scones and strawberry jam on the scoured deal table. Bobby had his porridge and broth on the hearth. The coals snapped in the grate, and the firelight danced merrily on the skylark's cage in the copper kettle. Mr. Brown got out his fife and played Bonnie Dundee. Wee silver-white Bobby tried to dance, but he tumbled over so lamentably once or twice that he hung his head apologetically, admitting that he ought to have the sense to know that his dancing days were done. He lay down and lolled and blinked on the hearth until the grand lady rose to go. "I'm on my way to Braemar to visit for a few days at Balmoral Castle. I wish I could take dear Bobby with me to show him to the Queen." "Oh, preserve me," cried Mistress Jeanie, and Mr. Brown's pet pipe was in fragments on the hearth. Bobby leapt upon her and whimpered, saying, "Dinna can, lady," as plainly as a little dog could say anything. He showed the pathos at parting with one he was fond of now that an old and affectionate person shows. He clung to her gown, rubbed his rough head under her hand, and trotted disconsolately beside her to her waiting carriage. At the very last, she said sadly, "The Queen will have to come to Edinburgh to see Bobby." "The bonny we would be a proud doggy, your ladyship," Mistress Jeanie managed to stammer, but Mr. Brown was beyond speech. The grand lady said nothing. She looked at the foundation work of Bobby's memorial fountain, swathed in canvas against the winter, and waiting for the spring, when the waters of the earth should be unsealed again. Waiting until Fanny could be written to a story on a bronze table tomb. Waiting for the effigy of a shaggy Skye terrier to be cast and set up. Waiting. When the Queen came to see Bobby, it was unlikely he would know anything about it. He would know nothing of the crowds to gather there on a public occasion, massing on the bridge, in Greyfriars Place, in Broadchambers Street and down Candlemaker's Row, the magistrates in Birr Council, professors and students from the university, soldiers from the castle, the neighbouring nobility in carriages, farmers and shepherds from the Pentlands, the Heriot laddies marching from the school, and the tenement children in holiday duddies, all to honour the memory of a devoted little dog. He would know nothing of the military music and flowers, the prayer of the minister of Greyfriars Old Kirk, the speech of the Lord Provost. Nothing of the happy tears of the grand lady when a veil should fall away from a bronze little dog that gazed wistfully through the kirkyard gate, and water gush forth for the refreshment of men and animals. "Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye, Bobby, most loving and lovable, darlingest wee dog in the world," she cried, and a shower of bright drops and sweet little sounds fell on Bobby's tousled head. Then the carriage of the grand lady rolled away in the rainy dusk. The hour bell of St. Giles was rung, and the sunset blown in the castle. It took Mr. Brown a long time to lift the wicket, close the tall leaves and lock the gate. The wind was rising and the air hardening. One after one, the gas lamps flared in the gusts that blew on the bridge. The huge bulk of shadow lay, velvet black, in the drenched quarry pit of the grass market. The caretaker's voice was husky, with a sudden call in his heed. "You're an old dog, Bobby, and you canna deny it. You'll just had to sleep i' the house the misty nicht." Loath to part with them, Bobby went up to the lodge with the old couple and saw them within the cheerful kitchen. But when the door was held open for him, he wagged his tail in farewell and trotted away around the kirk. All the concession he was willing to make to old age and bad weather was to sleep under the fallen table tomb. Greyfriars, on a dripping autumn evening. A pensive hour and season. Everything memorable brooded there. Crouched back in shadowy ranks, the old tombs were draped in mystery. The mist was swirled by the wind, and smoke smeared out over their dim shapes. Where families sat close about scant suppers, the lights of candles and cruisy lamps were blurred. The faintest halo hung above the castle head. Infrequent footsteps hurried by the gate. There was the rattle of a belated cart, the ring of a distant church bell. But even on such nights, the casements were opened and little faces looked out into the melancholy kirkyard. Candles glimmered for a moment on the murk, and sweetly and clearly the tenement bairns called down. "A good night to you, Bobby." They could not see the little dog, but they knew he was there. They knew now that he would still be there when they could see him no more. His body, a part of the soil. His memory, a part of all that was held dear and imperishable in that old garden of souls. They could go up to the lodge and look at his famous collar, and they would have his image in bronze on the fountain. And sometime, when the mysterious door opened for them, they might see Bobby again. A sonsy doggy, running in the green pastures and beside the still waters at the heels of his shepherd master. For if there is not more love in this world than there is room for in God's heaven, Bobby would just have gone away home.
Oh, my love is like a red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love is like a melody that's sweetly played in tune. So fair art thou, my bonny lass, and so in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till all the seas can dry, till all the seas can dry, my dear, and the rocks melt with the sun. And I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands of life shall run. And fare thee will, my only love, and fare thee will a while. And I I will come again, my dear, though 'twere 10,000 miles. Though it were 10,000 miles, my dear, though it were 10,000 miles, and I will come again, my dear, though it were 10,000 miles.
Thanks to Bernie Messenger for singing Robert Burns' beautiful song, if rather commonplace simile, My Love Is Like a Red, Red Rose. And thanks also to our reader Helen Geldert and her director Claire Cooper for kicking off our mawkish Caledonian proceedings with Greyfriars Bobby. We'll be hearing from both ladies, but not the dog, sadly, later this evening. Next, though, we return to that old reliable when it comes to romantic literature and theatre, William Shakespeare. Tomorrow, you're going to be able to enjoy a truncated 12th Night, which, running at, we hope, just over an hour, should really be billed as fifth afternoon around tea time. But now we're going to hear a slightly less edited version of A Midsummer Night's Dream by local writer and TTC member J.J. Leppink. Directed by Simon Bartlett, this bunch of lovers, fairies and rude mechanicals really need no introduction. So without more ado, let me hand over to your narrator to kick off the fun and frolics in the forest, Juanita Dahan.
Back in the age of gods and monsters, Theseus, after slaying the Minotaur, abandoning Ariadne and founding Athens, turned his mind to war. Ooh, that doesn't sound much fun on a Saturday night. This sounds more like it. Theo and Hip, a magical lakeside romance. Oh, it was a sodden June day in the Lake District. It always is, isn't it? Theo, warden of the National Park, was in his office with his fiancée, Hip, making the last-minute arrangements for their wedding, when they are suddenly interrupted.
Now, fair Hippolyta, a nuptial hour draws on apace. 4 happy days bring in another moon, but oh, methinks how slow this old moon wanes. She lingers my desires like to a stepdame or a dowager long withering out a young man's revenue.
4 days will quickly steep themselves in night. 4 nights will quickly dream away the time, and then the moon, like to a silver bow new bent in heaven, shall behold the night of our solemnities.
Go, Philostrate, stir up the youth to merriments. Awake the pert and nimble spirit of mirth. Turn melancholy forth to funerals. The pale companion is not for our pomp.
Happy be, Theseus, our renowned duke.
Thanks, good Aegeus. What's the news with thee?
Full of vexation come I with complaint against my child, my daughter Hermia. Stand forth, Demetrius, my oldest friend. This man has consent to marry her. Stand forth, Lysander, and my gracious duke. This man hath bewitched the bosom of my child. Thou, Lysander, thou hast given her rhymes, and interchanged love tokens with my child. Thou hast by moonlight at her window sung, with feigning voices, verses of feigning love, and stolen the impression of her fantasy with bracelets of thy hair, rings, gauds, conceits, knacks, trifles, nosegays, sweetmeats, messengers of strong prevailment in unhardened youth. With cunning thou hast filched my daughter's heart, turned her obedience, which is due to me, to stubborn harshness. And, my gracious duke, be it so she will not be here before your grace, content to marry with Demetrius. I beg the ancient privilege of Athens. As she is mine, I may dispose of her, which shall either be by this gentleman or to her death, according to our law immediately provided in that case.
What say you, Hermia? Demetrius is a worthy gentleman.
So is Lysander.
In himself he is, but in this kind, wanting your father's voice, the other must be held the worthier.
I would my father looked but with my eyes.
Rather your eyes must with his judgment look.
I do entreat your grace to pardon me. I know not by what power I am made bold, nor how it may concern my modesty in such a presence here to plead my thoughts, but I beseech your grace that I may know the worst that may befall me in this case, if I refuse to wed Demetrius.
Either to die the death, or to abjure forever the society of men. Therefore, fair Hermia, question your desires, know of your youth, examine well your blood, whether if you yield not to your father's choice, you can endure the livery of a nun. For I, to be in shady cloister mewed, to live a barren sister all your life, chanting fair hymns to the cold, fruitless moon.
So will I grow, so live, so die.
Take time to pause, and by the next new moon, the sealing day betwixt my love and me for everlasting bond of fellowship, upon that day either prepare to die for disobedience to your father's will, or else to wed Demetrius as he would, or on Diana's altar to protest for austerity and single life.
Relent, sweet Hermia, and Lysander yield thy crazed title to my certain right.
You have her father's love, Demetrius. Let me have Hermia's. Do you marry him?
Scornful Lysander, true he hath my love, and what is mine my love shall render him. And she is mine, and all of my right to her, of her I do estate to Demetrius.
I am, my friend, as well derived as he, as well possessed. My love is more than his. My fortune every way as fairly ranked, if not with vantage, as Demetrius. And, which is more than all these boasts can be, I am beloved of beauteous Hermia. Why should not I then prosecute my right? Demetrius, I'll avouch to his head, made love to Nedar's daughter, Helena, and won her soul. And she, sweet lady, dotes, devoutly dotes in idolatry, upon this spotted and inconstant man.
I must confess that I have heard so much, and with Demetrius thought to have spoke thereof, but being over full of self-affairs, my mind did lose it. But Demetrius come, and come, Aegeus, you shall go with me. I have some private schooling for you both. For you, fair Hermia, look you arm yourself to fit your fancies to your father's will, or else the law of Athens yields you up, which by no means we may extenuate, to death or to a vow of single life. Come, my Hippolyta, what cheer, my love? Demetrius and Aegeus, go along. I must employ you to some business against our nuptial and confer with you of something nearly that concerns yourselves.
With duty and desire, we follow you.
How now, my love? Why is your cheek so pale? How chanced the roses there do fade so fast?
Belike for want of rain, which I could well beteem them from the tempest of my eyes.
Ay me, for aught that I could ever read, could ever hear by tale or history, the course of true love never did run smooth. But either it was different in blood.
Oh, cross! Too high to be enthralled to low.
Or else misgraft in respect of years.
Oh, spite! Too old to be engaged to young.
Or it else stood upon the choice of friends.
Oh, hell! To choose love by another's eyes.
Or, if there were sympathy in choice, war, therefore sickness did lay siege to it, making it momentary as a sound, swift as the shadow, short as any dream, brief as the lightning in the cold night, that in a spleen unfolds both heaven and earth, and here a man have power to say, behold, the jaws of darkness do devour it up. So quick bright things come to confusion.
If, then, true lovers have been ever crossed, it stands as an edict in destiny, then let us teach our trial patience, because it is a customary cross, as due to lovers' thoughts and dreams and sighs, wishes and tears, poor fancy's followers.
A good persuasion. Therefore, hear me, Hermia. I have a widow aunt, a dowager, of great revenue, and she hath no child. From Athens is her house, remote 7 leagues, and she respects me as her only son. There, gentle Hermia, may I marry thee, and to that place the sharp Athenian lord cannot pursue us. If thou lovest me then, steal forth thy father's house tomorrow night, and in the wood, a league without the town, where I did meet thee once with Helena to do observance to a morn of May, there will I stay for thee.
My good Lysander, I swear to thee by Cupid's strongest bow, by his best arrow with the golden head, in that same place thou hast appointed me. Tomorrow truly will I meet with thee.
Keep promise, love. Look, here comes Helena.
Godspeed, fair Helena. Whither away?
Call you me fair? That fair again unsay. Demetrius loves your fair. Oh, happy fair! Your eyes are lodestars, and your tongue's sweet air more tunable than lark to shepherd's ear when wheat is green, when hawthorn buds appear. Oh, sickness is catching. Oh, were favour so, yours would I catch, fair Hermia, ere I go. Were the world mine, Demetrius being baited, the rest I'd give to be to you translated. Oh, teach me how you look, and with what art you sway the motion of Demetrius' heart.
I frown upon him, yet he loves me still.
Oh, that your frowns would teach my smiles such skill.
I give him curses, yet he gives me love.
Oh, that my prayers could such affection move.
The more I hate, the more he follows me.
The more I love, the more he hateth me.
His folly, Helena, is no fault of mine.
None but your beauty. Oh, would that fault were mine.
Take comfort, he no more shall see my face. Lysander and myself will fly this place. Before the time I did Lysander see, seemed Athens as a paradise to me. Oh, then what graces in my love do dwell, that he hath turned a heaven unto a hell.
Helen, to you our minds we will unfold. Tomorrow night, when Phoebe doth behold her silver visage in the watery glass, decking with liquid pearl the bladed grass, a time that lovers' flights doth still conceal, through Athens' gates have we devised to steal.
And in the wood where often you and I upon faint primrose beds will wont to lie, emptying our bosoms of their counsel sweet, there my Lysander and myself shall meet, and thence from Athens turn away our eyes to seek new friends and stranger companies. Farewell, sweet playfellow. Pray thou for us, and good luck grant thee thy Demetrius. Keep word, Lysander. We must starve our sight from lover's food till morrow deep midnight.
I will, my Hermia. Helena, adieu. As you on him, Dimitri dotes on you.
How happy some or other some can be. Through Athens I am thought as fair as she. But what of that? Demetrius thinks not so. No, he will not know what all but he do know. And as he errs, doting on Hermia's eyes, so I, admiring of his qualities, things base and vile, holding no quantity, love can transpose to form and dignity. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. For ere Demetrius looked on Hermia's eyne, he hailed down oaths that he was only mine. And when this hail some heat from Hermia felt, so he dissolved, and showers of oaths did melt. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. Then to the wood will he tomorrow night pursue her. And for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. But herein mean I to enrich my pain, to have his sight thither and back again.
Well, I know there are strange customs in these rural parts, but even so, whatever happens next? Down in town, the Lakeside Dramaticals, whose productions are perhaps more renowned for their enthusiasm than their prowess, are planning their contribution to the festivities.
Can you see me?
Is all our company here?
I can't see you.
Try the bottom left-hand corner. There's a video button. Press it.
Video?
Yeah, start video. Yeah, there we are.
Right. Are we all here?
Aye.
Well, you're best to call them generally man by man, according to the script.
I have a list of everyone's name, which is thought fit through all Athens to play in our interlude before Theseus and Hippolyta on their wedding day at night.
First, good Peter Quinn, say what the play treats on, then read the names of the actors, and then to the point.
Baron, our play is the most lamentable comedy and most cruel death of Pyramus and Thisbe.
A very good piece of work, I assure you, and merry. Now, good Peter Quince, call forth your actors by the scroll. Friends, unmute yourselves.
Oh, not all at once. Answer as I call you. Nick Bottom, the Weaver.
Ready? Name what part I am, and then proceed.
You, Nick Bottom, are set down for Pyramus.
What is Pyramus? A lover or a tyrant?
A lover that kills himself most gallant for love.
Oh, that will ask some tears in the playing of it. If I do it, let the audience look to their eyes. I will move storms. I will condole in some measure. To the rest, yet my chief humour is for a tyrant. I could play Hercules rarely, or a part to tear a cat in two. The raging rocks and shivering shocks shall break the locks of prison gates, and Phoebe's car shall shine from far and make and mar the foolish fates.
Very good.
That was lofty. Now name the rest of the players. That was in Hercules' vein. Of course, a tyrant's vein. Of course, a lover is more condoling. Come on.
Flute, the bellows mender.
Sorry, I was on mute. Here, Peter Quince.
Flute, you must take Thisbe on you.
What is Thisbe? A wandering knight?
It is the lady that Pyramus must love.
Nay, Faith, let me not play a woman. I have a beard come in.
That's all one. You shall play it in a mask, and you may speak as small as you will.
Here, and I might hide my face. Let me play Thisbe too. I'll speak in a monstrous little voice. Thisbe, Thisbe, Pyramus, my lover, dear thy Thisbe, dear and lady dear.
No, you must play Pyramus. You, Thisbe.
Oh, well, proceed.
Robin Starveling, the tailor.
Here, Peter Quince.
Robin Starveling, you must play Thisbe's mother.
Hey?
Mother. Tom Stout, the tinker.
Who?
Here, Peter Quince.
You, Pyramus's father. Myself, his father. Snug, the joiner. You, the lion's part. And here, I hope, is a play fitted. Sorry, you're on mute. Next to the stop. There we are. Try again.
There's always one.
Have you the lion's part written? If pray you, if it be, give it me, for I'm slow of study.
You may do it extempore, for it is nothing but roaring.
Here, let me play the lion too. I will roar that I will do any man's heart good to hear me. I will roar so that the Duke might say, let him roar again. Let him roar again.
And you should do it too terribly. You would frighten the Duchess and the ladies that they would shriek, and that were enough to hang us all.
Oh, don't like the sound of that.
Mother's son.
May I grant you, friends, if you should frighten the ladies out of their wits, they would have no more discretion but tongue us all. But I will aggravate my voice so that I will roar you as gently as any sucking dove. I will roar you as 'twere any nightingale.
You can play no part but Pyramus. For Pyramus is a sweet-faced man, a proper man as one shall see in a summer's day, a most lovely gentleman-like man. Therefore you must needs play Pyramus.
Well, I will undertake it.
Right, masters. I'll set up a WhatsApp group and then I will send out...
I don't have WhatsApp.
You don't have WhatsApp?
No.
Great surprise.
Lovely.
Sorry.
Email. I will email you your parts. Don't reply all unless you have to.
I only did it twice.
Twice was enough. I am to entreat you, request you, and desire you to con your parts by tomorrow night, and meet me in the wood a mile without the town by moonlight. There will we rehearse. For if we meet in the city, we won't be able to social distance and we might be fined. In the meantime, I will draw up a bill of properties such as our play wants. I pray you, fail me not.
Now we will meet, and there we may rehearse most obscenely and courageously. Take pains, be perfect. Adieu.
Oh, at the oak we meet.
Oh, okay.
Bottom left-hand corner. Stop video. Muppets.
Oh, I like them. Right, chapter 3. The rain still pours down, filling the streams and rivers as dusk falls and the moon rises over the hills. But this is no ordinary night. This is Midsummer's Eve. And as the light on the wooden slopes, the old forgotten spirits of Cumbria stir again.
Now, spirits, whither wander you?
Over hill, over dale, thorough brush, thorough briar, over park, over pale, thorough flood, thorough fire. I do wander everywhere, swifter than the moon's sphere.
And I serve the fairy queen, to dew her orbs upon the green. The cowslips tall her pensioners be, in their gold coats spots you see. Those be rubies, fairy favours, in those freckles live their savours. I must go seek some dewdrops here, and hang a pearl in every cowslip's ear.
Farewell, thou lob of spirits, I'll be gone. Our queen and all her elves come here anon.
The king doth keep his revels here tonight. Take heed the queen come not within his sight. For Oberon is passing fell and wrath, because that she, as her attendant hath, a lovely boy, stolen from an Indian king. She never had so sweet a changeling, and jealous Oberon would have the child, knight of his train, to trace the forests wild. But she perforce withholds the loved boy, crowns him with flowers, and makes him all her joy. Now they never meet in grove or green, by fountain clear or spangled starlight sheen. They do swear that all their elves for fear creep into acorn cups and hide them there.
Either I mistake your shape and making quite, or else you are that shrewd and knavish knight, called Robin Goodfellow.
Are you not he that frights the maidens of the village street, skim milk and sometimes labour in the quern, and bootless make the breathless houseflies churn?
And sometime make the drink to bear no balm, mislead night wanderers, laughing at their harm?
Those that hobgoblin call you and sweet Puck, you do their work and they shall have good luck. Are not you he?
Thou speakest aright. I am that merry wanderer of the night. I jest to Oberon and make him smile, when I a fat and bean-fed horse beguile, neighing in likeness of a filly foal. And sometime lurk I in a gossip's bowl, in very likeness of a roasted crab. And when she drinks against her lips I bob, and on her withered dewlap pour the ale. Wisest aunt, telling the saddest tale, sometime for a 3-foot stool mistaketh me. Then slip I from her bum, down topple she a tailor, cries, and falls into a cough, and then the whole choir hold their hips and laugh, and waxen in their mirth, and neeze and swear. A merrier hour was never wasted there. Room, fairy, here comes Oberon.
And there my mistress! Oh, would that he were gone!
Ill met by moonlight, proud Titania.
What? Jealous, Oberon? Fairies, skip thee hence. I have forsworn his bed and company.
Harry, rash wanton! Am I not thy lord?
Then I must be thy lady. But I know when thou hast stolen away from fairyland, and in the shape of Corin sat all day, playing on pipes of corn and versing love to amorous Phillida.
How canst thou thus for shame, Titania, knowing I know thy love to Theseus?
These are the forgeries of jealousy. And never, since the middle summer spring, met we on hill, in dale, forest, or mead, by paved mountain, or by rushy brook, or in the beached margins of the sea, to dance our ringlets to the whistling wind, but with thy brawls thou hast disturbed our sport. Therefore the winds, piping to us in vain, as in revenge, has sucked up from the sea contagious fogs, which falling on the land have every pelting river made so proud that they have overborne their contents. The ox hath therefore stretched his yoke in vain. The ploughman lost his sweat, and the green corn hath rotted ere his youth attained a beard. The fold stands in the empty, drowned field, and crows are fatted in the murrian flock. The 9 men's morris is filled up with mud, and the quaint mazes in the wanton green for lack of tread are undistinguishable. The human mortals want their winter here. No night is now with him or carol blessed. Therefore the moon, the governess of floods, pale in her anger, washes all the air, that rheumatic diseases do abound. And thorough this distemperature we see the seasons alter. The seasons' hoary-headed frosts fall in the fresh lap of the crimson rose, and on old Hiam's thin and icy crown an odorous chaplet of sweet summer buds is, as in mockery, set. The spring, the summer, the childling autumn, angry winter change their wonted liveries, and the mazed world by their increase now knows not which is which. And this same progeny of evils comes from our debate, from our dissension. We are their parents and original.
Do you amend it then? It lies in you. Why should Titania cross her Oberon? I do but beg a little changeling boy to be my henchman.
Set your heart at rest. The fairyland buys not the child of me. His mother was a votaress of my order, and in the spiced Indian air by night full often hath she gossiped by my side, and sat with me on Neptune's golden sands, marking the embarked traders on the flood, when we have laughed to see the sails conceive and grow big-bellied with the wanton wind, which she, with pretty and with swimming gait, grew big-bellied, following her womb, then rich with my young squire, would imitate and sail upon the land to fetch me trifles and return again as from a voyage, rich with merchandise. But she, being mortal of that boy, did die. And for her sake do I rear up that boy. And for her sake I will not part with him.
How long within this wood intend you stay?
Oh, perchance till after Theseus's wedding day. If you will patiently dance in our round and see our moonlight revels, go with us. If not, shun me, and I will spare your haunts.
Give me that boy, and I will go with thee.
Not for the fairy kingdom. Fairies, Away! We shall chide tonight if I longer stay.
Well, go thy way. Thou shalt not from this grove till I torment thee for this injury. My gentle Puck, come hither. Thou rememberest, since once I sat upon a promontory, and heard a mermaid on a dolphin's back uttering such dulcet and harmonious breath that the rude sea grew civil at her song, and certain stars shot madly from their spheres to hear the sea maid's music.
I remember.
Ah, well, that very time I saw, but well, thou couldst not, flying between the cold moon and the earth, Cupid, all armed. A certain aim he took at a fair vestal throned by the west, and loosed his love shaft smartly from his bow, as it should pierce 100,000 hearts. But I might see young Cupid's fiery shaft quenched in the chaste beams of the watery moon, and the imperial votress passed on, in maiden meditation, fancy-free. Yet marked I where the bolt of Cupid fell. It fell upon a little western flower, before milk white, now purple with love's wound. And maidens call it love in idleness. Fetch me that flower. The herb I showed thee once, the juice of it, on sleeping eyelids laid, will make or man or woman madly dote upon the next live creature that it sees. Now fetch me this herb, and be thou here again ere the Leviathan can swim a league.
I'll put a gird around the earth in 40 minutes.
Having once this juice, I'll watch Titania when she is asleep, and drop the liquor of it in her eyes. The next thing then she waking looks upon, be it lion, bear, or wolf, or bull, on meddling monkey, or on busy ape, she shall pursue it with the soul of love. And ere I take this charm off from her sight, as I can take it with another herb, I'll make her render up her page to me. But who comes here? I am invisible, and I will overhear their conference.
I love thee not, therefore pursue me not. Where is Lysander and fair Hermia? The one I'll stay, the other stayeth me. Thou toldst me they were stolen unto this wood, and here I am, and wood within this wood, because I cannot meet my Hermia. Hence get thee gone, and follow me no more.
You draw me, you hard-hearted adamant, but yet you draw not iron, for my heart is true as steel. Leave you your power to draw, and I shall have no power to follow you.
Do I entice you? Do I speak you fair? Or rather, do I not in plainest truth tell you I do not, nor I cannot love you?
And even for that do I love you the more. I am your spaniel, and Demetrius, the more you spurn me, I will fawn on you. Only give me leave, unworthy as I am, to follow you. What worse a place can I beg in your love than to be used as you use your dog?
Tempt not too much the hatred of my spirit, for I am sick when I look on thee.
And I am sick when I look not on you.
You do impeach modesty too much, to leave the city and commit yourself into the hands of one that loves you not.
Your virtue is my privilege.
I'll run from thee and hide me in the brakes and leave thee to the mercy of wild beasts.
Oh, the wildest hath not such a heart as you. Run when you will, the story shall be changed. Apollo flies and Daphne holds the chase.
I will not stay thy questions. Let me go, or if thou follow me, do not believe, but I shall do thee mischief in the wood.
Aye, in the temple, in the town, the field you do me mischief. Fly, Demetrius. Your wrongs do set a scandal on my sex. We cannot fight for love as men may do. We should be wooed, and were not made to woo. Oh, I'll follow thee and make a heaven of hell, to die upon the hand I love so well.
Fare thee well, nymph. Ere he do leave this grove, thou shalt fly him, and he shall seek thy love. Ah! Hast thou the flower there? Welcome, wanderer.
Aye, there it is.
I pray thee, give it me. I know a bank where the wild thyme blows, where oxlips and the nodding violet grows, quite over-canopied with luscious woodbine, with sweet musk roses, and with eglantine. There sleeps Titania sometime of the night, lulled in these flowers with dances and delight. And there the snake throws her enamelled skin, weed wide enough to wrap a fairy in. And with the juice of this I'll streak her eyes and make her full of hateful fantasies. Take thou some of it, and seek through this grove. A sweet Athenian lady is in love with a disdainful youth. Anoint his eyes. But do it when the next thing he espies may be the lady. Thou shalt know the man by the Athenian garments he hath on. Now effect it with some care, that he may prove more fond on her than she upon her love. And look thou meet me ere the first cock crow.
Fear not, my lord, your servant shall do so.
Come now, a roundel and a fairy song. Then, for the third part of a minute, hence, some to kill cankers in the musk rose buds, some war with air mice for their leathern wings, to make my small elves' coats, and some keep back the clamorous owl that nightly hoots and wonders at our quaint spirits. Sing me now asleep, then to your offices rest. Oh,
Honey, you're a boy, make a big noise playing in the street, gonna be a night.
Away! Away! Now, all is well. One aloof sentinel.
What thou seest when thou wake, do it for thy true love take. Love and languish for his sake. Be it ounce or cat or bear, pard or boar with bristled hair. In thy eye that shall appear when thou wakest, it is thy dear. Wake when some vile thing is near.
Fair love, ye faint with wandering in the wood, and to speak troth, I have forgot our way. We'll rest us, Hermia, if you think it good, and tarry for the comfort of the day.
Be it so, Lysander. Find you out a bed, for I upon this bank will rest my head.
One turf shall serve as pillow for us both, one heart, one bed, two bosoms, and one troth.
Nay, good Lysander, for my sake, my dear, lie further off yet. Do not lie so near.
Oh, take thee sense, sweet of my innocence. Love takes the meaning of love's conference. I mean that my heart unto yours is knit, so that but one heart we can make of it. Two bosoms interchained with an oath, so then two bosoms and a single troth. Then by your side no bedroom me deny, for lying so, Hermia, I do not lie.
Lysander riddles very prettily. Now much beshrew my manners and my pride if Hermia meant to say Lysander lied, but gentle friend, for love and courtesy, lie further off in human modesty. Such separation as may well be said becomes a virtuous bachelor and a maid. So far be distant, and good night, sweet friend. Thy love ne'er alter till thy sweet life end.
Amen, amen to that fair prayer, shall I, and then end life when I end loyalty. Here is my bed. Sleep give thee all his rest.
With half that wish, the wisher's eyes be pressed.
Through the forest have I gone. The young man found I none. On whose eyes I might approve this flower's force in stirring love. Night and silence! Who is here? Weeds of Athens he doth wear. This is he, my master said, despised the youthful maid. You hear the maiden, sleeping sound on the dank and dirty ground. Pretty soul, she dares not lie near this lack love, this kill courtesy. Churl, upon thy eyes I throw all the powder this charm doth owe. When thou wakest, let love forbid sleep his seat on thy eyelid. So awake when I am gone, for I must now to Oberon.
Oh, stay though thou kill me, sweet Demetrius.
I charge thee hence, and do not haunt me thus.
Oh, put thou darkling leave me. Do not so.
Stay on thy peril, I will go alone.
Oh, I am out of breath in this fond chase. The more my prayer, the lesser is my grace. Happy is Hermia wheresoe'er she lies, for she hath blessed and attractive eyes. How came her eyes so bright? Not with salt tears. If so, my eyes are oftener washed than hers. No, no, I am as ugly as a bear, for beasts that meet me run away for fear. Therefore no marvel though Demetrius do as a monster fly my presence thus. Oh, what wicked and dissembling glass of mine made me compare with Hermia's fiery eye. But who is here? Lysander? On the ground? Dead or asleep? I see no blood, no wound. Lysander, if you live, good sir, awake!
And run through fire, I will for thy sweet sake. Oh, transparent Helena, nature shows art that through thy bosom makes me see thy heart. Where is Demetrius? Oh, how fit a word is that vile name to perish on my sword.
Oh, do not say so, Lysander, say not so. What though he love your Hermia, Lord, what though? Yet Hermia still loves you, then be content.
Content with Hermia? No, I do repent. The tedious minutes I with her have spent. Not Hermia, but Helena I love, who will not change a raven for a dove. The will of man is by his reason swayed, and reason says you are the worthier maid. Things growing are not ripe until their season, so I, being young, till now am ripe not to reason. And touching now the point of human skill, reason becomes the marshal to my will, and leads me to your eyes, while I overlook love's stories written in love's richest book.
Wherefore was I to this keen mockery born? When at your hands did I deserve this scorn? It's not enough, young man, that I did never know nor never can deserve a sweet look from Demetrius' eye, but you must flout my insufficiency. Good truth, you do me wrong. Good sooth, you do in such disdainful manner me to woo. But fare ye well. Perforce I must confess I thought you lord of more true gentleness. Oh, that a lady of one man refused should of another therefore be abused.
She sees not Hermia. Hermia, sleep thou there, and never mayst thou come Lysander near. For the surfeit of the sweetest things, their deepest loathing to the stomach brings. So thou, my surfeit and my heresy, of all be hated, but the most of me. And all my powers address your love and might, to honour Helen, and to be her knight.
Help me, Lysander, help me. Do thy best to pluck this crawling serpent from my breast. Ay me for pity. What a dream was here. Lysander, look how I do quake with fear. Methought a serpent eat my heart away, and you sat smiling at his cruel play. Lysander, what removed? Lysander, Lord? What, out of hearing gone? No sound, no word. Alack, where are you? Speak, and if you hear, speak of all loves. I swoon almost with fear. No? Then I well perceive you all not nigh. Either death or you I'll find immediately.
Oh, I want to hug all of
we all met?
Are we all here?
Pat. And here's a marvellous place for our rehearsal. This Green Plot shall be our stage, this Hawthorn Brake our tiring house, and we will do it in action as we will before the Duke.
Peter Quince.
What sayest thou, Burley Bottom? Take it off.
Now listen here. There are things in this comedy of Pyramus and Thisbe that will never please. First, Pyramus must draw his sword and kill himself. Well, with the ladies won't abide that. How answer you that?
By a lake in a parlour's fear.
I believe he must leave the killing out when all is done.
No, not a whit. I have a device to make all well. Write me a prologue, and let the prologue seem to say we will do no harm with our swords, and that Pyramus is not killed indeed. And for the more better assurance, tell them that I, Pyramus, am not Pyramus, but Bottom the Weaver. That will put them out of their fear.
Well, we will have such a prologue.
Will the ladies be not afeard of the lion?
I fear it, I promise you.
Masters, you ought to consider with yourselves. To bring in, God shield us, a lion among ladies is a most dreadful thing, for there is not a more fearful wild fowl than your lion living. You ought to look to it.
Therefore, another prologue must tell she is not a lion.
Nay. You must name her a name, and half her face must be seen through the lion's neck. And she herself must speak through, saying thus or the same effect, ladies, or fair ladies, I would wish you, or I would request you, I would entreat you, not to fear, not to tremble, me life for yours. If you think I come hither as a lion, I am a woman, as other women are, and there indeed let her name her name, and tell them plainly she's snubbed the joiner.
Well, it shall be so, but quite a lot shorter.
Thank you.
There is two hard things. That is to bring the moonlight into the chamber. For, Pyramus and Thisbe do meet by moonlight.
Well, doth the moon shine that night we play our play?
Here, Google it. Wikipedia, get your phones out. Find out moonshine. Find out moonshine.
Yes, it does shine that night.
Why then, may you leave a casement of the great chamber open, and where we play, and the moon may shine in through the casement.
Aye. Or else one must come in with a bush of thorns and a lantern, and say he comes to disfigure or to present the person of moonshine. Robin, can you bring your dog? And there is another thing. We must have a wall in the great chamber. For Pyramus and Thisbe says the story did talk through the chink of a wall.
You can never bring in a wall. What say you, Bottom?
Well, some manner of them must present the wall, and let him have some plaster or some loam or some roof cast about him to signify the wall, and let him hold his fingers thus, and then through the cranny shall Pyramus and Thisbe whisper.
If that may be, then all is well. Tommy, could you knock up a wall? Oh, can-do attitude, girl power. We're ready. Sit down, every mother's son, and rehearse your parts. Pyramus, you begin. When you have spoken your speech, enter into that break. And so, everyone according to his cue.
What hempen homespuns have we swaggering here? So near the cradle of the fairy queen. What? A play toward? I'll be an auditor, an actor too, perhaps, if I see cause.
Speak, Pyramus. Thisbe, stand forth.
Thisbe, the flowers of Odious savours sweet.
Odours.
Odours savours sweet, so hath me breath, my dearest Thisbe dear. And by I will to thee appear, but hark, a voice. Stay thou but here a while.
Strange at Pyramus than who I played here.
Must I speak now?
Aye, marry, must you? For you must understand he goes but to see a noise that he hath heard, and is to come again.
Most radiant Pyramus,
Hiya.
lily white of hue,
Hiya.
of colour like the red crimson triumphant briar,
Hiya.
and truest horse that yet would never tire. I'll meet thee, Pyramus, at Ninny's tomb.
Ninus tomb, man. Why, you must not speak that yet. Pyramus, enter. Your cue is past. It is never tire. Give it 10 again.
As truest horse that yet would never tire.
If I were fair, Thisbe, I were only thine.
Oh, monstrous! Oh, strange!
I'll follow you. I'll lead you about around, through bog, through bush, through brake, through briar. Sometime a horse I'll be, sometime a hound, a hog, a headless bear, sometime a fire. And neigh, and bark, and grunt, and roar, and burn, like horse, hound, hog, bear, at every fire turn.
Why do they run away? This is a knavery of them to make me afeard.
Oh, Bottom, thou art changed. What do I see on thee?
What do you see? You see an asset of your own, do you?
Bless thee, Bottom, bless thee. Thou art translated.
I see their knavery. This is to make an ass of me, to fright me if they could. But I will not stir from this place. Do what they can. I will walk up and down here, and I will sing. And they shall hear that I'm not afraid. Should old acquaintance be forgot for the sake of brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot for the sake of old man?
What angel wakes me from my flowery bed? Oh.
Should old acquaintance be forgot?
Oh, I pray thee, gentle mortal, sing again. Mine ear is much enamoured to thy note. So is mine eye enthralled by thy shape, and thy fair virtue's force, her force doth move me, on the first view to say, to swear, I love thee.
Oh, methinks, mistress, you should have little reason for that. And yet, to say the truth, reason and love keep little company together nowadays. The more's the pity that some honest neighbours will not make themselves friends. Nay, I could leak upon occasion.
Oh, thou art as wise as thou art beautiful.
Oh, not so neither. If I had wit enough to get out of this wood, I've enough to serve mine own turn.
Out of this wood do not desire to go. Thou shalt remain here, whether thou wilt or no. I am a spirit of no common rate. The summer still doth tend upon my state, and I do love thee. Therefore, go with me. I'll give thee fairies to attend on thee, and they shall fetch thee jewels from the deep, and sing while thou on pressed flowers dost sleep. And I will purge thy mortal grossness, so thou shalt like an airy spirit go. Peas blossom, cobweb, moss, mustard seed.
Ready?
Cobweb?
And I.
Moss?
And I.
Ah.
Where shall we go?
Be kind and courteous to this gentleman. hop in his walks, and gambol in his eyes. Feed him with apricots and dewberries, with purple grapes, green figs, and mulberries. The honey bags steal from the humble bees, and for night tapers crop their waxen thighs and light them at the fiery glowworm's eyes, to have my love to bed and to arise, and pluck the wings from painted butterflies, to fan the moonbeam from his sleeping eyes. Nod to him, elves, and do him courtesies.
Hail, Morte.
Hail.
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 I cry your worship's mercy heartily. I beseech your worship's name.
Cobweb.
I shall desire more acquaintance of you, good Cobweb. Oh, your name, honest gentle friend?
Peas Blossom.
I pray you commend me to Mistress Squash, your mother, and to Master Peascod, your father. Good Peas Blossom, I shall desire of you more acquaintance too. Your name, I beseech you?
Mustard Seed.
Ah, good Mustard Seed. I know your patience well. That same cowardly giant like Oxbeath hath devoured many a gentleman of your household. I promise you, your kindred hath made my eyes water ere now. I desire more acquaintance, good Master Mustard Seed.
Come, wait upon him, lead him to my bower. The moon, methinks, looks with a watery eye, and when she sleeps, weeps every little flower, lamenting from enforced chastity. Tie up my love's tongue, bring him to me silently.
Well, I think we'll leave that to the imagination. I don't know about you, but I need a nice G&T after all that. Back in 2 minutes.
Of all the trees that grow so fair, all in England to adorn, greater are none beneath the sun than oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all on a midsummer's morn. Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Oak of the clay lived many a day, or ever Aeneas began. Ash of the loam was a lady at home, when Brut was an outlaw man. And Thorn of the down saw new Troy town, from which was London born. Witness here by the ancient try of oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all of a midsummer's morn. Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. You that is old in churchyard mould, he breedeth a mighty bow. Older for shoes do wise men choose, and beech for cups or so. When you have killed and your bowl is filled and your shoes are clean outworn, a bag you must speed for all that you need to oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all on a midsummer's morn. Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Elm she hates mankind and waits till every gasp be laid, to drop a limb on the head of him that anyway trusts her shade. But whether a lad be sober or sad, or mellow with ale from horn, he'll taketh no wrong when he layeth along neath oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all of a midsummer's morn. Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Oh, do not tell the priest our plight, or he would call it a sin. But we've been out in the woods all night, a conjuring summer in. And we bring you good news by the word of mouth, good news for cattle and corn. Now as the sun comes up from the south by oak and ash and thorn, sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all of a midsummer's morn. Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn.
Oh, now, where was I? Yes. Titania is up to who knows what with that Nick Bottom with his ass's head. Demetrius and Lysander are both now enchanted by a magic potion and chasing after Helena through the woods. And oh, poor Hermia, she's been abandoned, lost and alone in the woods. Now, here we are. Chapter 4. Eager to hear of the successes of his spells, Oberon paces the forest paths, awaiting the return of Puck.
I wonder if Titania be awaked. Then, what it was that next came in her eye, which she must dote on in extremity. Here comes my messenger. How now, mad spirit? What night rule now about this haunted grove?
My mistress, with a monster, is in love. Near to her close and consecrated bower, while she was in her dull and sleeping hour, a crew of patches, rude mechanicals, that work for a breed upon Athenian stalls, were met together to rehearse a play intended for Theseus' nuptial day. The shallowest, thick skin of that barren sort, who Pyramus presented in their sport, forsook his scene and entered in a break, when I did him at this advantage take, and as's knoll I fixed on his head. Anon his thisbe must be answered, and forth my mimic comes, when they him spy. It's wild geese that the creeping fowler eye, or russet painted coughs, many in sort, rising and cawing at the gun's report, sever themselves and madly sweep the sky. So at his sight away his fellows fly, and at our stamp here o'er, and o'er one falls. He murder cries, and help from others calls. Their sense thus weak, lost, with their fears thus strong, made senseless things begin to do them wrong. I led them on in this distracted fear, and left sweet Pyramus translated there. When in that moment, so it came to pass, Titania waked, and straightway loved an ass.
Well, this falls out better than I could devise. But hast thou yet latched the young man's eyes with the love juice, as I bid thee do?
I took him sleeping, that is finished too, and the woman by his side, that when he wakes, of force she must be eyed.
Oh, stand close. This is the same young man.
This is the woman, but not this the man.
Oh, why you rebuke him who loves you so, lay breath so bitter on your bitter foe.
Now I but chide, but I should use thee worse, for thou, I fear, hast given me cause to curse. If thou hast slain Lysander in his sleep, being o'er shoes in blood, plunge in the deep, and kill me too. The sun was not so true unto the day as he to me. Would he have stolen away from sleeping Hermia? I'll believe as soon this whole earth may be bored, and that the moon may through the centre creep, and so displease her brother's noontide with Xanthippades. It cannot be but thou hast murdered him. So should a murderer look, so dead, so grim.
So should the murdered look, and so should I, pierced through the heart with your stern cruelty. Yet you, the murderer, look as bright as clear as yonder Venus in her glimmering sphere.
What's this to my Lysander? Where is he? Good Demetrius, wilt thou give him me?
I'd rather give his carcass to my hounds.
Out, dog! Out, cur! Thou drivest me past the bounds of maiden's patience. Hast thou slain him, then? Henceforth be never numbered among men. Oh, once tell true even for my sake. Dost thou have looked upon him being awake, and hast thou killed him sleeping? Oh, brave touch, could not a worm, an adder, do so much? An adder did it, for with doubler tongue than thine, thou serpent never adder stung.
You spend your passion on a misprized mood. I am not guilty of Lysander's blood, nor is he dead, for aught that I can tell.
I pray thee tell me then that he's well.
And if I could, what should I get therefore?
A privilege never to see me more, and from thy hated presence part I so. See me no more, whether he be dead or no.
No. Oh. There is no following her in this fierce vein. Here, therefore, for a while will I remain. So sorrow's heaviness doth heavier grow for debt that bankrupt sleep doth sorrow, which now, in some slight measure, it will pay, if for his tender here I make some stay.
What hast thou done? Thou hast mistaken quite, and laid the love juice on some true love's sight. Of thy misprision must perforce ensue some true love turned, not a false turned true.
Then fate overrules that. One man holding troth at a million fail, confounding oath on oath.
About the wood go swifter than the wind, and Helena of Athens look thou find. All fancy sick she is, and pale of cheer, with sighs of love that cost the fresh blood dear. Now by some illusion see thou bring her here. I'll charm his eyes against she do appear.
I go, look how I go. Swifter than arrow from Tartar's bow.
Flower of this purple dye, hit with Cupid's archery, sink in apple of his eye. When his love he doth espy, let her shine as gloriously as the Venus of the sky. When thou wakest, if she be by, beg of her for remedy.
Captain of our fairy band, Helena is here at hand, and the youth mistook by me, pleading for a lover's fee. Shall we their fond pageant see? Lord, what fools these mortals be!
Stand aside. The noise they make will cause Demetrius to awake.
Then will two at once woo one. That must needs to sport alone. And those things do best please me that befall preposterously.
Why should you think that I should woo and scorn? Scorn and derision never come in tears. Look, when I vow, I weep, a vow so born. In their nativity all truth appears. How can these things in me seem scorn to you, bearing the badge of faith to prove them true?
You do advance your cunning more and more. When truth kills truth, oh devilish holy fray! These vows are Hermia's. Will you give her o'er? Weigh oath with oath, and you will nothing weigh. Your vows to her and me, put in two scales, will even weigh, and both as light as tails.
I had no judgment when to her I swore.
Nor none in my mind, now you give her o'er.
Demetrius loves her, and he loves not you.
Oh, Helena, goddess, nymph, perfect, divine. To what, my love, shall I compare thine eyne? Crystal,
spite,
muddy. Oh, how ripe in show thy lips, those kissing cherries tempting grow.
Oh, hell.
Oh, let me kiss this princess, this seal of bliss.
I see you all are bent to set against me for your merriment. If you were civil and knew courtesy, you would not do me thus much injury. Can you not hate me, as I know you do, but you must join in souls to mock me too? If you were men, as men you are in show, you would not use a gentle lady so to vow and swear and superpraise my parts, when I am sure you hate me with your hearts. You both are rivals and love Hermia, and now both rivals to mock Helena. A trim exploit, a manly enterprise, to conjure tears up in a poor maid's eyes with your derision. None of noble sort would so offend a virgin and extort a poor soul's patience, or to make you sport.
You are unkind, Demetrius. Be not so. For you love Hermia. This ye know I know. And here, with all goodwill, with all my heart, in Hermia's love I yield you up my part, and yours of Helena to be bequeathed, whom I do love, and will do till my death.
Never did mockers waste more idle breath.
Lysander, keep thy Hermia, I will none. If e'er I loved her, all that love is gone. My heart to her but as guestwise sojourned, and now to Helen is it home returned, there to remain.
Helen, it is not so.
Disparage not the faith thou dost not know, lest to thy peril thou abide, dear. Look where thy love comes. Yonder is thy dear.
Dark night that from the eye his function takes, the ear more quick of apprehension makes, wherein it doth impair the seeing sense, it pays the hearing double recompense. Oh, thou art not by mine eye, Lysander, found. Mine ear, I thank it. It brought me to thy sound. But why unkindly didst thou leave me so?
Why should he stay, whom love doth press to go?
What love could press Lysander from my side?
Lysander's love, that would not let him bide, fair Helena, who more in guilds denied than all yon fiery oaths and eyes of light. Why seek'st thou me? Could not this make thee know? The hate I bear thee made me leave thee so.
You speak not as you think. It cannot be.
Lo, she is one of this confederacy. Now I perceive they have conjured all three to fashion this false sport in spite of me. Injurious Hermia, most ungrateful maid, have you conspired? Have you with these contrived to bait me with this foul derision? Is all the counsel that we two have shared, the sisters' vows, the hours that we have spent when we have chid the hasty-footed time for parting us, oh, is it all forgot? All school days' friendship, childhood innocence. We, Hermia, like two artificial gods, have with our needles created both one flower, both on one sampler, sitting on one cushion, both warbling of one song, both in one key, as if our hands, our sides, voices, and minds had been incorporate. So we grew together like to a double cherry, seeming parted, but yet an union in partition. Two lovely berries moulded on one stem, so with two seeming bodies but one heart. And will you rent our ancient love asunder to join with men in scorning your poor friend? It is not friendly, 'tis not maidenly. Our sex as well as I may chide you for it, though I alone do feel the injury.
I am amazed at your passionate words. I scorn you not. It seems that you scorn me.
Have you not set Lysander as in scorn to follow me and praise my eyes and face, and made your other love, Demetrius, who even but now did spurn me with his foot, to call me goddess, nymph, divine and rare, precious, celestial? Wherefore speaks he this to her he hates? And wherefore doth Lysander deny your love, so rich within his soul, and tender me, forsooth, affection, that by your setting on, by your consent? What, though I be not so in grace as you, so hung upon with love, so fortunate, but miserable most, to love unloved, this you should pity rather than despise.
I understand not what you mean by this.
I do. Persevere. Counterfeit sad looks. Make bells upon me when I turn my back. Wink each at other. Hold the sweet chest up. This sport well carried shall be chronicled. If you have any pity, grace, or manners, you would not make me such an argument. But fare ye well. 'Tis partly my own fault, which death or absence soon shall remedy.
Stay, gentle Helena, hear my excuse. My love, my life, my soul, fair Helena.
Oh, excellent.
Sweet, do not scorn her so.
If she cannot entreat, I can compel.
Thou canst compel no more than she entreat. Thy threats have no more strength than her weak prayers. Helen, I love thee. By my life, I do. I swear by that which I will lose for thee, to prove him false that says I love thee not.
I say I love thee more than he can do.
If thou say so, withdraw and prove it too.
Quick, come.
Lysander, where do you tend all this?
Away, hold me not.
No, he'll seem to break loose. Take on as you would follow, but yet come not. You are a tame man. Go.
Hang off, thou cat, thou burr! Vile thing, let loose, or I will shake thee from me like a serpent.
Why are you grown so rude? What changes this sweet love?
Thy love? Out, loathed medicine, oh hated potion, hence!
Do you not jest?
Yes, sooth, and so do you.
Demetrius, I will keep my word with thee.
I would I had your bond, for I perceive a weak bond holds on you, and I'll not trust your word.
What? Should I hurt her? Strike her? Kill her dead? Although I hate her, I'll not harm her so.
What can you do me greater harm than hate? Hate me? Wherefore? Oh me, what news, my love? Am I not Hermia? Are you not Lysander? I am as fair now as I was erewhile. Since night you love me, yet since night you left me. Why then you left me? Oh, the gods forbid, in earnest, shall I say?
I, by my life, and never did desire to see thee more. Therefore, be out of hope, of question, of doubt. Be certain nothing truer. 'Tis no jest, that I do hate thee and love Helena.
Oh, me. And you juggler, you canker blossom, you thief of love. What have you come by night and stolen my love's heart from him?
Fine face, have you no modesty, no maiden shame, no touch of bashfulness? What, will you tear impatient answers from my gentle tongue? Fie, fie, you counterfeit, you puppet, you!
Puppet? Why so? Aye, that way goes the game. Now I perceive that she hath made compare between our statures. She hath urged her height, and with her personage, her tall personage, her height forsooth, she hath prevailed with him. And are you grown so high in his esteem because I am so dwarfish and so low? How low am I, thou painted maypole? Speak! How low am I? I am not yet so low but that my nails can reach unto thine eyes.
I pray you, though you mock me, gentlemen, let her not hurt me. I was never cursed. I have no gift at all in shrewishness. I am a right maid for my cowardice. Oh, let her not strike me. You may perhaps think because she is something lower than myself that I can match her.
Lower? Hark again.
Oh, good Hermia, do not be so bitter with me. I evermore did love you, Hermia, did ever keep your counsels, never wronged you, save that in love unto Demetrius I told him of your stealth unto this wood. He followed you, for love I followed him, but he hath chid me hence and threatened me to strike me, spurn me, nay, to kill me too. And now, so you will let me quiet go, to Athens will I bear my folly back and follow you no further. Oh, let me go. You see how simple and how fond I am.
Why, get you gone. Who is that hinders you?
A foolish heart that I leave here behind.
What with Lysander?
With Demetrius!
Not afraid, she shall not harm thee, Helena.
No, sir, she shall not, though you take her part.
Oh, when she's angry, she is keen and shrewd. She was a vixen when she went to school, and though she be but little, she is fierce.
Little? Again? Nothing but low and little. Why will you suffer her to flout me thus? Let me come to her.
Get you gone, you minimus of hindering not grass maid, you bead, you acorn.
You are too officious. In her behalf that scorns your services, let her alone. Speak not of Helena, take not her part. For if thou dost intend never so little show of love to her, thou shalt abide it.
Now she holds me not. Now follow, if thou darest, to try who's right. For thine or mine is most in Helena.
Follow? Nay, I'll go with thee, cheek by jowl.
You mistress, all this coil is long of you. Nay, go not back.
I will not trust you, I no longer stay in your cursed company. Your hands than mine are quicker for a fray. My legs are longer, though, to run away.
I'm amazed, and know not what to say.
This is still thy negligence. Still thou mistakest. Or else committest thy knaveries wilfully.
Believe me, King of Shadows, I mistook. Did you not tell me I should know the man by the garments he had on? And so far blameless proves my enterprise, that I have anointed a young man's eyes. And so far, am I glad it so did sort? Is this their jangling I esteem a sport?
Thou seest these lovers seek a place to fight. High, therefore, Robin, overcast the night. The starry welkin cover thou anon with drooping fog as black as Acheron, and lead these testy rivals so astray as one come not within another's way. Like to Lysander sometime frame thy tongue, then stir up Demetrius with bitter wrong, and sometime rail thou like Demetrius. and from each other look thou lead them thus, till o'er their brows death counterfeiting sleep with leaden legs and batty wings doth creep. Then crush this herb into Lysander's eye, whose liquor hath this virtuous property to take from thence all error with his might, and make his eyeballs roll with wonted sight. When next they wake, all this derision shall seem a dream and fruitless vision, and back to Athens shall the lovers wend, with league whose dates till death shall never end. Whilst I in this affair do thee employ, I'll to my queen and beg her changeling boy. And then I will her charmed eye release from monsters' view, and all things shall be peace.
My fairy lord, this must be done with haste, for night's swift dragons cut the clouds full fast, and yonder shines Aurora's harbinger, at whose approach ghosts, wandering here and there, troop home to churchyards, damned spirits all, that in crossways and floods have burial, already to their wormy beds are gone, for fear lest day should look their shames upon. They wilfully themselves exile from light, and must for aye consort with black-borrowed night.
But we are spirits of another sort. I with the morning's love have oft made sport, and like a forester the groves may tread, even till the eastern gate, all fiery red, opening on Neptune with fair blessed beams, turns into yellow gold his salt green streams. But notwithstanding, haste, make no delay, we may effect this business yet ere day.
Up and down, I will lead them up and down. I am feared in field and town. Goblin, lead them up and down. Here comes one.
Where art thou, proud Demetrius? Speak thou now.
Here, villain, drawn and ready, where art thou?
I will be with thee straight.
Follow me then, to plainer ground.
Lysander, speak again. Thou run away, thou coward. Art thou fled? Speak. In some bush? Where dost thou hide thy head?
Thou coward! Thou art bragging to the stars, telling the bushes that thou lookest for wars, and wilt not come. Come, recreant, come, thou child. I'll whip thee with a rod. He is defiled that draws a sword on thee.
Yea, art thou there?
Follow my voice. We'll try no manhood here.
He goes before me, and still dares me on. When I come where he calls, then he is gone. The villain is much lighter heeled than I followed fast, but faster did he fly. But fallen am I in dark uneven way, and here will rest me. Come thou gentle day, for if but once thou show me thy great light, I will find Demetrius and revenge this spite.
Ha ha ha, coward! Why comest thou not?
Abide me if thou darest, for well I wot thou runnest before me, shifting every place, and darest not stand nor look me in the face. Where art thou?
Come hither, I am here.
Nay, then, thou mockest me, thou shalt buy this dear if ever I face by daylight see. Now go thy way. Faintness constraineth me to measure out my length on this cold bed. By day's approach, look to be visited.
Oh, weary night! Oh, long and tedious night, abate thy hours! Shine comforts from the east, that I may back to Athens by daylight from these that my poor company detest. Oh, and sleep, that sometimes shuts up sorrow's eye, still be away from mine own company.
That's but 3. Come one more. 2 of both kinds make up 4. Here she comes. Cursed and sad. Cupid is a knavish lad, thus to make 4 females mad.
Never so weary, never so in woe. bedabbled with dew and torn with briars. I can no further crawl, no further go. My legs can keep no pace with my desires. Here will I rest me till the break of day. Heavens, shield Lysander, if they mean a fray.
On the ground, sleep sound. I'll apply to your eye, gentle lover remedy. And thou wakest, thou takest true delight in the sight of thy former lady's eye, and the country proverb known, that every man should take his own. In your waking shall be shown, Jack shall have Jill, naught shall go ill. The man shall have his mare again, and all shall be well.
Come, sit thee down upon this flowery bed, while I thy amiable cheeks do coy, and stick musk roses in thy sleek, smooth head, and kiss thy fair, large eyes, my gentle joy.
Where's Peas Blossom?
Ready?
Scratch my head, Peas Blossom. Oh, where's Cobweb?
Ready.
Oh, Cobweb, good monsieur, get your weapons in your hand and kill me a red-hipped bumblebee on the top of a thistle. And good monsieur, bring me the honey bag. Oh, and good monsieur, have a care, the honey bag break not. I would be loath to have you overflown with the honey bag, sir. Oh. Where's Mustard Seed?
Ready? What is your will?
Oh, nothing, good Mustard Seed, but to help Cavalieri Cobweb to scratch. I must to the barber's, monsieur, for methinks I am marvellous airy about the face, and I am such a tender ass. If my hair do but tickle, I have to scratch.
What? Wilt thou hear some music, my sweet love?
Oh, I have a reasonable good ear in music. Let's have the tongues and the bones.
Oh, say, sweet love, what thou desirest to eat.
Truly, a peck of provender. I could munch some good dry oats. Methinks I have a desire to a bottle of hay. Good hay. Sweet hay. Eat more.
I have a venturous fairy that shall seek the squirrel's hoard and fetch thee new nuts.
Oh, I'd rather have a handful of dried peas. But I pray you, let none of your people stir me. Oh, I have an exposition of sleep come upon me.
Sleep thou, and I will wind thee in my arms. Fairies, be gone, and be all ways away. So doth the woodbine, the sweet honeysuckle gently entwist, the female ivy so enrings the barky fingers of the elm. Oh, how I love thee, how I dote on thee.
Welcome, good Robin. Seest thou this sweet sight? Her dotage now I do begin to pity, for meeting her of late behind the wood, seeking sweet favours from this hateful fool, I did upbraid her and fall out with her. For she his hairy temples then had rounded with a coronet of fresh and fragrant flowers, and that same dew, which sometime on the buds was wont to swell like round and orient pearls, stood now within the pretty floweret's eyes like tears that did their own disgrace bewail. When I had at my pleasure taunted her, and she in mild terms begged my patience, I then did ask her changeling child, which straight she gave me, and her fairy sent her to bear him to my bower in fairyland. And now I have the boy, I will undo this hateful imperfection of her eyes. And gentle Puck, take this transformed scalp from off the head of this swain, that he, awaking when the other do, may all to Athens back again repair, and think no more of this night's accidents, but as the fierce vexation of a dream. But first I will release the fairy queen. Be thou as thou wast wont to be. See as thou wast wont to see. Dian's bud or Cupid's flower has such force and blessed power. Oh, now, my Titania, wake you, my sweet queen.
Ah, my Oberon! What visions have I seen? Methought I was enamoured by an ass.
Well, there lies your love.
Oh, how came this to pass? Oh, how mine eyes doth loathe his visage now.
Silence a while. Robin, take off his head. Come, my queen, take hands with me. Now thou and I are new in amity, and will tomorrow midnight solemnly dance in Duke Theseus's house triumphantly, and bless it to all fair prosperity. There shall the pairs of faithful lovers be wedded with Theseus, all in jollity.
Fairy King, attend and mark. I do hear the morning lark.
Oh, then, my queen, in silence sad trip we after the night shade. We the globe can compass soon, swifter than the wandering moon.
Come, my lord, and in our flight, tell me how it came this night that I was sleeping here, was found with these mortals on the ground. Oh!
Go, one of you. Find out the forester. For now our observation is performed. But soft, what nymphs are these?
This is my daughter here asleep. And this, Lysander. This Demetrius's. This Helena, old Neda's Helena. I wonder of their being here together.
No doubt they rose up early to observe the rite of May, and hearing our intent came here in grace or solemnity. But speak, Aegeus, is not this the day that Hermia should give answer of her choice?
It is.
Go bid the huntsmen wake them with their horns. Begin these wood birds but to couple now? I know you two are rival enemies. How comes this gentle concord in the world, that hatred is so far from jealousy to sleep by hate and fear no enmity?
Theseus, I shall reply amazedly, half asleep, half waking. But as yet, I swear I cannot truly say how I came here. But as I think, for truly would I speak, and now do I bethink me so it is, I came with Hermia hither. Our intent was to be gone from Athens, where we might, without the peril of the Athenian law...
Enough! You have enough. I beg the law upon his head. They would have stolen away, they would, Demetrius, thereby to have defeated you and me. You of your wife, and me of my consent that she should be your wife.
Fair Helen told me of their stealth, of this their purpose hither to this wood, and I in fury hither followed them, fair Helena in fancy following me. But my good lord, I wot not by what power, but by some power it is. My love to Hermia melted as the snow. Seems to me now as the remembrance of an idle gaud, which in my childhood I did dote upon. And all the faith, the virtue of my heart, the object of my pleasure, of mine eye, is only Helena. To her, my lord, was I betrothed ere I saw Hermia, but like in sickness I did loathe this food. But as in health come to my natural taste, now I do wish it, love it, and long for it, and will forevermore be true to it.
Fair lovers, you are fortunately met. Of this discourse we more will hear anon. Aegeus, I will obey your will, for in the temple by and by with us these couples shall eternally be knit. And for the morning now is something worn. Our purposed hunting shall be set aside. Away with us to Athens, 3 and 3. We'll hold a feast in great solemnity. Come, Hippolyta.
These things seem small and undistinguishable, like far-off mountains turned into clouds.
When everything seems double, methinks I see these things with parted eye.
So methinks, and I have found Demetrius like a jewel, mine own and not mine own.
Are you sure that we are awake? It seems to me that yet we sleep, we dream. Do not you think Theseus was here and bid us follow him?
Yea, and my father.
And Hippolyta.
And he did bid us follow to the temple.
Why then are we awake? Let's follow him. And by the way, let us recount our dreams.
When my cue comes, call me, and I will answer. My next is most fair, sweet, fair Pyramus. Hail. Peter Quince. Flute the bellows mender. Snout the tinker. Starveling. God's my life, stolen ensign and left me to sleep. Oh, I have had a most rare vision. I have had a dream. Hast the wit of man to say what the dream was? Man is but an ass if he go about to expound this dream. Thought I was... There is no man can tell what. Methought I was, and yet... But man is but a patched fool if he will offer to say what methought I had. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Man's hand is not able to taste, his tongue to conceive, nor his heart to report what my dream was. I will get Peter Quince to write a ballad of this dream. It shall be called Bottom's Dream, because it hath no bottom. And I will sing it in the latter end of the play before the Duke. Peradventure, to make it more gracious, I shall sing it at Thisby's death.
Have you sent to Bottom's house? Has he come home yet?
He cannot be heard of. Out of doubt, he is transported.
If he come not, then the play is marred. It goes not forward, doth it?
Oh, it is not possible. You have not a man in all Athens able to discharge Pyramus, but he.
No, he hath simply the best wit of any handicraft man.
Yea, and the best person too. And he is a very paramour for a sweet voice.
You must say paragon. A paramour is, God bless us, a thing of naught.
Masters! Theseus is coming from the temple, and there are 2 or 3 lords and ladies more married. If our sport had gone forth, we had been made men.
Oh, sweet bully bottom. Thus hath he lost 6pence a day during his life. He could not have escaped 6pence a day. And Theseus had not given him 6pence a day for playing Pyramus, I'll be hanged. He would have deserved it. 6pence a day in Pyramus, or nothing.
Where are these lads?
Bottom?
Where are these hearts?
Oh, most courageous day!
Oh, I'm relieved to see you.
Masters, I am to discourse wonders.
What?
But ask me not what,
Oh.
For I tell you, I am no true Athenian. I will tell you everything right as it fell out.
Let us hear, sweet bottom.
Not a word of me. All that I will tell you is that the nuptial party hath dined. Get your apparel together, good strings to your beards, new ribbons to your pumps. Meet presently at the site, every man will look his part. For the short and the long of it is, our play is preferred. And let not him that plays the lion pare a nails, for they shall hang out like lions' claws. And most dear actors eat no onions nor garlic. And I do not doubt but hear him say, it is a sweet comedy. No more words, come on, away.
Wait.
What a strange story. I'm sure one of the boys is still under Oberon's spell. Oh, well, never mind now. Final chapter. As if steered by magical powers, the sun shines brightly on the many weddings celebrated that day. As the shadows lengthen and the day draws to a close, Theo and Hip escape their guests as they stroll hand in hand in the shimmering waters of the lake.
'Tis strange, my Theseus, that these lovers speak of.
More strange than true. I never may believe these antique fables, nor these fairy toys. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies that apprehend more than cool reason ever comprehends. The lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact. The poet's eye in fine frenzy rolling doth glance from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven, and as imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown, the poet's pen turns them to shapes and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. Such tricks hath strong imagination, that if would but apprehend some joy, it comprehends some bringer of that joy. For in the night, imagining some fear, how easy is a bush supposed to bear?
But all the story of the night told over, and all their minds transfigured so together, more witnesseth than fancy's images, and grows to something of great consistency, but howsoever strange and admirable.
Ah, here come the lovers full of joy and mirth. Joy, gentle friends, joy and fresh days of love accompany your hearts.
More than to us. Wait in your walks, your board, your bed.
Come now, what masks, what dances shall we have to wear away this long age of 3 hours between our after supper and bedtime? Where is our usual manager of mirth? What revels are in hand? Is there no play to ease the anguish of a torturing hour? Call Philostrate.
Here, mighty Theseus.
Say, what abridgment have you for this evening? What mask? What music? How shall we beguile the lazy time, if not with some delight?
There is a brief. How many sports are ripe? Make choice of which you will see first.
The battle with the centaurs, to be sung by an Athenian eunuch to the harp. Well, none of that. The riot of the tipsy bacchanals tearing the Thracian singer in their rage. Oh, that is an old device, and it was played when I from Thebes came last, a conqueror. The thrice 3 muses mourning for the death of learning, late deceased in beggary. Well, that is some satire, keen and critical, not sorting with a nuptial ceremony. A tedious brief young scene of young Pyramus and his love Thisbe, very tragical mirth. Merry and tragical, tedious and brief. Well, that is hot ice and wondrous strange snow. How shall we find the concord of this discord?
A play there is, my lord, some 10 words long, which is as brief as I have known a play. But by 10 words, my lord, it is too long, which makes it tedious. For in all the play there is not one word apt, nor one player fitted. And tragical, my noble lord, it is. For Pyramus therein doth kill himself, which, when I saw rehearsed, I must confess, made mine eyes water. But more merry 'tis, the passion of loud laughter never shed.
What are they that do the play?
Oh, hard-handed men that work here, which never laboured in their minds till now, and now have toiled their unbreathed memories with this same play against your nuptial.
And we will hear it.
No, my noble lord, it is not for you. I have heard it over, and it is nothing in the world, unless you can find sport in their intense, extremely stretched and con with crew in pain to do you service.
I will hear that play, for never anything can be amiss when simpleness and duty tender it. Go, bring them in. And take your places, ladies.
So please your grace, the prologue is addressed.
Let her approach.
Oh, no. Right, go back. Right. Can you see my slide? Oh, I hope you can see the slide. Right. If we offend, it is with our good will. That you should think we come not to offend, but with good will. To show our simple skill, that is the true beginning of our end. Consider then, we come but in, despite Malibu, you are not helping. We do not come as learning to content you, our true intent is. All for your delight we are not here. That you should here repent you, the actors are at hand. And by their show you shall know all that you are like to know.
This lady doth not stand upon point.
You have rid her prologue like a rough colt. She knows not to stop. A good moral, my lord. It is not enough to speak, but to speak true.
Indeed. She hath played on on her prologue like a child on a recorder, a sound, but not in government.
Her speech was like a tangled chain, nothing impaired, but all disordered. Who is next?
Gentle, oh God, gentles, perchance you wonder at this show, settings, next to the video button, press the settings, okay, but wonder on till truth make all things plain. This man is Pyramus, if you would know. I don't know how to remove it. Oh, this beauteous lady, Thisbe, is certain. I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I am not a rabbit. This man with lime and rough cast doth present wall, that vile wall which did these lovers sunder, and through wall's chink, poor souls, they are content to whisper, at the which let no man wonder. This man with lantern, dog, and bush of thorns presenteth moonshine. For, if you will know, by moonshine did these lovers think no scorn to meet at Ninus' tomb, there to woo. This grisly beast, which Lion hight by name, the trusty Thisbe, coming first by night, did scare away, or rather did affright, and, as she fled, her mantle she did fall, which Lion, vile, with bloody mouth did stain. Anon comes Pyramus, sweet youth and tall, and finds his trusty Thisbe's mantle slain, whereat, with bloody, blameful blade, he bravely broached his boiling, bloody breast. And Thisbe, tarrying in mulberry shade, his dagger drew and died for all the rest, let lion, moonshine, wall, and lovers twain at large discourse, while here they do remain.
I wonder if the lion be to speak.
No wonder, one lion may when many asses do.
In this same interlude it doth befall that I, one Snout by name, present a wall. And such a wall as I would have you think that had in it a crannied hole or chink, that through which the lovers Pyramus and Thisbe did whisper often very secretly, this loam, this rough cast, and this stone doth show that I am that same wall, the truth is so. And this cranny is, right and sinister, through which the fearful lovers are to whisper.
Would you desire Lyman Hare to speak better?
It is the wittiest partition that I ever heard discourse.
Pyramus draws near. Silence.
O grim-looked night, O night with hue so black, O night which ever art when day is not, O night, alack, alack, alack. I fear my Thisbe's promise is forgot. And now, O wall, O sweet and lovely wall, show me thy chink to blink through with mine eye. Thanks, courteous wall, Jove shield you well for this. But what see I? No Thisbe do I see. O wicked wall, through whom I see no bliss. Cursed be the stones for thus deceiving me.
The wall, methinks, being sensible, should curse again.
No, in truth, sir, he should not. Deceiving me is Thisbe's cue. She's to enter now, and I am to spy her through the wall. You shall see, it'll fall as pat as I told you. Oh, yonder she comes.
O wall, full often hast thou heard my moans, for parting my fair Pyramus and me. My cherry lips have often kissed thy stones with lime and hair knit up in thee.
I see a voice. Now will I to the chink, to spy and can hear me Thisbe's face. Thisbe!
My love thou art, my love, I think.
Think what thou wilt. I am thy lover's grace, and like Limander am I trusty still.
And I like Helen, till the fates me kill.
Not Shaphalus to Prochorus was so true.
As Shaphalus to Prochorus, I to you.
Oh, kiss me through the hole of this vile wall.
I kiss the wall's hole, not your lips at all.
Wilt thou at Ninny's tomb come to meet me straight away?
Ninus!
Oh, whatever.
Oh, bloody actors.
Tide life, tide death, I come without delay.
Thus have I, wall, my part discharged so, and being done, thus wall away doth go.
Now is the mural down between the two neighbours.
No remedy, my lord, when wolves are so wilful to hear without warning.
This is the silliest stuff I have ever heard.
The best in this kind are but shadows, and the worst are no worse if imagination amends them.
It must be your imagination then, and not theirs.
If we imagine no worse of them than they of themselves, they may pass for excellent men. But here come two noble beasts, a man and a lion.
You ladies, you whose gentle hearts do fear the smallest monstrous mouse that creep on floor, may now perchance both quake and tremble here, while lion, rough with wildest rage doth roar. Then know that I am snug to joiner him. No lion fell, nor else no lion's dam. For if I should as lion come and strive to this place, 'twere pity on my life.
A very gentle beast of a good conscience.
The very best at a beast, my lord, that e'er I saw.
This lion is a very fox for her valour.
True, and a goose for her discretion.
Oh, not so, for his valour cannot carry his discretion, and the fox carries the goose.
Her discretion, I'm sure cannot carry her valour, for the goose carries not the fox. It is well. Leave it to her discretion, and let us listen to the moon.
This lanthorn doth the horned moon present.
He should have worn the horns on his head.
He is no crescent, and his horns are invisible within the circumference.
This lanthorn doth the horned moon present. Myself, the man in the moon do seem to be.
Well, this is the greatest error of all the rest. The man should be put into the lantern. How is it else that the man is in the moon?
He dares not come there for the candle, for you see it is already in snuff.
I am aweary of this moon. Would he would change.
It appears by his small light of discretion that he is in the wane, but yet in courtesy, in all reason, we must stay the time.
Proceed, moon.
Right, sir. All I have to say is to tell you that the lanthorn is the moon, I.e. the man in the moon, this thorn bush, ouch, my thorn bush, and this dog, my dog. Woo, woo, woo.
Why all these should be in the lanthorn? For all these are in the moon. Oh, but silence. Here comes Thisbe.
This is old Ninus's tomb. Where is my love?
Well roared, lion.
Well run, Thisbe.
Well shone, moon. Truly, the moon shines with a good grace.
Well mouthed, lion.
And then came Pymerus.
And so the line vanished.
Sweet moon, I thank thee for thy sunny beams. I thank thee, moon, for shining now so bright. For by thy gracious golden glittering gleams I trust to take up truest Thisbe's sight. But stay, oh spite, but mark, oh poor night, what dreadful dole is here? Eyes, do you see? How can it be? Oh dainty duck, oh dear, the mantle good, what, stained with blood? Oh, approach ye furies fell, oh fates, come, come, cut, thread and thrum, quail, crush, conclude and quell.
This passion and the death of a dear friend would go near to make a man look sad.
Beshrew my heart, but I pity the man.
Oh, wherefore, nature, didst thou lion's frame, since lion vile hath here deflowered my dear, which is, no, which was the fairest dame that lived, that loved, that liked, that looked with cheer. Come, tears, confound, outsword and wound, the pap of Pyramus, aye, that left pap where art doth up. Thus die I, thus. Now am I dead, now am I fled, my soul is in the sky, tongue, lose thy light. Moon, take thy flight, get off. Now, die, 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 die. Die!
With the help of a surgeon, he might yet recover and prove an ass.
How chance moonshine has gone before Thisbe comes back and finds her lover?
She will find him by starlight. Here she comes, and her passion ends the play.
Methinks she should not use a long one for such a Pyramus. I hope she will be brief.
Asleep, my love? Or dead, my dove? O Pyramus, arise! Speak, speak, quite dumb. Dead, dead. A tomb must cover thy sweet eyes. These lily lips, this cherry nose, these yellow cowslip cheeks are gone, gone. Lovers make moan. His eyes were green as leeks. O sisters free, come, come to me. With hands as pale as milk, lay them in gore, since you have shore with shears his thread of silk. tongue, not a word. Come, trusty sword, come, blade, my breast imbrue. And farewell, friends, thus Thisbe ends. Adieu, adieu, adieu.
Moonshine and Lion are left to bury the dead.
Aye, and Wall too.
No, I assure you, the wall is down that parted their fathers. Will it please you to see an epilogue? Or hear a Bergamasque dance between two of our company?
No epilogue, I pray you, for your play needs no excuse. Never excuse, for when the players are all dead, there needs none to be blamed. Marry, if he that writ it had played Pyramus and hanged himself in Thisbe's garter, it would have been a fine tragedy, and so it is truly and very notably discharged. But come, let your epilogue alone. The iron tongue of midnight hath told 12. Lovers, to bed. 'Tis almost fairy time. I fear we shall outsleep the coming morn, as much as we this night have overwatched. This palpable gross play hath well beguiled the heavy gate of night. Sweet friends, to bed. A fortnight hold we this solemnity, in nightly revels and new jollity.
Now it is the time of night, that the graves all gaping wide, everyone lets forth his sprite in the churchway paths to glide, and we fairies that do run by the triple Hecate's team, from the presence of the sun, following darkness like a dream. Now our frolic, not a mouse shall disturb this hallowed house. I am sent here with broom before, to sweep the dust behind the door.
Now until the break of day, through this house each fairy stray. To the best bride bed will we, which by us shall blessed be.
With this field due consecrate, every fairy take his gate, and each several chambers bless through this palace with sweet peace, and the owner of it blessed ever shall in safety rest.
Trip away, make no stay. Meet me all by break of day.
If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended, that you have but slumbered here, while these visions did appear, and this weak and idle theme, no more yielding, but a dream. Gentles, do not reprehend. If you pardon, we will mend. And as I am an honest puck, if we have unlearned luck, now to scape the serpent's tongue, we will make amends ere long, else the puck a liar call. So good night unto you all. Give me your hands if we be friends, and Robin shall restore amends.
Thank you very, very much for an absolutely dreamy dream. Thanks to Simon Bartlett and his fabulous cast, Juanita Dehan, Michael Bishop, Bill Compton, Anton Adjiev, Oliver Hickey, Sarah Perkins, Nicola Doble, Susan Gerlash, John Gilbert, Matt Dennis, Becky Tarry, Dave Dadswell, Kelly Nichol, Lucy Allen, Lily Tomlinson, Peter Hill, Dorothy Duffy, and I think a special note of thanks to Jack Dwyer, who, as well as playing Puck, also sang Oak, Ash and Thorn absolutely tremendously. That was with Peter Bellamy putting music to the words of Rudyard Kipling from his book called, appropriately enough, Puck of Pook's Hill. Just a pity you didn't make more of an effort with the makeup, Jack. Anyway, well done all. Sticking with both classic comedy and rumbustious romantic romps now, we move from the age of the Tudors to that of the Stuarts, with our first of two compilations of Restoration comedy and later Comedy of Manners. I'm actually involved in this next bit as well as introducing it. So after a few bars of suitably sassy music to get us in the mood and the swing, we will begin. Take it away, Caroline. Thank you. Welcome back. Some of the bawdy, bottom-based comedy of A Midsummer Night's Dream can be found later in the vibrant theatrical flowering that Britain witnessed during the Restoration era, which is where we're heading right now, with the first of two selections of love scenes from the 17th and 18th century comedy of manners. This being the 17th and 18th century, love covers a cornucopia of emotions and behaviours. Comedy of manners is likewise a loose term of convenience that encompasses many theatrical forms and styles. Perhaps the most common element is an interest in contemporary social customs, conventions, intrigues and relationships, almost invariably with an urban, i.e. London, setting. Although theatre had obviously staged satirical, even saucy comedies before, it was during the exciting, sometimes frenetic decades following the restoration of Charles II in 1660 that the genre really flourished. Between the Puritan closing of theatre in 1642 and the accession of Charles II 18 years later, dramatic activity had almost ceased. So when theatres were once again permitted to open, playwrights, producers, actors and audiences alike seized the opportunities afforded with gleeful gusto. Sound familiar? So we are likewise delighted to take this opportunity to present a smorgasbord of bite-sized theatrical delicacies, tracing the development of the theme of love from the earliest Restoration comedies right through to the later, more sophisticated masterpieces of Sheridan and Oliver Goldsmith. A repertory company of 6 players will perform excerpts from 7 glorious works, 3 tonight with a further 4 tomorrow at around about noon. We tonight start with The Man of Mode, written by George Etheridge in 1676, so just over halfway through the reign of Charles II. It's a wickedly witty example of true Restoration comedy at its earliest and best. A blatantly bawdy forebear of the carry-ons, packed to bursting with outrageous plots, double entendres and over-the-top, two-dimensional characters, all obsessed with and in pursuit of either sex, money or both. The man of mode of the title is actually Sir Fopling Flutter, who is really only a secondary character, there to be ridiculed for symbolising the worst affectations of the age. Etheridge is surprisingly far more tolerant of the ambivalent anti-hero of his play, Dorimant. This sexual athlete and amoral pleasure seeker is allegedly based upon Etheridge's true-life friend, John Wilmot, Earl of Rochester, the infamous poet and rake who was later to be the subject of the play and film The Libertine. In this first scene from The Man of Mode, Dorimant is in typically feckless and feisty form as he deliberately engineers an argument with one of his lovers, the vain and passionate Mrs. Lovett. Dorimant is tired of her and wants to move on, using her chance encounter with Sir Fopling as an excuse to end their relationship.
Others when I dote on't in earnest.
False man!
True woman!
Now you begin to show yourself.
Ah, love gilds us over and makes us show fine things to one another for a time, but soon the gold wears off, and then again the native brass appears.
Think on your oaths, your vows and protestations, perjured man!
I made them when I was in love.
And therefore ought they not to bind.
What we swear at such a time may be a certain proof of a present passion, but to say the truth, madam, in love there is no security to be given for the future.
Horrid and ungrateful, begone, and never see me more.
I am not one of those troublesome coxcombs who, because they were once well received, take the privilege to plague a woman with their love ever after. I shall obey you, madam, though I do myself some violence.
Come back! You shan't go! Could you have the ill nature to offer it?
When love grows diseased, the best thing we can do is to put to it a violent death. I cannot endure the torture of a lingering and consumptive passion.
Can you think mine sickly?
Oh, 'tis desperately ill. What worse symptoms are there than your always being so uneasy when I visit you, your picking quarrels with me at the slightest occasions, and in my absence kindly listening to the impertinencies of every fashionable fool that talks to you?
What fashionable fool can you lay to my charge?
Why, the very cock-fool of all those fools, Sir Fopling Flutter.
I never saw him in my life but once.
The worst woman you, at first sight, to put on all your charms, to entertain him with that softness in your voice, and all that wanton kindness in your eyes you so notoriously affect when you design a conquest.
So gander lie did never malice yet invent. Who told you this?
No matter, no matter. That ever I should love a woman that can dote on a senseless caper, a tawdry French ribbon, and a formal cravat.
You make me mad.
Oh, a guilty conscience may do so much. Go on, go on. Be the games mistress of the town, and enter all of our young fops as fast as they come from travel.
Base and scurrilous.
Oh, a fine mortifying reputation 'twill be for a woman of your pride, wit, and quality.
This jealousy's a mere pretence, a cursed trick of your own devising. I know you.
Believe it, and all the ill of me that you can. I would not have a woman have the least good thought of me that can think well of foppling. Farewell, fall to, and much good may it do you with your coxcomb. Hampshire. Oh, that sound becomes the mouth of a man of quality.
Oh, is there a thing so hateful as a senseless mimic?
Oh, he's a great grievance indeed to all who, like yourself, madam, love to play the fool in quiet.
A ridiculous animal who has more of the ape than the ape has of the man in him.
I have as mean an opinion of a sheer mimic as yourself, yet were he all ape, I should prefer him to the gay, giddy, brisk, insipid, noisy fools that you dote on.
Those noisy fools, however you despise them, have good qualities, which weigh more, or ought at least, with us women than all the pernicious wit you have to boast of.
That I may hereafter have a just value for their merit, pray do me the favour and name 'em.
Oh, you despise them as the dull effects of ignorance and vanity, yet I care not if I mention some. First, they really admire us, while you at best but flatter us well.
Oh, take heed, fools can dissemble too.
They may, but not so artificially as you. There is no fear they should deceive us. Then, they are assiduous, sir. They are ever offering us their service, and always waiting on our will.
You owe that to their excessive idleness. They do not know how to entertain themselves at home, and find so little welcome abroad. They are fain to fly to you, who countenance them as a refuge against the solitude they would otherwise be condemned to.
Their conversation, too, diverts us better.
Oh, playing with your fan, smelling to your gloves, commending your hair, and taking notice how 'tis cut and shaded after the new way.
Were it sillier than you can make it, you must allow 'tis pleasanter to laugh at others than to be laughed at ourselves, though never so wittily. Then, though they want skill to flatter us, they flatter themselves so well they save us the labour. We need not take that care and pains to satisfy them of our love, which we so often lose on you.
They commonly indeed believe too well of themselves, and always better of you than you deserve.
Oh, you are in the right. They have an implicit faith in us, which keeps them from prying narrowly into our secrets, and saves us the vexatious trouble of clearing doubts which your subtle and ceaseless jealousies every moment raise.
There is an inbred falsehood in women which inclines them still to them whom they may most easily deceive.
Had I not, with a dear experience, bought the knowledge of your falsehood, you might have fooled me yet. This is not the first jealousy you have feigned to make a quarrel with me and get a week to throw away on some such unknown, inconsiderable slut as you have been lately lurking with at play.
Women, when they would break off with a man, never want the address to turn the fault on him.
You take a pride of late in using of me ill, that the town may know the power you have over me, which now, as unreasonably as yourself, expects that I do me all the injuries you can, must love you still.
So far from expecting that you should, I begin to think you never did love me.
With the memory of it was so wholly worn out in me that I did doubt it too. What made you come to disturb my growing quiet?
To give you joy of your growing infamy.
Oh, insupportable, insulting devil! This from you, the only author of my shame. This from another had been but justice, but from you 'tis a hellish and inhuman outrage. What have I done?
A thing that puts you below my scorn and makes my anger as ridiculous as you have made my love.
I walked last night with Sir Fopling.
You did, madam, and you talked and laughed aloud. That laugh becomes the confidence of a woman of quality.
You who have more pleasure in the ruin of a woman's reputation than in the endearments of her love, reproach me not with yourself, and I defy you to name the man who can lay a blemish on my fame.
To be seen publicly, so transported with the vain follies of that notorious fop, to me is an infamy below the sin of prostitution with another man.
Oh, rail on. I am satisfied in the justice of what I did. You had provoked me to it.
What I did was the effect of a passion whose extravagances you had been willing to forgive.
And what I did was the effect of a passion you may forgive if you think fit.
You're so indifferent grown.
I am.
Nay. Then 'tis time to part. I'll send you back your letters you have asked so often for. I have 2 or 3 of them about me.
Give them me.
You snatch them as if you thought I would not. There. And may the perjury's in it be mine if e'er I see you more.
Stay.
I will not.
You shall.
While trying to ditch Mrs. Lovett, Dorimond is simultaneously and actively pursuing at least 3 other women, to our knowledge, including the younger and wealthier Harriet. This next scene from The Man of Mode has a very different tone to the one we've just heard, and introduces us to a very different Dorimond, as he switches on the charm in his attempt to woo Harriet. While he must muster up all the sincerity he can, Harriet shows that, just as Dorimond got as good as he gave from Mrs. Lovett, he also has more than met his match in her.
That demure curtsy is not amiss in jest, but do not think in earnest it becomes you.
Affectation is catching, I find. From your grave bow, I took it.
Where had you all that scorn and coldness in your look?
From nature, sir. Pardon my want of art. I have not learned those softnesses and languishings which now in faces are so much in fashion.
You need 'em not. You have a sweetness of your own, if you would but calm your frowns and let it settle.
My eyes are wild and wandering like my passions, and cannot yet be tied to rules of charming.
Women indeed have commonly a method of managing those messengers of love. Now they will look as if they will kill, and anon they will look as if they were dying. They point and rebate their glances, all the better to invite us, you see.
I like this variety well enough, but hate the set face that always looks as if it would say, "Come, love me."
Put on a gentle smile. Let me see how well it will become you.
I am sorry my face does not please you as it is, but I shall not be complacent and change it.
Though you are obstinate, I know 'tis capable of improvement, and shall do you justice, madam. if I chance be at court when the critics of the circle pass their judgment, for thither you must come.
And expect to be taken in pieces, have all my features examined, every motion censured, and on the whole be condemned to be but pretty or a beauty of the lowest rate. What think you?
The women, nay, the very lovers who belong to the drawing room, will maliciously allow you more than that. They always grant what is apparent, that they may the better be believed. When they name concealed faults, they cannot easily be disproved in.
Beauty runs as great a risk exposed at court as wit does on the stage, where the ugly and the foolish all are free to censure.
I love her, and I dare not let her know it. I fear she has an ascendant o'er me, and may revenge the wrongs I have done her sex. Think of making a party, madam. Love will engage.
You made me start. I did not think to have heard of love from you.
I never knew what 'twas to have settled ague yet, but now and then have had irregular fits.
Take heed. Sickness after long health is commonly more violent and dangerous.
Action from her, and feel the disease now spreading in me. Is the name of love so frightful that you dare not stand it?
'Twill do little execution out of your mouth on me, I am sure.
It has been fatal.
Some easy women, but we are not all born to one destiny. I was informed you used to laugh at love and not make it.
The time has been, but now I must speak to you.
Beyond that idle subject, I will put on my serious look, turn my head carelessly from you, drop my lip, let my eyelids fall and hang half o'er my eyes, thus, while you buzz a speech of an hour or more in my ear, and I answer never a word. Why do you not begin?
That the company may take notice how passionately I make advances of love, and how disdainfully you receive them.
When your love's grown strong enough to make you bear being laughed at, I'll give you leave to trouble me with it. Till when? Pray, forbear, sir.
In this sad condition, madam, I can do no less than offer you my service.
The obligation is not great. You are the common sanctuary for all young women who run from their relations.
Have always my arms open to receive the distressed. But I will open my heart and receive you where none yet did ever enter. You have filled it with a secret. Might I but let you know it?
Do not speak it, if you would have me believe it. Your tongue is so famed for falsehood, 'twill do the truth an injury.
Turn not away then, but look on me and guess it.
Did you not tell me there was no credit to be given to faces, that women nowadays have their passions as much as will as they have their complexions, and put on joy and sadness, scorn and kindness, with the same ease they do their paints and patches? Are they the only counterfeits?
You wrong your own while you suspect my eyes. By all the hope I have in you, the inimitable colour of your cheeks is not more free from art than are the sighs I offer.
In men who have long been hardened in sin, we have reason to mistrust the first signs of repentance.
The prospect of such a heaven will make me persevere and give you marks that are infallible.
What are those?
I will renounce all the joys I have in friendship and in wine, and sacrifice to you all the interest I have in other women.
Hold! Though I wish you devout, I would not have you turn fanatic. Could you neglect these a while and make a journey into the country?
To be with you, I could live there and never send one thought to London.
Whate'er you say. I know all beyond Hyde Park, a desert to you, and that no gallantry can draw you farther.
That has been the utmost limit of my love, but now my passion knows no bounds, and there's no measure to be taken of what I'll do for you from anything I ever did before.
When I hear you talk thus in Hampshire, I shall begin to think there may be some truth enlarged upon.
Is this all? Will you not promise me?
I hate to promise. What we do then is expected from us, and wants much of the welcome it finds when it surprises.
May I not hope?
That depends on you, and not on me. and 'tis no purpose to forbid it.
And so, viewer, she married him, although the happy ending isn't entirely convincing. As with most Restoration comedy, Etheridge reflects his audience's deep-rooted scepticism of the new materialistic era, and so he includes, within Dorriman's protestations of devotion to Harriet, the candid aside to Mrs. Lovett that he intends to marry to repair the ruins of my estate. Indeed, The Man of Mode ends with Dorrimant both betrothed to Harriet and on worryingly good terms with two of his former girlfriends. The cynicism of the social and sexual mores of the age is seen just as clearly in our next selection, The Plain Dealer, written in 1676, the same year as The Man of Mode. It was William Wycherley's fourth and final play, loosely based on Molière's The Misanthrope, and has an even stronger satiric edge than The Man of Mode. Etheridge was nicknamed Easy Etheridge because he was so very tolerant of the foibles of human nature. Wycherley was somewhat harder and harsher, and The Plain Dealer provides a panorama of contemporary hypocrisy and corruption. The piece you're about to see focuses on Captain Manley, the plain dealer of the title. He sails around the world in order to hide from the world. Manley doubts the motives of everyone he meets and has only one true friend, Vernish, and one true love, Olivia. He returns to London from his latest voyage, only to discover that the pair have stolen his money and married each other. Before this revelation, however, Manley is snubbed by Olivia on his first reunion with her, which ends in her telling him that if they are to have any further dealings, he should send his young page as messenger. The page, Fidelia, has taken Olivia's fancy. Unbeknown to Manley or Olivia, however, Fidelia is actually a woman who is in love with Manley and so followed him to sea disguised as a boy in order to be near him. So the young woman, disguised as a man and herself in love with her master, goes to woo on his behalf, but finds herself the object of her lover's affections. In this scene, she has to return to Manley to break the bad news.
Well, there's success in thy face. Hast thou prevailed, say?
As I could wish, sir.
So, I told thee thou wert fit for, and thou wouldst not believe me. Come, thank me for bringing thee acquainted with thy genius. Well, thou hast mollified her heart for me?
No, sir, not so, but what's better?
How? What's better?
I shall harden your heart against her.
Have a care, sir. My heart is too much in earnest to be fooled with, and my desire at height and needs no delays to incite it. What? You are too good a pimp already, and know how to endear pleasure by withholding it? Please, leave off your page's bawdy house tricks, sir, and tell me, will she be kind?
Kinder than you could wish, sir.
So then, well, prithee, what said she?
She said...
What? Oh, thou art so tedious. Speak comfort to me. What?
That of all things, you were her aversion.
How?
That she would sooner take a bedfellow out of a hospital and diseases into her arms than you.
What?
That she would rather trust her honour with a dissolute, debauched Hector, nay, worse, with a finical, baffled coward, all over loathsome with affectation of the fine gentleman.
What's all this you say?
Nay, that my offers of your love to her were more offensive than when parents woo their virgin daughters to enjoy the enjoyment of riches only, and that you were, in all circumstances, as nauseous to her as a husband on compulsion.
Hold, I understand you not.
So, it will work, I see.
Did you not tell me that...
Told you 10,000 ruffians.
Hold, I say.
Brutes.
Hold.
Sea monsters.
Damn your intelligence. Hear me a little now.
Nay, surly coward, she called you.
Won't you hold yet? Hold or...
Nay, sir, pardon me. I could not but tell you she had the baseness, the injustice to call you coward, sir. A coward, sir.
Not yet?
I've done. A coward, sir.
Did you not say she was kinder than I could wish for?
Yes, sir.
How then? Ah, I understand you now. At first, she appeared in rage and disdain, the truest sign of a conning woman. But at last, you prevailed, it seems, did you not?
Yes, sir.
So then, let's know that only. Come, prithee, without delays. I'll kiss thee for that news beforehand.
So, the kiss, I'm sure, is welcome to me, whatsoe'er the news will be to you.
Come, speak, my dear volunteer.
Oh, how welcome were that kind word too, if it were not for another woman's sake.
What? Won't you speak? You prevailed for me at last, you say?
No, sir.
No more fooling, sir. It will not agree with my impatience or temper.
Then, not to fool you, sir, I spoke to her for you, but prevailed for myself. She would not hear me when I spoke in your behalf, but bid me say what I would in my own, though she gave me no occasion. She was so coming and was so kinder, sir, than you could wish, which I was only afraid to let you know without some warning.
The whole setup is obviously indebted to Twelfth Night, even down to the naming of Olivia. However, the tone is also obviously a lot more cynical, nay, nastier than in Shakespeare. It's as if Orsino was an overbearing, self-deluded misanthrope, and Olivia a heartless thief and bigamist. Anyway, we soon discover that Manly cannot leave well enough alone from Olivia. Rather, he instructs Fidelia to return to her and arrange an assignation for him, because Manly has decided to get revenge by making her as yet unknown husband a cuckold. This naturally proves a bitter errand for the page, who reluctantly returns to Olivia, with Manly in hiding to overhear the encounter. Of course, he gets more than he bargained for.
Who's there? My dearest.
My life.
Right. Where are thy lips? Here. Take the dumb and best welcomes, kisses and embraces. 'Tis not a time for idle words. In a jewel of love, as in others, parleying shows basely. Come, we are alone. Now the only word is satisfaction, and defend not thyself.
How's this? She makes love like a devil in a play, and in this darkness which conceals her angel's face, if I were apt to be afraid, I should think her a devil.
What? You traverse ground, young gentleman.
I take breath only.
Good heavens, how was I deceived?
Nay, you are a coward. What? Are you afraid of the fierceness of my love?
Yes, madam, lest its violence might presage its change, and I must needs be afraid you would leave me quickly, and who could desert so brave a man and brave a gentleman as Manly?
Oh, name not his name, for in a time of stolen joys as this is, the filthy name of husband were not a more laying sound.
There's some comfort yet.
But did you not love him?
Never. How could you think it?
Because he thought it. Who is a man of that sense, nice, discerning, and diffidency, that I should think it hard to deceive him?
No. He that distrusts most the world trusts most to himself, and is but the more easily deceived because he thinks he can't be deceived. His cunning is like the coward's sword, by which he is oft no worse and defended.
Yet sure you use no common art to deceive him.
I knew he loved his own singular moroseness so well as to dote upon any copy of it. Wherefore I feigned an hatred to the world too, that he might love me in earnest. But if it had been hard to deceive him, I'm sure 'twere much harder to love him, a dogged, ill-mannered.
Do you hear her, sir? Pray, hear.
Surly, untractable, snarling brute. A nasty dog were as fit a thing to make a gallant of.
Aye, a goat or a monkey were fitter for thee.
I must confess, for my part, though my rival, I cannot but say he has a manly handsomeness in his face and mine.
So has a Saracen in the sign.
Is proper and well made.
As a drayman.
Has wit.
You rails at all mankind.
And undoubted courage.
Like the hangman's can murder a man when his hands are tied. He has cruelty indeed, which is no more courage than his railing is wit.
Thus, women and men like women are too hard for us when they think we do not hear them, and reputation, like other mistresses, is never true to a man in his absence.
He is...
Prithee, no more of him. I thought I had satisfied you enough before that he could never be a rival for you to apprehend. And you need not be more assured of my aversion to him, but by the last testimony of my love to you, which I am ready to give you. Come, my soul, this way.
But, madam, what could make you dissemble love to him when 'twas so hard a thing for you, and flatter his love to you?
That which makes all the world flatter and dissemble. It was his money. I had a real passion for that. Yet I loved not that so well as for it to take him. For as soon as I had the money, I hastened his departure, like a wife who, when she has made the most of a dying husband's breath, pulls away the pillow.
Damned money. Its master's potent rival still, and, like a saucy pimp, corrupts itself the mistress it procures for us.
But I did not think with you, my life, to pass my time in talking. Come hither, come. Oh, yet, stay, till I have locked a door into the other room.
Before we leave Wycherley's the Plain Dealer, we have to share a delightfully comic scene from one of the play's several subplots. Olivia is not just dallying with Manly's affections, she's also stringing along two other foolish suitors, Novel, a pert, railing coxcomb, and Lord Plausible, a ceremonious, supple, commending coxcomb, both of whom are in love with Olivia. Here they meet in both her lodging and her absence.
Servant, my lord, you see, the lady knew you were coming, for she has gone out.
Oh, sir, I humbly beseech you not to censure the lady's good breeding. She has reason to use more liberty with me than with any other man.
How, Vicomte, how?
Oh, nay, I humbly beseech you, be not in choler. Where there is most love, there may be most freedom.
Nay, then 'tis time to come to an éclaircissement with you, and to tell you you must think no more of this lady's love.
Why? Under correction, dear sir.
There are reasons, Vicomte, reasons.
What I beseech you, noble sir.
Prithee, be not impertinent, my lord. Some of you lords are such conceited, well-assured, impertinent rogues.
And you noble wits are so full of shamming and drolling, one knows not where to have you, seriously.
Well, you shall find me in bed with this lady one of these days.
Yea, I beseech you, spare the lady's honour, for hers and mine will be shortly won.
Prithee, my lord, be not an ass. Dost thou think to get her from me? I have had such good encouragement.
I have not been thought unworthy of 'em.
What? not like mine. Come to an éclaircissement, I say.
Why, seriously then, she has told me Viscountess sounded prettily.
And me, that novel was a name she would sooner change hers for than any title in England.
She has commended the softness and respectfulness of my behaviour.
She has praised the briskness of my raillery, of all things, man.
The sleepiness of my eyes she liked.
Sleepiness, dullness, the dullness, but the fierceness of mine she adored.
The brightness of my hair she liked.
The brightness, no, the greasiness I warrant, but the blackness and lustre of mine she admires.
The gentleness of my smile.
The subtlety of my leer.
The clearness of my complexion.
The redness of my lips.
The whiteness of my teeth.
And my jaunty way of picking them.
The sweetness of my breath.
Nay, then she abused you. 'Tis plain. Your breath is such, man, that nothing but tobacco can perfume, and your complexion nothing could mend but the smallpox.
Well, sir, you may please to be merry, but to put you out of all doubt, sir, she has received some jewels from me of value.
And presents from me, besides what I presented her jauntily by way of ombre, of 300 or 400 pounds value, which I'm sure are the earnest pence for our love bargain.
Nay then, sir, with your favour, and to make an end of all your hopes, look you there, sir, she has writ to me.
How? Well, and so she has to me. Look you there.
Well, what's here?
How's this now? My dear lord, you'll excuse me for breaking my word with you, since 'twas to oblige, not offend you, for I am only gone abroad but to disappoint novel, and meet you in the drawing room, where I expect you with as much impatience as when I used to suffer novel's visits. The most impertinent fop that ever affected the name of wit, therefore not capable, I hope, to give you jealousy. For your sake alone, you saw I renounced an old lover, and so will do all the world. Burn the letter, but lay up the kindness of it in your heart with your Olivia. Very fine. But pray, let's see mine.
I understand it not. Sure, she cannot think so of me.
Meet, for your sake, quitted an old lover, world, burn in your heart with your Olivia. Just the same. The name's only altered.
Surely there must be some mistake, or somebody has abused her and us.
Yes, you are abused, no doubt on't, my lord, but I'll to Whitehall and see.
And I, where I shall find you are abused.
Where, if it be so, for our comfort, we cannot fail of meeting with fellow sufferers enough, for she stands in the drawing room like the glass, ready for all comers to set their gallantry by her, and like the glass too, lets no man go from her unsatisfied with himself.
We now move on to our final restoration selection for now, The Provoked Wife by John Vanbrugh, written in 1697, 2 decades after both The Man of Mode and The Plain Dealer. By now, Charles II was long gone, and William III was on the throne, widowed and without his Queen Mary. However, the sheer vitality of earlier Restoration comedy is still very much in evidence. As with the other 2 plays we've heard, The Provoked Wife is rammed full of dynamic people actively in pursuit of their objectives, creating conflict, engaging in romps and even duels, using witty, passionate and heightened language, and generally satirizing the society of the day. Vanbrugh mainly wrote dramatic adaptations of others' work. The Provoked Wife is only one of 2 original plays. He became more famous as an architect, building the Haymarket Theatre, which he briefly managed, and going on to design Castle Howard and Blenheim Palace. The Provoked Wife also boasts a rather elegant, if intricate, structure. We are now going to enjoy the opening scene, which lays its foundations, and introduces us to Sir John and Lady Brute, and to Lady Brute's niece, Belinda. The Brutes' marriage of convenience has endured uneasily for 2 years, regularly punctuated with quarrels and aggravated by his habitual drunkenness. Meanwhile, Lady Brute has started to attract the attentions of a dashing suitor.
What clawing meat is love, when matrimony's the source of it? 2 years of marriage has debauched my 5 senses. Everything I see, everything I hear, everything I feel, and everything I smell, and everything I taste, methinks has wife in't. No boy was ever so weary of his tutor, no girl of her bib, no nun of doing penance, nor old maid of being chaste, as I am of being married. Sure, there's a secret curse entailed upon the very name of wife. My lady is a young lady, a fine lady, a witty lady, a virtuous lady, and yet I hate her. There is but one thing on earth I loathe beyond her, and that's fighting. Would my courage come up but to a 4th part of my own nature, I'd stand buff to her relations and thrust her out of doors. But marriage has sunk me down to such an ebb of resolution, I dare not draw my sword, though even to get rid of my wife. But here she comes.
Do you dine at home today, Sir John?
Why, do you expect I should tell you what I don't know myself?
I thought there was no harm in asking you.
If thinking wrong were an excuse for impertinence, women might be justified in most things they say or do.
I'm sorry I have said anything to displease you.
Sorrow for things past is as little importance to me as my dining at home or abroad ought to be to you.
My inquiry was only that I might have provided what you liked.
Well, 6 to 4, you'd have been in the wrong there again. For what I liked yesterday, I don't like today, and what I like today, 'tis odds I mayn't like tomorrow.
But if I had asked you what you liked...
When then there would have been more asking about it than the thing was worth.
I wish I did but know how I might please you.
But that sort of knowledge is not a wife's talent.
Whate'er my talent is, I'm sure my will has ever been to make you easy.
If women would have their wills, the world would be finely governed.
What reason have I given you to use me as you do of late? It once was otherwise. You married me for love.
And you me for money. So you've had your reward and I've had mine.
What is it that disturbs you?
A parson.
Why? What has he done to you?
Madam, he has married me.
The devil's in the fellow, I think. I was told before I married him that thus 'twould be, but I thought I had charms enough to govern him, and that where there was an estate, a woman must needs be happy. So my vanity has deceived me, and my ambition has made me uneasy. But some comfort still. If one would be revenged of him, these are good times. A woman may have a gallant, and a separate maintenance too. Oh, the surly puppy. I never loved him, yet I have been ever true to him, and that in spite of all the attacks of art and nature upon a poor, weak woman's heart in favour of a tempting lover. Methinks so noble a defence as I have made should be rewarded with a better usage. Oh, who can tell? Perhaps a good part of what I suffer from my husband may be a judgment upon me for cruelty to my lover. Oh, Lord, with what pleasure could I indulge that thought, were there but a possibility of finding arguments to make it good? And how do I know but there may? Let me see. What opposes my matrimonial vow? Why, what did I vow? I think I promised to be kind to my husband. Well, and he promised to be kind to me, but he hasn't kept his word. Why then, I'm absolved from mine. Well, by all I see, if I argue the matter a little longer with myself, I shan't find so many bugbears in the way as I thought I should. Good morrow, dear cousin.
Good morrow, madam. You look pleased this morning.
I am so.
What, pray?
With my husband.
Oh, drown husbands, for yours is a provoking fellow. As he went out just now, I prayed him to tell me what time of day 'twas, and he asked me if I took him for the church clock that was obliged to tell all the parish.
He has been saying some good obliging things to me, too. In short, Belinda, he has used me so barbarously of late that I could almost resolve to play the downright wife and cuckold him.
That would be downright indeed.
Why, after all, there's more to be said for it than you'd imagine, child. I know, according to the strict statute law of religion, I should do wrong, but if there were a court of chancery in heaven, I'm sure I should cast him.
If there were a House of Lords, you might.
In either, I should infallibly carry my cause. Why, he is the first aggressor, not I.
Aye, but you know, we must return good for evil.
That may be a mistake in the translation. Prithee, be of my opinion, Belinda, for I'm positive I'm in the right, and you'll keep up the prerogative of a woman. You'll likewise be positive you are in the right whenever you do anything you have a mind to. But I shall play the fool and jest on till I make you begin to think I'm in earnest.
I shan't take the liberty, madam, to think of anything that you desire to keep a secret from me.
Alas, my dear, I have no secrets. My heart could never yet confine my tongue.
Your eyes, you mean? For I'm sure I have seen them gadding when your tongue has been locked up safe enough.
My eyes gadding? Prithee, after whom, child?
Why, after one that thinks you hate him as much as I know you love him.
Constant, you mean?
I do so.
Lord, what should put such an idea into your head?
Oh, that which puts things into most people's heads. Observation.
Why? What have you observed in the name of wonder?
I have observed you blush when you meet him, force yourself away from him, and then be out of humour with everything about you. In a word, never was a poor creature so spurred on by desire and so reined in with fear.
How strong is fancy?
How weak is woman?
Prithee, niece, have a better opinion of your aunt's inclination.
Dear aunt, have a better opinion of your niece's understanding.
You'll make me angry.
You'll make me laugh.
Then you are resolved to persist.
Positively.
And all I can say
will signify nothing.
Though I should swear 'twere false.
I should think it true.
Then let us both forgive, for we have both offended. I in making a secret, you in discovering it.
Good nature may do much, but you have more reason to forgive one than I have to pardon t'other.
'Tis true, Belinda. You have given me so many proofs of your friendship that my reserve has been indeed a crime. But that you may more easily forgive me, remember, child, that when our nature prompts us to a thing our honour and religion have forbid us, we would, were it possible, conceal, even from the soul itself, the knowledge of the body's weakness.
Well, I hope to make your friend amends. You'll hide nothing from her in the future, though the body should still grow weaker and weaker.
No, from this moment I have no more reserve. And, for a proof of my repentance, I own, Belinda, I'm in danger. Merit and wit assault me from without. Nature and love solicit me from within. My husband's barbarous usage piques me to revenge, and Satan, catching at the fair occasion, throws in my way that vengeance which, of all vengeance, pleases women best.
'Tis well Constant don't know the weakness of the fortification, for, oh, my conscience, he'd soon come on to the assault.
Aye, and I'm afraid carry the town too. But whatever you may have observed, I have dissembled so well as to keep him ignorant. So you see, I'm no coquette, Belinda, and if you follow my advice, you'll never be one neither. Oh, 'tis true, coquetry is one of the main ingredients of the natural composition of a woman, and I, as well as others, could be well pleased to see a crowd of young fellows ogling and glancing and watching on occasions to do 40 foolish or vicious things, nay, should some of them push on even to hanging or drowning. Why, faith, if I should let pure woman alone, I should e'en be but too well pleased with it.
I'll swear 'twould tickle me strangely.
But, after all, 'tis a vicious practice in us to give the least encouragement, but where we design to come to a conclusion. For 'tis an unreasonable thing to engage a man in a disease which we beforehand resolve we will never apply a cure to.
True, but then a woman must abandon one of the supreme blessings of her life. For I am fully convinced no man has half that pleasure in possessing a mistress as a woman has in jilting a gallant. Oh. Do you think your husband inclined to jealousy?
Oh, no. He does not love me well enough for that. Lord, how wrong men's maxims are. They are seldom jealous of their wives unless they are very fond of them, whereas they ought to consider women's inclinations, for there depends their fate. Well, men may talk, but they are not so wise as we, that's certain.
Well, at least in our affairs.
Nay, I believe we should outdo them in the business of the state too, for methinks they do and undo, and make but bad work on't.
Well, why then don't we get into the intrigues of government as well as they?
Because we have intrigues of our own that make us more sport, child. And so let's in and consider of them.
You have been watching first in The Man of Mode Ian Kinane as Dorimant, Caroline Ross as Mrs. Lovett, and Nicola Doble as Harriet. Then in The Plain Dealer, Nicola as Olivia, Josh Clark as Manly, Rebecca Tarry as Fidelia, Ian as Novel, and myself as Plausible. And finally, Ian as Sir John, Nicola as Lady Brute, and Rebecca as Belinda in The Provoked Wife. The extracts were directed by Caroline Ross and myself. So do please rejoin us tomorrow to follow the progress of the Comedy of Manners beyond the Restoration era with glittering gems from The Way of the World, The Beau Stratagem, She Stoops to Conquer, and The School for Scandal, all performed by the same rumbustious Restoration Repertory Company. Now, from the ridiculous to the sublime, we're going to hear Helen Gelder once again, and aren't we the lucky ones, but this time enchanting us with song, not prose. From the incidental music to Henrik Ibsen's Peer Gynt, we're going to hear Solveig's song, composed by Edvard Grieg and performed by Helen Gelder.
I must watch and wait till the dark days be past, the dark days be past, and even if death divide us, we'll meet in heaven at last, we'll meet in heaven at last.
Wow. Thank you, Helen. Go and have a well-deserved rest, or a strong drink, or both. That was Solveig's song by Edvard Grieg, part of the score for his fellow Norwegian Henrik Ibsen's 5-act verse play, Peer Gynt. I once heard a performance at the Proms narrated by Simon Callow, who insisted on pronouncing it Peer Gynt, never knowingly underplayed, and long may we continue thus. Peer Gynt was written by a Norwegian in Danish, the common written language of Norway in Ibsen's time, and that is enough to provide me with an incredibly thin and tenuous segue into our next piece. The Danes and Norwegians obviously descend from the Vikings, who opened up trade routes east in around 800 AD, leading to the formation of Russia, the country where about 1,000 years later Anton Chekhov was born. What a coincidence, because we are now going to enjoy a piece written by that very man. Chekhov is actually one of my favourite playwrights and is widely considered to be among the world's greatest writers, both of drama and short fiction. Although he's commonly regarded as a rather serious dramatist, most of his work actually has a very strong comic edge. Though if any of you saw my Uncle Vanya at RSS a few years ago, you may have a strong case for disagreeing. Anyway, I'm sure the director and cast of this next piece will put matters right with The Brute, a one-act play by Chekhov from 1888, in which the recently widowed Elena Popova discovers that while her husband may have died, his debts still have to be paid.
It isn't right, madam. You're just destroying yourself. The maid and the cook are in the orchard picking fruit. Every living being is rejoicing in this heat. Even the cat understands how to enjoy herself and is strutting about in the yard and catching midges. And then there's you, sat in this room all day as if it were a convent, not taking any pleasure in life. I reckon it's been a year since you went outside.
I shall never go outside again. Why should I? My life is over. My husband is dead and in his grave, and I have buried myself within these four walls. We are both dead.
Yes, I know. Nikolai Mihailovich is dead. Well, that is the will of God, and may his soul rest in peace. You've mourned him, and quite right. But you can't go on weeping and wearing mourning forever. My old woman died too. Her time had come. So I grieved for her. I wept for her for a whole month, and that was enough. But to weep for years, well, no woman is worth that. You've forgotten all your neighbours. You don't go anywhere and you don't see anybody. We live, so to speak, like spiders and never see the light. The mice have eaten away at my apron. It's not as if there weren't any no good people around either, for the district's full of them. There's a regiment quartered at Ribloff, and the officers are so handsome. You can never gauge your fill at them. And every Friday, there's a ball at the camp, and every day the military band plays. Eh, my lady? Oh, you're young and beautiful, with roses in your cheeks if you only took a little pleasure. Beauty doesn't last, you know. In 10 years, you'll want to be the apple in the eye of one of those soldiers. But they won't look at you. It'll be too late.
Please don't. When Nikolai died, life lost all its meaning for me. I vowed that to the end of my days I would never cease to wear mourning or to see the light. You understand? I want his ghost to see how well I love him. I know you know he was often unfair to me, cruel and even unfaithful. But I shall be true to him, true till death, and show him how love is. There, beyond the grave, he will see me as I was before his death, and how I am.
Instead of talking like that, you ought to go and have a walk around the garden, or order one of the horses, Toby or Hercules, to be honest, and then drive out to see some neighbours. Oh, madam, dear madam, bless you.
So fond of Toby. He always used to ride on him to the Korchagins and the Vlasovs. How well he could ride. What grace there was in his figure when he pulled at the reins with all his strength. Do you remember how when he was about to go for a long ride, he used to tell them to give Toby an extra feed of oats?
Yes, madam.
Who's that? I'm not at home to anyone.
Yes, madam.
You will see, Nikolai, how I can love and forgive. My love for you will never die, only when this poor heart of mine ceases to beat. And aren't you ashamed? I am a good and virtuous wife. I've locked myself in, and I will be true to you till the grave. And you, aren't you ashamed? You deceived me, had roused with me, left me alone for weeks on end.
Madam, someone is asking for you. He wants to see you.
Didn't you tell him that since the death of my husband, I've stopped receiving guests?
I did, but he wouldn't listen. He says it's a very pressing matter.
I am not at home, ever, to anyone.
I told him that. But he, the devil, he curses. And he pushes himself right in. He's in the dining room now.
Very well. Ask him to come in. What manners? How such people annoy me. What does he want of me? Why should he disturb my peace? I shall see. I shall have to go into a convent after all. Yes, into a convent.
Madam, I have the honour to present myself. I am Grigory Stepanovich Smirnov, a landowner and retired lieutenant of artillery. I am compelled to disturb you on a very pressing matter.
What do you want?
Your late husband, with whom I had the honour of being acquainted, died in my debt for 1,200 roubles on 2 bills of exchange. As I have to pay the interest on a mortgage tomorrow, I've come to ask you, madam, to pay me the money I am owed today.
1,200... And what was my husband in debt to you for?
He used to buy oats from me.
Don't forget, Lucas, to give Toby an extra feed of oats. If Nikolai Mikhailovich died in debt to you, then I shall certainly pay you what you're owed, but you must excuse me today, as I have no money here. The day after tomorrow, my steward will be back from town, and I shall give him instructions to settle your account, but at the moment I cannot do as you wish. Moreover, it is exactly 7 months today since the death of my husband, and I am in a state of mind which absolutely prevents me from giving money matters my attention.
And I am in a state of mind which, if I don't pay the interest due tomorrow, will mean I will have to make a graceful exit for this life feet first. They'll take my estate.
You'll have your money the day after tomorrow.
I don't need the money the day after tomorrow. I need it today.
Oh, you must excuse me. I cannot pay you.
And I cannot wait till after tomorrow.
Well, what can I do if I haven't the money now?
You mean to say you really can't pay me?
I can't.
Is that all you have to say?
Yes, the last word.
The last word? Final answer?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I'll make a note of it. And people tell me to keep calm. I meet a man on the road and he asks me, why are you always so angry, Grigory Stepanovich? But how on earth am I not to get angry? I need the money desperately. I rode out yesterday early in the morning and called on all of my debtors. Not a single one of them paid up. I was dead on my feet by the end. I slept goodness knows where in some inn with a vodka barrel by my head. At last I get here, 70 miles from home, where I hope to get something, and I am received by you with a state of mind. How can anyone expect me not to get angry?
I said my steward will pay you when he returns from town.
I didn't come to see your steward, but to see you. What the devil... Excuse me my saying so. Do I care where your steward is?
I am not accustomed to such language, nor to hearing such a tone of voice. I want to hear no more.
Well, there. A state of mind. My husband died 7 months ago. Irrelevant. The only question that matters is, do I or do I not have to pay the interest? Yes or no? So her husband is dead and she's got a state of mind and nonsense of that sort. And the steward's gone away somewhere, the devil take him. What do they expect me to do about it? Do they think I can fly away from my creditors in a balloon or what? Or does she expect me to run head first into a brick wall? I go to Grushkov. He isn't at home. Yaroshavich has hidden himself. I had a violent row with Karitsin, nearly threw him out of the window. Mazugo has something the matter with his bowels. And this bloody woman has a state of mind. Not one of these swine wants to pay me. It's because I'm too gentle with them. Because I'm a sop. Just wax in their hands. I'm much too gentle with them. Well, when she gets back, just you wait. You'll find out what I'm like. I shan't let you play about with me, confound it. I shall jolly well stay here until she pays. Oh, I am so angry. I'm quivering with rage. I can't even breathe. Oh, God, I feel sick. Hey!
Yes, sir?
Get me some water.
Oh.
I mean, for God's sake, a man, me, is in desperate need of his money and she won't pay it because she's not disposed to attend to money matters. Well, that's women for you. I never did like women. And that's why I don't even like talking to women. I'd rather sit on a barrel of gunpowder than talk to a woman. Oh, God, I feel quite chilly. And it's all on account of that little bit of fluff. Women! I can't even see one of these poetic creatures from a distance without breaking out into a cold sweat out of sheer anger. I can't look at them.
Madam is ill and will see nobody.
Get out! Ill and will see nobody. Well, don't see me then. I don't care. I'm going to stay here. I shall stay sitting here till you give me the money. You can be ill for a week if you like, and I'll stay here for a week. If you're ill for a year, I'll stay for a year. I'm going to get my money. You can't get round me with your widow's weeds and your dimpled cheeks. I've seen dimples before. Oi! Leave the horses reined up. We aren't going anywhere. Not for a while. I'm staying here. Tell them to give the horses some oats. For God's sake, you fool, you got his leg tied up in the reins again. My steward will give it to you. Never mind. Oh, God, the heat's unbearable. Nobody's paid up. I slept badly. And on top of everything else, here's this bit of fluff in mourning with a state of mind. Oh, my head's aching. Vodka. A glass of vodka. Yes. Yes, I think I will. Oi!
Yes, sir. What is it?
A glass of vodka.
Oh.
Oh. I must say I look terrific. Dust all over me uniform, boots dirty, face unwashed, hair unkempt, straw on my waistcoat. She probably took me for a tramp. Oh, it was wrong to call on her, to come into her dressing room in this state, but it can't be helped.
I'm not here as a visitor, but as a creditor, and there's no dress code for creditors.
Yeah. That's steady, sir.
What did you say?
Do
you know who you're speaking to? Shut your mouth.
Oh, the devil's come to stay.
I'm so furious, I think I could grind the whole world to dust. I even feel sick. Oi, come back here, you little... Oh, come here!
Sir, in my solitude, I have grown unaccustomed to the masculine voice, and I cannot bear the sound of shouting. I must ask you not to disturb my peace.
Pay me the money and I'll go.
I told you perfectly plainly, I haven't any money to spare. You'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow.
And I told you perfectly plainly, I don't want the money the day after tomorrow, but today. If you don't pay me today, tomorrow I shall have little choice but to hang myself.
I told you perfectly plainly that I haven't got the money. What can I do?
You really can't pay me now?
I can't.
In that case, I stay here and I wait until you can. You're going to pay me the day after tomorrow? Well, very well. I'll stay here until the day after tomorrow. I'll sit here the whole time. Don't you understand? I still have to pay interest tomorrow. Or do you think this is a joke?
Please, don't shout. This isn't a stable.
What?
Well, you clearly have no idea how to behave in front of a lady.
I jolly well do know how to behave in front of a lady.
Oh, you're a very rude, ill-bred man. Decent gentlemen don't talk like that.
Well, how do you want me to talk? Should I talk in Russian? Oh, French! Oh, madame, je vous en prie. How happy I am that you don't pay me. Oh, pardon, I have disturbed you. Such lovely weather today, and how well you look in morning.
Oh, you're being silly and rude.
Silly and rude. I don't know how to behave in front of a lady. Madam, in my time, I've had more ladies in front of me than you've had at dinners. 3 times I fought duels on account of women. I have refused 12 women. And 9 have refused me. There was a time when I played the fool, scented myself, used honeyed words, wore jewellery. I used to love, to suffer in love, to sigh at the moon. I used to love passionately, madly, every blessed way, devil take me. I used to chatter like a magpie about the need for women's emancipation, and I wasted half my wealth on gifts and half my life on showing tender feelings. But now, you must excuse me, I have had enough. Blue eyes, ruby lips, dimpled cheeks, the moon, whispers, timid breathing. Wouldn't give you a brass farthing for any of it. Present company always accepted. All women, great or little, are insincere, crooked backbiters, envious liars to the marrows of their bones, vain, trivial, merciless, unreasonable. As far as this is concerned, excuse my unspokenness, I'd give a sparrow a 10-point start over any philosopher in petticoats you like to name. You look at one of these poetic creatures, all muslin, an ethereal demigodish of a million transports of joy, and then you see into her soul, and you see a common crocodile. But the most disgusting thing of all is this crocodile, for some reason or other, imagines that its chef d'oeuvre, its privilege and monopoly is its tender feelings. Tell me truthfully, have you ever seen a woman who was sincere, faithful and constant? You haven't. You're more likely to meet a unicorn than a constant woman.
Then according to you, men are more faithful and constant in love?
Oh, yes.
Men? Men are more faithful and constant in love? Ridiculous. Men, faithful and constant. Of all the men I have ever known, the best by far of all of them was my late husband. I loved him passionately, with all my being, as only a young and imaginative woman can. I gave him my youth, my happiness, my life, my fortune. I worshipped him. And what then? This best of men shamelessly deceived me at every step. After his death, I found in his desk a whole drawer full of love letters. When he was alive, it is an awful thing to remember. He used to leave me alone for weeks at a time, and he would make love to other women and betray me before my very eyes. He wasted my money. and made fun of my feelings. But in spite of all that, I loved him and was true to him. And not only that, but now that he is dead, I am still true and constant to his memory. I have shut myself up within these four walls, and I will wear my widow's weeds to the very end.
Widow's weeds. I know why you wear black and have buried yourself in your house. It's in the desperate hope that someone will go past your window and think, "Ah, there lives the mysterious Elena Popova, who, for the love of her husband, buried herself between four walls. So beautiful, so tragic, so ridiculous."
How dare you say such things?
You may have buried yourself alive. You didn't forget to powder your face, did you?
Dare you?
Oh, please don't shout. I'm not one of your servants. You must allow me to call things by their real names. I'm not a woman, and I'm used to saying what I think straight out. You can stop shouting for a start.
I am not shouting, you are. Please leave me alone.
Pay me my money and I'll go.
I shan't pay you a penny.
Oh, yes, you will.
I shan't give you a brass farthing.
Then I shall sit here until you do. I have not the pleasure of being either your husband or your fiancé, so please don't make a scene. I don't like it.
So you're staying?
I am.
I have asked you to leave.
Give me my money. Oh, I'm really mad now.
I don't give money to people like you. I don't even speak to impudent scoundrels like you. Just get out.
No.
No?
No.
Very well, then. Lucas, show this gentleman out.
Would you mind leaving, sir, as you've been asked to?
Shut up. Do you know who you're speaking to? You touch me again and I'll chop you into pieces.
Oh, my God. My heart. I can't breathe.
Dasher, Pelegaya, Dasher.
They're all out picking fruit. And there's nobody but me at home. And I'm ill. Water.
Get out this instant.
Well, can't you at least be polite about it?
You're a brute, a bear, a bourgeois.
Oh, what?
You heard me.
May I ask what right you have to insult me?
I'm not insulting you. I'm classifying you poetically.
Do you think that just because you're poetic, you can insult me with impunity?
Water.
Pistols. We'll fight it out. I'm not going to be insulted by anyone, and I don't care if you are a woman. It's about time we got rid of the prejudice that only men need pay for their insults. If you want equal rights, you can have it. We're going to fight it out.
With pistols? Very well.
Now.
This very minute. My husband has a pair of pistols. I'll bring them here. What a pleasure it will give me to put a bullet through your thick head. The devil take you.
I'll bring you down like a pheasant.
Oh, please. Go away from here. You've frightened her to death. Now you want to shoot her?
If she fights, well, that's equality of rights, emancipation and all that. Here, the sexes are equal. I'll shoot her dead on principle. Ooh, but what a woman. The devil take you. I'll put a bullet into your thick head. Oh, how she reddened, how her cheeks shone. She accepted my challenge. Oh, my word, it's the first time in my life that I...
Oh, go now, sir, and I'll always pray to God for you.
Oh, she's a real woman. That's the sort I can understand. A real woman. Not a sour-faced jelly bag, but fire, gunpowder, a rocket. I'm rather sorry I shall have to kill her.
Oh, dear, sir. Do leave while you can.
I quite like her. Absolutely. Even though her cheeks are dimpled, I like her spirit. I'm almost ready to forgive the debt, and I'm not angry any longer. What a wonderful woman.
Here are the pistols. But before we fight, you must show me how to fire. I've never held a pistol in my hands before.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. I'll go and find help.
Ah, yes. Yes, very good. You see, there are several sorts of pistols. There are Mortimer pistols, specially made for duels. They fire a percussion cap. Oh, now these are Smith & Wesson revolvers, triple action, with extractors. Oh, these are excellent pistols. They can't have cost less than 90 rubles the pair. Now, you have to hold the revolver like this. Her eyes. Oh, what a woman.
Like this?
Like that. Then you cock the trigger and take aim like this. But put your head back a little. Hold your arm out properly. Like that. Then you press this thing with your finger and that's all. The great thing is to keep cool and aim steadily. Try not to jerk your arm.
Very well. It's not terribly sensible to shoot indoors. Let's go in the garden.
Very well. I ought perhaps to warn you I'm going to fire in the air above your head.
Why?
Oh, because why is my affair?
You're afraid? Yes. Ah, no, sir, you don't get out of it that easily. You come with me. I shan't have any peace until I've made a hole in your forehead, that forehead which I hate so much. Are you afraid?
Yes. I'm afraid I cannot fight.
Why?
Because I like you.
You like me? You like me? That's the way out.
Are you still angry? I am, I think. But do you understand? Oh, how can I express myself? The fact is, you see, it's like this. Well, I can't help it. I like you. I like you. Do you understand? I almost love you.
I hate you.
Oh, God, what a woman. I've never in my life seen one like her. I'm lost, done for, caught like a mousetrap, in a mousetrap like a mouse. May I kiss you?
Stand back or I'll shoot.
Oh, shoot then. You can't understand what happiness it would be to die before those beautiful eyes, to be shot by a revolver held in that little gentle hand. I'm out of my senses. Think and make up your mind at once, because if I leave, we shall never see each other again. Decide now. If it helps, I'm a landowner of respectable character, have an income of 10,000 a year. I could put a bullet through a coin tossed in the air as it comes down. I own some fine horses. Oh, will you be my wife?
Oh, the time for the duel is now. Let's go out.
Oh, I was mad to have started this. An idiot. Where's that servant of yours?
Come on. Let's go outside and fight.
I can't fight you. I'm crazy about you. I'm crazy in love, like a boy, like a fool. I love you. I don't understand it, but it's true. I love you as I've never loved before. I've refused 12 women. 9 have refused me. But I never loved one of them as I love you. I'm weak. I'm wax. I've melted. I'm on my knees like a fool offering you my hand. Shame of it. I haven't been in love with anyone for 5 years. I'd taken a vow. And now, all of a sudden, I'm in love with you, like a fish out of water. I offer you my hand. Yes or no? Only you can't say no. Can you? Very well.
Stop.
Well?
Nothing. Go away. No, stop. Oh, no, go away. I hate you. Oh, don't go away. Oh, if only you knew how angry I am. How angry I am. My fingers have swollen because of all of this. Oh, what are you waiting for? Get out.
Goodbye.
Yes, go away. Oh, where are you going? Stop. No, go away. Oh, I'm so angry. Oh, don't come near me. Don't come near me.
I'm angry too. I'm angry with myself. I'm in love. Like a teenager. I've just been down on my knees. I love you. Oh, why on earth do I want to fall in love with you? Tomorrow I've got to make that interest payment. And yet here today, here you. Oh, I shall never forgive myself for this.
Get your hands off me. How dare you? I hate you. Let's go outside and fight. Lucas, tell them in the stables that Toby isn't to have any oats at all today.
Oh, lovely.
Wonderful. The good doctor would be proud. Thank you, Director Harry Medawar and his cast, Deb McDowell, Andy Smith and Steve Taylor. We'll be showcasing another offering from Harry and Steve shortly. That heartwarming hymn to sadomasochism, Venus in Furs, which I think serves as a seamless segue into our next piece, which is Tom Jones, not the gyrating, knicker-attracting Welsh troubadour, but the less refined 1749 picaresque novel by Henry Fielding, the great satirist, novelist, dramatist and founder of the Bow Street Runners. The history of Tom Jones, a foundling, is one of the earliest, greatest English works to be classified as a novel. It was highly influential on the development of the form and is also meticulously crafted, despite its length. At this point in the evening, as we head well into our adults only section, feel free to add your own nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Samuel Taylor Coleridge said that Tom Jones had one of the 3 most perfect plots ever planned, alongside Ben Jonson's The Alchemist and the work that we're going to end our programme with later tonight, Oedipus Rex. So, Deb McDowell is now going to switch over from Popover to read an extract from Book 9, Chapter 5 of Tom Jones. Our gorgeous hero has saved Mrs. Waters from a dastardly villain and has settled down to an evening meal with her. She has fallen in love with him and tries to let Tom know it. Only, for a while anyway, the higher realms of love are frustrated by the lower realms of eating. To further emphasise the contrast between high and low, Fielding employs a mock epic style. The effect, I think, is delicious and very funny. Incidentally, Tony Richardson came up with one of cinema's own great eating episodes when he transferred the scene to film in the 1963 movie version of Tom Jones, with Albert Finney as the eponymous hero. And then Woody Allen, that well-known Lothario, created a hilarious spoof of the Richardson scene in his movie, euphemistically called Bananas. Deb McDowell reading Tom Jones.
Heroes, notwithstanding the high ideas which, by the means of flatterers, they may entertain themselves, or the world may conceive of them, have certainly more of mortal than the divine about them. However elevated their minds may be, their bodies at least, which is much the major part of most, are liable to the worst infirmities and subject to the vilest offices of human nature. Among these latter, the act of eating, which hath by several wise men been considered as extremely mean and derogatory from the philosophic dignity, must be in some measure performed by the greatest prince, hero, philosopher upon earth. Nay, sometimes nature hath been so frolicsome as to exact of these dignified characters a much more exorbitant share of this office than she hath obliged those of the lower order to perform. To say the truth, as no known inhabitant of this globe is really more than man, so none need be ashamed of submitting to what the necessities of man demand. But when those great personages I have just mentioned condescend to aim at confining such low offices to themselves, as when by hoarding or destroying they seem desirous to prevent any others from eating, well then they surely become very low and despicable. Now, after this short preface, we think it no disparagement to our hero to mention the immoderate ardour with which he laid about him at this season. This particular we thought ourselves obliged to mention, as it may account for our hero's temporary neglect of his fair companion, who ate but very little and is indeed employed in considerations of a very different nature, which passed unobserved by Jones, till he had entirely satisfied that appetite which a fast of 24 hours had procured him. But his dinner was no sooner ended than his attention to other matters revived. With these matters, therefore, we shall now proceed to acquaint the reader. Mr. Jones, of whose personal accomplishments we have hitherto said very little, was in reality one of the handsomest young fellows in the world. His face, besides being the picture of health, had in it the most apparent marks of sweetness and good nature. These qualities were indeed so characteristical in his countenance that, while the spirit and sensibility in his eyes, though they must have been perceived by an accurate observer, might have escaped the notice of the less discerning, so strongly was his good nature painted in his look, that it was remarked by almost everyone who saw him. It was perhaps as much owing to this as to a very fine complexion that his face had a delicacy in it almost inexpressible, and which might have given him an air rather too effeminate, had it not been joined to a most masculine person and mien, which latter had in as much in them as the Hercules as the former had of the Adonis. He was besides active, genteel, gay, and good-humoured, and had a flow of animal spirits which enlivened every conversation where he was present. When the reader has duly reflected on these many charms, which all centred in our hero, and considers at the same time the fresh obligations which Mrs. Waters had to him, it will be a mark more of prudery than candour to entertain a bad opinion of her, because she conceived a very good opinion of him. But whatever censures may be passed upon her, it is my business to relate matters of fact with veracity. Mrs. Waters had, in truth, not only a good opinion of our hero, but a very great affection for him. To speak out boldly at once, she was in love. According to the present universally received sense of that phrase, by which love is applied indiscriminately to the desirable object of all our passions, appetites, and senses, and is understood to be that preference which we give to one kind of food rather than to another. But though the love to these several objects may possibly be one and the same in all cases, its operations must be allowed to be different, for how much soever we may be in love with an excellent sirloin of beef, or a bottle of Burgundy, with a damask rose or a Cremona fiddle, yet do we never smile or ogle or dress or flatter, or indeed by any other arts or tricks gain the affection of the said beef, etc. Sigh, indeed, we sometimes may, but it is generally in the absence, not in the presence of the beloved object. For otherwise we might possibly complain of their ingratitude and deafness. The contrary happens in that love which operates between persons of the same species, but different sexes. Here we are no sooner in love than it becomes our principal care to engage the affection of the object beloved. For what other purpose, indeed, are our youth instructed in all the arts of rendering themselves agreeable? If it was not with a view to this love, I question whether any of those trades which deal in setting off and adorning the human person would procure a livelihood. Nay, those great polishers of our manners, who are by some thought to teach what principally distinguishes us from the brute creation, even dancing masters themselves, might possibly find no place in society. In short, all the graces which young ladies and young gentlemen to learn from each other and from others, and the many improvements which by the help of a looking glass they add of their own, are in reality those very spicula et face amoris so often mentioned by Ovid, or as they are sometimes called in our own language, the whole artillery of love. Now, Mrs. Waters and our hero had no sooner sat down together than the former began to play this artillery upon the latter. But here, as we are about to attempt a description hitherto unassayed either in prose or verse, we think proper to invoke the assistance of certain aerial beings who will, we doubt not, come kindly to our aid on this occasion. Say then, ye graces, you that inhabit the heavenly mansions of Seraphina's countenance, for you are truly divine, are always in her presence, and well know all the arts of charming, say, what were the weapons now used to captivate the heart of Mr. Jones? First, from two lovely blue eyes, whose bright orbs flashed lightning at their discharge, flew forth two pointed ogles, but haply for our hero hit only a vast piece of beef, which he was then conveying into his plate, and harmlessly spent their force. The fair warrior perceived their miscarriage, and immediately from her fair bosom drew forth a deadly sigh, a sigh which none could have heard unmoved, and which was sufficient at once to have swept off a dozen bows, so soft, so sweet, so tender, that the insinuating air must have found its subtle way to the heart of our hero, had it not luckily been driven from his ears by the coarse bubbling of some bottled ale, which at the time he was pouring forth. Many other weapons did she essay, but the god of eating, if there be such a deity, for I do not confidently assert it, preserved his votary. Or perhaps it may not be dignus vindice nodus. The present security of Jones may be accounted for by natural means, for as love frequently preserves from the attacks of hunger, maybe hunger possibly in some cases defends us against love. The fair one, enraged at her frequent disappointments, determined on a short cessation of arms, which interval she employed in making ready every engine of amorous warfare for the renewing of the attack when dinner should be over. No sooner then was the cloth removed than she again began her operations. First, having planted her right eye sideways against Mr. Jones, she shot from its corner a most penetrating glance, which, though great part of its force was spent before it reached our hero, did not vent itself absolutely without effect. This the fair one, perceiving, hastily withdrew her eyes and levelled them downwards, as if she was concerned for what she had done, though by this means she designed only to draw him from his guard, and indeed to open his eyes, through which she intended to surprise his heart. And now, gently lifting up those two bright orbs which had already begun to make an impression on poor Jones, she discharged a volley of small charms at once from her whole countenance with a smile. Not a smile of mirth nor of joy, but a smile of affection, which most ladies have always ready at their command, and which serves them to show at once their good humour, their pretty dimples, and their white teeth. This smile our hero received full in his eyes, and was immediately staggered with its force. He then began to see the designs of the enemy, and indeed to feel their success. A parley now was set on foot between the parties, during which the artful fair so slyly and imperceptibly carried on her attack that she had almost subdued the heart of our hero before she again repaired to acts of hostility. To confess the truth, I am afraid Mr. Jones maintained a kind of Dutch defence, and treacherously delivered up the garrison, without duly weighing his allegiance to the fair Sophia. In short, no sooner had the amorous parley ended, and the lady had unmasked her royal battery by carelessly letting her handkerchief drop from her neck, than the heart of Mr. Jones was entirely taken, and the fair conqueror enjoyed the usual fruits of her victory. Here the Graces think proper to end their description, and here we think proper to end the chapter.
Wow, thanks to Deb McDowell and Henry Fielding for that feast to satisfy the most carnal of appetites. And after that fabulous delivery, Deb, I think you should be called the Galloping Gourmet. One for the kids there. Now, for something a little different. We are staying with chivalrous heroes and the epic style, but going back to one of the finest sources of such fiction, Le Morte d'Arthur, a 15th century Middle English prose reworking by Sir Thomas Malory of tales about the legendary King Arthur, Guinevere, Lancelot, Merlin, and the Knights of the Round Table. Written in prison, Le Morte d'Arthur was first published in 1485 at the end of the medieval era by one William Caxton. Today it's one of the best known works of Arthurian literature, and many authors, since the 19th century revival of the legend, have used Malory as their principal source. Talking of source, we're shortly going to be hearing from Chaucer's Wife of Bath, but before that we're going to hear Malory's description of the plot against Sir Lancelot, read by Dave Brickwood.
In this same month of May, when every lusty heart flourisheth and bourgeoneth, there befell in King Arthur's realm a great anger and ill fortune that stinted not till the flower of chivalry of all the world was destroyed. And all was due to two evil knights, the which were named Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred, that were nephews unto King Arthur and brethren unto Sir Gawaine. For this Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred had ever a privy hate unto the Queen, Dame Guinevere, and to Sir Launcelot, and daily and nightly they ever watched upon him. So it mishapped that Sir Agravaine on a day said openly, so that many knights might hear, that the friendship between Sir Launcelot and the Queen was a disgrace to knighthood, and a shame to so noble a king as Arthur. But Sir Gawain would not hear any of these tales, nor be of Agravain's counsel. Moreover, he charged his brother to move no such matters afore him, for he wist well what mischief would come, should war arise betwixt Sir Launcelot and the king. And he remembered how oft times Sir Launcelot had proved his goodness and loyalty by knightly deeds. Also Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth, two other brethren, would know nothing of Agravain's base accusation. But Sir Mordred, the fifth of the brethren, sons of the Queen of Orkney, the which had mocked the good Perceval when first he came to the court, and who had ever been jealous and ready to think evil of another, joined with Sir Agravain. Therewithal they three, Sir Gawain, Sir Gaheris, and Sir Gareth, departed, making great dole over the mischief that threatened the destruction of the realm and the dispersion of the noble fellowship of the Round Table. So Sir Agravain and Sir Mordred came before King Arthur, and told him they might no longer suffer Sir Launcelot's deeds, for he was a traitor to his kingly person. But the king would believe nothing unless he might have proofs of it, for as the French book saith, he was full loath to hear ill of a knight who had done so much for him and for the Queen, so many times that, as was fully known, he loved him passingly well. Then these two brethren made a plot for taking Sir Launcelot when in the Queen's presence, and bringing him dead or quick to King Arthur. So on the morn Sir Agravain and Sir Mordred gat to them 12 knights, and hid themselves in a chamber in the castle of Carlisle, where Queen Guinevere was. Thus they plotted to take Sir Launcelot by force, if she should have speech with him. Sir Launcelot was no coward, and cared not what liars said about him, since he wist his own goodwill and loyalty. So when the Queen sent for him to speak with her, he went as true knight to the castle, and fell into the trap that was set for him. In the battle that followed he was hard bestead, but slew Sir Agravain at the first buffet, and within a little while he laid the 12 chosen knights cold to the earth. Also he wounded Sir Mordred, who, when he escaped from the noble Sir Launcelot, anon gat his horse and rode unto King Arthur, sore wounded and all bleeding. Then he told the king how it was, and how they were all slain, save himself only. So the king believed Sir Mordred's evil accusation true, and he said, Alas, me sore repenteth that ever Sir Launcelot should be against me. Now am I sure the noble fellowship of the Round Table is broken for ever, for with him will many a noble knight hold. And now it is fallen that so that I may not keep my honour unless the Queen suffer the death. So then there was made great ordinance that the Queen must be judged to the death, for the law was such in those days that whatsoever they were, of what estate or degree, if they were found guilty of treason, there should be none other remedy but death. Right so it was ordained for Queen Guinevere, and she was commanded to the fire, there to be burned. King Arthur prayed Sir Gawain to make himself ready in his best armour, with his brethren Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth, to bring the Queen to the fire, there to have her judgment and receive the death. But Sir Gawain ever believed Dame Guinevere guiltless of the treason charged against her, and he would never have it said that he had any part in her shameful end. Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth also were loath to be there present, but they were young, and full unable to say him nay. If we be there by your straight commandment, said they, ye shall plainly hold us excused, though we go in peaceable wise, and bear none harness of war upon us. So the Queen was led forth without Carlisle, and she prepared herself for death. There was weeping and wailing and wringing of hands of many lords and ladies, and few in comparison there present would bear any armour for to keep order. Anon so the fire was to be lighted. There was spurring and plucking up of horses, and right so Sir Launcelot and his followers came hither, and whoever stood against them was slain. And so in this rushing and hurling, as Sir Launcelot pressed here and there, it mishapped him to slay Gaheris and Gareth, the noble knights, for they were unarmed and unaware. In truth Sir Launcelot saw them not, and so were they found dead amongst the thickest of the press. Then when Sir Launcelot had thus done, and had slain or put to flight all that would withstand him, he rode straight unto Dame Guinevere, and made her to be set behind him on his horse, and prayed her to be of good cheer. Wit ye well the queen was glad that she was escaped from the death, and then she thanked God and Sir Launcelot. And so he rode away with the queen, as the French book saith, unto Joyous Gard, his own castle, where Sir Tristram had taken the fair Isoud after her flight from Cornwall. There Sir Launcelot kept Guinevere as a noble knight should do, and many great lords and some kings sent him many good knights, and many noble knights drew unto Sir Launcelot. When it was known openly that King Arthur and Sir Launcelot were at debate, many were full of heavy of heart, and the king himself swooned for pure sorrow, as it was told him how and in what wise the queen was taken away from the fire, and as he heard of the death of his noble knights, in especial that of Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth. And when he awoke of his swoon, he said, Alas, that ever I bear crown upon my head, for now I have lost the fairest fellowship of noble knights that ever Christian king held together. Alas, that ever this war began. The death of these two brethren will cause the greatest mortal war that ever was, for I am sure, wist Sir Gawain that Sir Gareth was slain, I should never have rest of him till I had destroyed Sir Launcelot's kin and himself, or else he had destroyed me. Ah, Agravain, Agravain, Jesu, forgive it thy soul, for thy evil will thou and thy brother Sir Mordred hadst unto Sir Launcelot have caused all this sorrow.
Lovely, thank you, Dave. Very heroic, and don't worry, it did sound as though you knew what you were talking about. Sterling work. Agravain, not quite the same as infamy, is it? Anyway, now as previously threatened, we're going to hear from Chaucer's The Wife of Bath. Geoffrey Chaucer, born in the 1340s, was a philosopher, astronomer, civil servant, courtier and member of Parliament, and unlike many latter-day politicians, actually declared all those interests. He was also, of course, the greatest English poet of the Middle Ages, now popularly known as the father of English literature. The first writer to be buried in what has since been called Poets' Corner in Westminster Abbey, Chaucer's greatest work is, of course, the Canterbury Tales. And tonight we're just going to hear an extract from one of those tales, but what a tale, what an extract, what a character. Here, the Wife of Bath is reincarnated by Caroline Ross, who earlier played Mrs. Lovett, and here is loving it even more. Claire Cooper provides our introduction.
A good wife was there of beside Bath, but she was some deal deaf, and that was scath. Of cloth making she had a such an haunt, she passed them of Ypres and of Gaunt. In all the parish, wife, nay, was there none that to the offering before her should gone, and if there did, certain so wrath was she, that she was out of all her charity. Her coverchiefs were full fine of ground. I durst to swear they weighed 10 pound. That on the Sunday were upon her head, her hosen were of fine scarlet red. Full straitly tied, and shoes full moist and new. Bold was her face, and fair and red of hue. She was a worthy woman all her life. Husbands at the church door had she had 5, but without an other company in youth, but thereof needeth not to speak as now. And thrice had she been at Jerusalem, she had passed many a strange stream. At Rome she had been, and at Bologna, in Galicia at St. James, and at Cologne. She could much of wandering by the way. Gat-toothed was she, soothly for to say. Upon an ambler easily she sat, wimpled well, and on her head an hat, as broad as is a buckler as a targe. A footmantle above her hippies large, and on her feet a pair of spurs sharp. In fellowship well could she laugh and carp. Of remedies of love she knew perchance, for of that art she could the older dance.
In oldie days of the King Arthur, of which that Britons speak great honour, all was this land fulfilled of fairy. The elf queen with her jolly company danced full oft in many a green mead. This was the old opinion, as I read. I speak of many 100 years ago, but now can no man see none elves more. For now the great charity and prayers of limiters and other holy friars that search every land and every stream as thick as motes in the sunbeam, blessing halls, chambers, kitchens and bowers, cities, burgs, castles high and towers, thorps and barns, sheepens and dairies. This makes that there be now no fairies, for there is wont to walk with an elf, there walketh now the limiter himself, in undermeals and in morrowings, and saith his matins and his holy things as he goes in his limitation. Women may now go safely up and down in every bush and under every tree. There is none other incubus but he, and he will do to them no dishonour. And so befell it that this King Arthur had in his house a lusty bachelor, that on a day came riding from river, and happened that alone as she was born he saw a maiden walking him beforn, of which maiden anon, maugre her head, by very force he reft her maidenhead. For which oppression was such clamour and such pursuit unto the King Arthur, that damned was this knight for to be dead by course of law, and should have lost his head. Peradventure such was the statute though, but that the Queen and other ladies most of long they prayed the King of his grace till he his life him granted in the place, and gave him to the Queen all at her will to choose whether she would save or spill. The Queen thanked the King with all her might, and after this thus spake she to the knight, when that she saw her time upon a day. Thou standest yet, quoth she, in such array, that of thy life yet hast thou no surety. I grant thee life, if thou canst tell to me what thing is it that women most desiren. Beware, and keep thy neckbone from the iron, and if thou canst not tell it me anon, yet will I give thee leave for to gone a 12-month and a day to seek and learn an answer suffisant in this matter. And surety will I have, ere that thou pace, thy body for to yielden in this place. Woe was the knight, and sorrowfully siked. But what? He might not do all as him liked. And at the last he chose for him to wend, and come again right at the year's end, with such answer as God would him purvey, and took his leave, and wended forth his way. He sought in every house and every place whereas he hoped for to find grace, to learn what thing women loved the most, but he could not arrive in any coast, whereas he might find in this matter two creatures according in fear. Some said that women loved best riches, some said honour, and some said jolliness, some rich array, and some said lustre bed, and oft time to be widowed and be wed. Some said that we are in our heart most eased when that we are flattered and praised. He went full nigh the sooth, I will not lie. A man shall win us best with flattery, and with attendance, and with business be we limed both more or less. And some men said that we do love the best for to be free, and do right as us lest. and that no man reprove us of our vice, but say that we are wise and nothing nice. For truly there is none among us all, if any wight will close on the goal, that will not kick, for that he saith us sooth. I say, and he shall find it that so doth. For be we never so vicious within, we will be held both wise and clean of sin. And some men said, that great delight have we, for to be held stable and eke seeker, and in one purpose steadfastly to dwell, and not bewray a thing that men us tell. But that tale is not worth a rake still. Pardy, we women can nothing hail. Witness on Midas. Will you hear the tale? Ovid, among his other things smale, saith, Midas had, under his long hairs, growing upon his head, 2 asses' ears, the which voice he hid, as best he might, full subtly from every man's sight, that save his wife there knew of it no more. He loved her most, and trusted her also. He prayed her that to no creature she would tellen of his disfigure. She swore him nay, for all the world to win, she would not do that villainy or sin, to make her husband have so foul a name. She would not tell it for her own shame. But natheless, her thought that she died, that she so long should a counsel hide. Her thought, it swelled so sore about her heart, that needs must some word from her a start. And since she durst not tell it unto man, down to a marish fast thereby she ran. Till she came there, her heart was all afire, and, as a bitten bumbles in the mire, she laid her mouth unto the water down. Bewray me not, thou water, with thy sound, quoth she. To thee I tell it, and no more. Mine husband hath long ass's ears, 2. Now is mine heart all whole, now is it out. I might no longer keep it, out of doubt. Here may you see, though we a time abide, yet out it must, we can no counsel hide. The remnant of the tale, if ye will hear, read in Ovid, and there ye may it lear. Now, the knight of whom my tale is specially, when that ye saw he might not come thereby, that is to say, what women loved the most, within his breast full sorrowful was his ghost. But home he went, for he might not sojourn. The day was come that homeward he must turn. And in his way it happened him to ride, in all his care, under a forest side, where, as he saw upon a dance go of ladies 24, and yet more, toward this ilka dance he drew full yearn, the hope that he some wisdom there should learn. But certainly, ere he came fully there, he vanished. Was this dance he knew not where. No creature saw he that bare life, save on the green he sitting saw a wife. A fouler wight there may no man devise. Against this knight this old wife gan to rise, and said, Sir knight, hereforth lieth no way. Tell me what you're seeking by your fay. Peradventure it may the better be, these old folk know much thing, quoth she. My lieve mother, quoth this knight, certain I am but dead, but if that I can sain, what thing it is that women most desire, could ye me wis, I would well quite your hire. Plight me thy troth here in mine hand, quoth she. The next thing that I require of thee thou shalt it do, if it be in thy might, and I will tell it thee ere it be night. Have here my troth, quoth the knight, I grant. Then, quoth she, I dare me well avaunt, thy life is safe, for I will stand thereby. Upon my life the queen will say as I. Let's see which is the proudest of them all, that wears either a kerchief or a caul, that dare say nay to that I shall you teach. Let us go forth without longer speech. Then round she a pistol in his ear, and bade him to be glad and have no fear. When they were come unto the court, this knight said he had held his day as he had hight, and ready was his answer as he said. Full many a noble wife, and many a maid, and many a widow, for that they be wise, the queen herself, sitting as a justice, assembled be his answer for to hear. And afterward this knight was bid appear. To every wight commanded was silence, and that the knight should tell in audience what thing that worldly women love the best. The knight, he stood not still as doth a beast, but to this question anon answered with manly voice that all the court had heard. My liege lady, generally, quoth he, women desire to have the sovereignty as well over their husband as their love, and for to be in mastery him above. This is your most desire, though ye me kill. Do as you list, I am here at your will. In all the court there was no wife nor maid nor widow that contraried what he said, but said he worthy was to have his life. And with that word up start that old wife, which the knight saw sitting on the green. Mercy, quoth she, my sovereign lady queen, ere that your court depart, do me right. I taught this answer unto this knight, for which he plighted me his troth there. The first thing I would of him require, he would it do, if it lay in his might. Before this court, then, pray I thee, sir knight, quoth she, that thou me take unto thy wife, for well that thou know'st that I have kept thy life. If I say false, say nay upon thy fay. This knight answered, alas, and well away, I know right well that such was my behest. For God's love, choose a new request. Take all my good, and let my body go. Nay then, quoth she, I shrew as both too, for though that I be old, and foul, and poor, I know for all the metal nor the ore that under earth is grave or lies above. But if thy wife I were, and eke thy love. My love, quoth he, nay, my damnation. Alas, that any of my nation should ever so foul disparaged be. But all for naught. The end is this, that he constrained was that needs he must wed, and take this old wife and go to bed. Now, would some men say, peradventure, that for my negligence I do no cure, to tell you all the joy and all the ray that at the feast was made that ilka day? To which thing shortly answering I shall. I say there was no joy, nor feast at all. There was but heaviness and much sorrow. For privily he wed her on the morrow, and all day after hid him as an owl. So woe was him, his wife looked so foul. Great was the woe the knight had in his thought, when he was with his wife to bed he brought. He wallowed, and he turned to and fro. This old wife lay smiling evermore, and said, Dear husband, benedicite, fares every knight thus with his wife as ye? Is this the law of King Arthur's house? Is every knight of his thus dangerous? I am your own love, and eke your wife. I am she which that saved hath your life, and certes yet did I you ne'er unright. Why fare ye thus with me this first night? Ye fare like a man had lost his wit. What is my guilt? For God's love tell me it, and it shall be amended, if I may. Amended, quoth this knight. Alas, nay, nay, it will not be amended, nevermore. Thou art so loathly, and so old also, and thereto comest of so low a kind, that little wonder though I wallow and wind. So would God mine heart would breast. Is this, quoth she, the cause of your unrest? Yea, certainly, quoth he, no wonder is. Now, sir, quoth she, I could amend all this, if that me list, ere it would days 3, so well ye might bear you unto me. But for ye speaking of such gentleness yourself, well, as is descended out of old riches towards me, that therefore shall ye be gentlemen. Such arrogancy is not worth a hen. Look, who that is most virtuous alway, Preve, and apert, and most attendeth, to do the gentle deeds that he can, and take him for the greatest gentleman. Christ will, we claim of him our gentleness, not of our elders for their old riches, for though they gave us all their heritage, for which we claim to be of high parage, yet may they not bequeath for no thing to none of us their virtuous living that made them gentlemen called to be, and bade us follow them in such degree. Well can the wise poet of Florence, that heighty Dante, speak of this sentence. Lo, in such manner rhyme is Dante's tale. Full seld upriseth by his branches smale prowess of man, for God of his goodness wills that we claim of him our gentleness. For of our elders may we nothing claim, but temporal things that man may hurt and maim. Eke every wight knows this as well as I. If gentleness were planted naturally unto a certain lineage down the line, Preve and apert, then would they never find to do of gentleness the fair office, then might they do no villainy nor vice. Take fire, and bear it to the darkest house, betwixt this and the Mount of Caucasus, and let men shut the doors and go then. Yet will the fire as fair and light brenn, as 20,000 men might it behold. Its office natural I will it hold, on peril of my life till that it die. Here may ye see well how that gentry is not annexed to possession, since folk do not their operation alway, as doth the fire, low in its kind. For God it what, men may full often find a lord's son do shame and villainy, and he that will have price of his gentry, for he was born of a gentle house, and had his elders noble and virtuous, and will himself do no gentle deeds, nor follow his gentle ancestry, that dead is. He is not gentle, be he duke or earl, for villain sinful deeds make a churl. For gentleness is but the renown of thine ancestors for their high bonte, which is a strange thing to thy person. Thy gentleness cometh from God alone. Then comes our very gentleness of grace. It was no thing bequeathed us with our place. Think how noble, as saith Valerius, was Thilcatulius Hostilius, that out of povert rose to high. Read in Seneca and read Aiken Boas. There shall ye see expressed that it no dread is. That he is gentle that doth gentle deeds. And therefore, lief husband, I conclude, albeit that mine ancestors were rude, yet may the high God, and so hope I, grant me his grace to live virtuously. Then am I gentle when that I begin to live virtuously and waive sin. And whereas ye of povert may reprieve, the high God on whom that we believe in wilful povert chose to lead his life, and certes every man, maiden or wife may understand that Jesus, heaven's King, they would not choose a virtuous living. Glad povert is an honest thing, certain. This will Seneca and other clerks say and endured. Whoso that holds him paid of his povert I hold him rich, though he hath not a shirt. He that coveteth is a poor wight, for he would have what is not in his might. But he that naught hath nor coveteth to have is rich, although ye hold him but a knave. Very povert is sin properly. Juvenal saith of povert merrily, the poor man, when he goes by the way, before the thieves he may sing and play. Povert is hateful good, and as I guess, a full great bringer out of business, a great amender eke of sapience to him that taketh it in patience. Povert is this, although it may seem a lench, possession that no wight will challenge. Povert full often, when a man is low, makes him his God, and eke himself to know. Povert a spectacle is, as thinketh me, through which he may his very friends see. And therefore, sir, since that I you not grieve, of my povert no more me reprieve. Now, sir, of eld ye reprieve me. And certes, sir, though none authority were in no book, ye gentles of honour say that men should an old wight honour, and call him father for your gentleness. An author shall I finden, as I guess. Now there ye say that I am foul and old. Then dread ye not to be a cuckold. For filth and eld, also may I thee, be great wardens upon chastity. But natheless, since I know your delight, I shall fulfil your worldly appetite. Choose now, quoth she, one of these things tway. To have me foul and old till that I day, and be to you a true humble wife, and never you displease in all my life. Or else will ye have me young and fair, and take your adventure of the repair that shall be to your house because of me, or in some other place it may well be. Now choose yourself whether that you liketh. This knight adviseth him, and sore he siketh. But at the last he said in this manner, My lady and my love, and wife so dear, I put me in your wise governance. Choose for yourself which may be most pleasance and most honour to you and me also. I do no force the whether of the two, for as you liketh, it sufficeth me. Then have I got the mastery, quoth she, since I may choose and govern as me lest. Yea, certes, wife, quoth he, I hold it best. Kiss me, quoth she, we are no longer wroth, for by my troth I will be to you both. This is to say, yea, both fair and good. I pray to God that I may sterve wood, but I to you be also good and true, as ever was wife since the world was new. And but I be tomorrow as fair to seen as any lady, empress, or queen that is betwixt the east and eke the west. Do with my life and death right as you lest. Cast up the curtain and look how it is. And when the knight saw verily all this, that she was so fair and so young thereto, for joy he hent her in his arms too. His heart bathed in a bath of bliss. 1,000 times on row he gan her kiss, and she obeyed him in everything that might do him pleasure or liking. And thus they live unto their lives' end in perfect joy. And Jesus Christ does send husbands meek and young and fresh in bed, and grace to overlive them that we wed. And eke I pray Jesus to short their lives that will not be governed by their wives. And old and angry niggards of dispense, God send them soon a very pestilence.
Thanks to Caroline Ross and Claire Cooper for bringing Chaucer's Wife of Bath so thrillingly alive. We're going to continue in similar vein now, celebrating both primeval appetites and women on top, with Venus in Furs, the novel by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch. He may not be a household name, but he, or at least his name, lives on in the practice of sadomasochism. Without his 1870 novel, Venus in Furs, there would be no 9.5 Weeks, no Gerald's Game, no 50 Shades of Grey. But don't blame poor old Leopold for that. In this dramatised excerpt from a contemporary translation of Sacher-Masoch's novel, Severin von Kusmierski learns why one should never feel secure with the woman one loves, especially when she's holding a whip.
Wanda and I were walking today. I love her. A Russian prince made his first appearance today on the promenade. He aroused general interest on account of his athletic figure, magnificent face, and splendid bearing. The women particularly gaped at him as though he were a wild animal. But he went his way gloomily without paying attention to anyone. He was accompanied by 2 servants dressed in red satin. Suddenly, he saw Wanda and fixed his cold, piercing look upon her. He even turned his head after her, and when she had passed, he stood still and followed her with his eyes. He didn't notice me by her side. And she veritably devoured him with her radiant green eyes and did everything possible to meet him again. The cunning with which she walked, moved, and looked at him almost stifled me. On the way home, I remarked about it. She knit her brows.
What do you want? The prince is a man whom I might like, who even dazzles me, and I am free. I can do what I please.
Don't you love me any longer?
I love only you, but I shall have that prince pay court to me also.
Wanda.
Aren't you my slave? Am I not Venus, the cruel northern Venus in furs?
I was silent. I felt literally crushed by her words. Her cold look entered my heart like a dagger.
You will find out immediately the prince's name, residence, and circumstances. Do you understand?
But Wanda...
No argument, just obey me. And don't dare to enter my sight until you can answer my questions.
It was not until the afternoon that I could obtain the desired information for Wanda. She let me stand before her like a servant, while she leaned back in her armchair and listened to me, smiling. Then she nodded. She seemed to be satisfied.
Bring me my footstool.
I obeyed, and after having put it before her and having put her feet on it, I remained kneeling. How will this end?
Why, things haven't even begun yet.
You are more heartless than I imagined.
Severin, I haven't done anything yet. Not the slightest thing. And you are already calling me heartless. What will happen when I begin to carry your dreams to their realization? When I shall lead my life as I want and have a circle of admirers about me? When I shall actually fulfill your ideal? Tread you underfoot and apply the lash.
You take my dreams too seriously.
Too seriously? I can't stop at make-believe when once I begin. You know I hate all play acting and comedy. You have wished it. Was it my idea or yours? Did I persuade you or did you inflame my imagination? I am taking things seriously now.
Wanda, listen to me. We love each other infinitely. We are very happy. You sacrifice our entire future to a whim?
It is no longer a whim.
Well, what is it then?
Something that was probably latent in me. Perhaps it would never have come to light if you had not called it to life and made it grow. Now that it has become a powerful impulse, fills my whole being, now that I enjoy it, now that I cannot and do not want to do otherwise, now you want to back out? You? Are you a man?
Dear, sweet Wanda.
Don't. You are not a man.
And you?
I am stubborn, you know that. I haven't a strong imagination, and like you, I am weak in execution. But when I make up my mind to do something, I carry it through. And the more certainly, the more opposition I meet. Leave me alone.
She pushed me away and got up. Wanda. I likewise rose and stood facing her.
Now you know what I am. Once more, I warn you. You still have the choice. I am not compelling you to be my slave.
Wanda, surely you must know how I love you. You are wrong. You make yourself out worse than you are. You are good, noble by nature.
What do you know about my nature? You will get to know me as I am.
Wanda.
Decide. Will you submit unconditionally?
And if I say no?
Well.
As she stood before me now, the arms folded across her breast with an evil smile about her lips. She was, in fact, the despotic woman of my dreams. Her expression seemed hard, and nothing lay in her eyes that promised kindness or mercy.
Well?
You are angry. You will punish me.
No, I shall let you go. You are free. I am not holding you.
Wanda, I who love you so.
Yes, you, my dear sir, you who adore me, but who are a coward, a liar, and a breaker of promises. Leave me instantly.
Oh, Wanda.
Go!
My blood rose in my heart. I threw myself down at her feet and began to cry.
Tears too. Leave me. I don't want to see you again.
Oh, my God, I will do whatever you command. Be your slave, a mere object with which you can do what you will. Only don't send me away. I can't bear it. I cannot live without you. I embraced her knees and covered her hand with kisses.
Yes. You must be a slave and feel the lash, for you are not a man,
she said calmly. She said this to me with perfect composure, not angrily, not even excitedly. And it was what hurt the most.
Now I know you, your dog-like nature that adores where it is kicked, and the more it is maltreated. Now I know you, and now you shall come to know me.
She walked up and down with long strides, while I remained crushed on my knees. My head was hanging supine. Tears flowed from my eyes.
Every woman has the instinct or desire to draw advantage out of her attractions, and much is to be said for giving oneself without love or pleasure. Because if you do it in cold blood, you can reap profit to best advantage.
Wanda, what do you say?
Never feel secure with the woman you love. For there are more dangers in woman's nature than you imagine. Women are neither as good as their admirers and defenders maintain, nor as bad as their enemies make them out to be. No woman is so good or so bad, but that any moment she is capable of the most diabolical as well as of the most divine, of the filthiest as well as of the purest thoughts, emotions, and actions. Don't ever forget that. And never feel secure with the woman you love. Come here.
Wanda commanded harshly, sitting down on the ottoman. I obeyed her command and sat down beside her. She looked at me somberly, and then A light suddenly seemed to illuminate the interior of her eye. Smiling, she drew me toward her breast and began to kiss the tears out of my eyes.
How beautiful you now are. Your eyes, half broken in ecstasy, fill me with joy, carry me away. How wonderful your look would be if you were being beaten to death in extreme agony. You have the eye of a martyr.
The really strange thing is that I am like the deer in the park. I can escape and don't want to. I'm ready to endure everything as soon as she threatens to set me free. If only she would use the whip again. There is something uncanny in the kindness with which she treats me. I seem like a little captive mouse, with which a beautiful cat prettily plays. She is ready at any moment to tear it to pieces. And my heart of a mouse threatens to burst. What are her intentions? What does she purpose to do with me? How will this end?
Dun, dun, dun. Thank you, director Harry Medawar and his cast Sarah Perkins and Steve Taylor, for that naughty but rather very nice little snippet. Incidentally, strictly speaking, Venus in Furs isn't a novel, but a novella. But does size really matter? Villette by Charlotte Bronte definitely is a novel, and one again that shows the dominance of the distaff side. We're going to hear a little of that now from Claire Cooper, just to bring the temperature down somewhat before we turn it up to gas mark 10 with a bit of Fanny Hill. Villette was Charlotte Bronte's third novel and the last published during her life in 1853. Many believe it's more accomplished and astutely observed than Jane Eyre. After an unspecified family disaster, the protagonist, Lucy Snow, travels from her native England to the fictional French-speaking city of Villette to teach at a girls' school, where she's drawn into adventure and romance. One of the students is Ginevra Fanshawe, a beautiful but shallow and vain 18-year-old with a light, careless temperament. Despite Ginevra's faults, Lucy Snow is fond of her. In turn, Ginevra thinks of Lucy as a cynical old lady and calls her Timon, after the 5th century Greek misanthrope. Eventually, Ginevra elopes, and at the end of the novel, writes Lucy this letter, read by Claire Cooper.
Dear old Tim, I'm off, you see, gone like a shot. Alfred and I intended to be married in this way, almost from the first. We never meant to be spliced in the humdrum way of other people. Alfred has too much spirit in him, and so have I. Dieu merci. Do you know, Alfred, who used to call you the dragon, has seen so much of you during the last few months that he begins to feel quite friendly towards you. He hopes you won't miss him now that he has gone. He begs to apologize for any little trouble he may have given you. He is afraid he rather inconvenienced you once when he came upon you in the grenier, just as you were reading a letter, seemingly of the most special interest. But he could not resist the temptation to give you a start. You appeared so wonderfully taken up with your correspondence. En revanche, he says you once frightened him by rushing in for a dress or a shawl or some other chiffon at the moment when he had struck a light and was going to take a quiet whiff of his cigar while waiting for me. Do you begin to comprehend by this time that Monsieur le Comte de Hamal was the nun of the attic, and that he came to see your humble servant? I will tell you how he managed it. You know he has the entree of the Athénée, where 2 or 3 of his nephews, the sons of his eldest sister, Madame de Melcy, are students. You know the court of the Athénée is on the other side of the high wall bounding your walk, the Allée Défendue. Alfred can climb as well as he can dance or fence. His amusement was also to make the escalade of our pensionnat by mounting first the wall, then by the aid of that high tree overspreading the Grand Berceau, and resting some of the boughs on the roof of the lower buildings of our premises. He managed to scale the first class and the Grand Salle. One night, by the way, he fell out of this tree, tore down some of the branches, nearly broke his own neck, and after all, in running away, got a terrible fright, and was nearly caught by two people, Madame Beck and Monsieur Emmanuel. He thinks walking in the alley. From the Grand Salle, the ascent is not so difficult to the highest block of building, finishing in the great garret. The skylight, you know, is day and night, left half open for air. By the skylight he entered. Nearly a year ago I chanced to tell him our legend of the nun that suggested his romantic idea of this spectral disguise, which I think you must allow he has very cleverly carried out. But for the nun's black gown and white veil, he would have been caught again and again by both you and that tiger Jesuit, Monsieur Paul. He thinks you both capital ghost seers and very brave. What I wonder at is rather your secretiveness than your courage. How could you endure the visitations of that long spectre, time after time, without crying out, telling everybody, and rousing the whole house and neighbourhood? Oh. And how did you like the nun as a bedfellow? I dressed her up. Didn't I do it well? Didn't you shriek when you saw her? I should have gone mad, but then you have such nerves. Real iron and bend leather. I believe you feel nothing. You haven't the same sensitiveness that a person of my constitution has. You seem to me insensible to both pain and fear and grief. You are a real Diogenes. Well, dear grandmother Lucy, and are you not mightily angry at my moonlight flitting and runaway match? I assure you it is excellent fun, and I did it partly to spite that minx Paulina and that bear Dr. John, to show them that with all their airs I could get married as well as they. Monsieur de Bassompierre was at first in a strange fume with Alfred. He threatened a prosecution for a détournement de mineur, and I know not what. He was so abominably in earnest that I found myself forced to do a little bit of the melodramatic, go down on my knees, sob, cry, drench 3 pocket handkerchiefs. Of course, mon oncle soon gave in. Indeed, where was the use of making a fuss? I am married, and that's all about it. He still says that our marriage is not legal because I am not of age. Forsooth, as if that made any difference. I am just as much married as if I were 100. However, we are to be married again, and I am to have a trousseau, and Mrs. Cholmondeley is going to superintend it, and there are some hopes that Monsieur de Bassompierre will give me a decent portion, which will be very convenient, as dear Alfred has nothing but his nobility, native and hereditary, and his pay. I only wish Uncle would do things unconditionally, in a generous, gentlemanlike fashion. He is so disagreeable as to make the dowry depend on Alfred's giving his written promise that he will never touch cards or dice from the day it is paid down. They accuse my angel of a tendency to play. I don't know anything about that, but I do know he is a dear, adorable creature. I cannot sufficiently extol the genius with which de Hamal managed our flight. How clever in him to select a night of the fete, when Madame, for he knows her habits, as he said, would infallibly be absent at the concert in the park. I suppose you must have gone with her. I watched you rise and leave the dormitory about 11 o'clock. How you returned alone and on foot, I cannot conjecture. That surely was you we met in the narrow old Rue Saint-Jean. Did you see me wave my handkerchief from the carriage window? Oh, adieu. Rejoice in my good luck. Congratulate me on my supreme happiness. And believe me, dear cynic and misanthrope, yours in the best of health and spirits, Ginevre Laura de Hamal, née Fanshawe. P.S. Remember, I am a countess now. Papa, Mamma, and the girls at home will be delighted to hear that. My daughter the Countess. My sister the Countess. Bravo. Sounds rather better than Mrs. John Breton. Hein?
Thanks to Claire Cooper and Charlotte Bronte. Really nice to include something that isn't Jane Eyre. Sticking with literary heroines, female trailblazers in English literature, we're now going to turn to the memoirs of a woman of pleasure, popularly known as Fanny Hill, written by John Cleland in 1749, the very same year that Henry Fielding published Tom Jones. This infamously scandalous book was written while Cleland was in debtor's prison, bit of a theme here, and is considered the first original English prose pornography, and the first pornography to use the form of the novel. It's one of the most prosecuted and banned books in history. We've got another one coming up soon. The book exemplifies the use of euphemism. The text has no dirty words, in inverted commas, or explicit scientific terms for body parts, but uses many literary devices to describe genitalia. For example, the vagina is sometimes referred to as the nether mouth, which is also an example of what Sigmund Freud later called psychological displacement. Bless him. The novel consists of 2 long letters written by Frances Fanny Hill, a rich middle-aged Englishwoman who leads a life of contentment with her loving husband Charles and their children, written to an unnamed acquaintance identified only as Madam. Fanny has been prevailed upon by Madam to recount the scandalous stages of her earlier life, which she proceeds to do with stark naked truth as her governing principle. After an impoverished childhood in a Lancashire village, at the age of 14, Fanny loses her parents to smallpox, arrives in London looking for domestic work, and gets lured into a brothel. A customer, Charles, introduces Fanny to Escape, and she becomes his lover. When Charles is sent away by deception to the South Seas, Fanny is driven by desperation and poverty to become the kept woman of a rich merchant named Mr. H., who later abandons her after he seduced her maid, and she seduces the young footman as an act of revenge. Fanny then becomes a high-class prostitute in a pleasure house, where her adventures include a public orgy, an elaborately orchestrated bogus sale of her virginity to a rich dupe called Mr. Norbert, and a sadomasochistic session with a man involving mutual flagellation with birch rods. Meanwhile, the nymphomaniac Louisa seduces the immensely endowed but imbecilic good-natured Dick. Eventually, Fanny retires from prostitution and becomes the lover of a rich and worldly wise man of 60. After he dies of a sudden cold, she has a chance encounter with Charles, who has returned as a poor man to England after being shipwrecked. Fanny offers her fortune to Charles unconditionally, who insists on marrying her. A happy ending indeed. The following extract, to be read by Kelly Nichol, is one of the less full-blown episodes, but has the proud distinction of having introduced the phrase "any port in a storm" into the English language.
I was now restored to my former state of a kept mistress, and used punctually to wait on Mr. Norbert at his chambers whenever he sent a messenger for me, which I constantly prepared to be in the way of, and managed with so much caution that he never once penetrated the nature of my connection with Mrs. Cole, but indolently given up to the ease and the town's dispositions. The perpetual hurry of them hindered him from looking into his own affairs, much less into mine. In the meantime, if I may judge from my own experience, none are better paid or better treated during their reign than the mistresses of those who enervate by nature, debaucheries, or age have the least employment for the sex. Sensible that a woman must be satisfied some way, and they ply her with 1,000 little tender attentions, presents, caresses, confidences, and exhaust their inventions in means and devices to make up for the capital deficiency. And even towards lessening that, what arts, what modes, what refinements of pleasure have they not recourse to raise their languid powers and press nature to the service of their sensuality? But here is their misfortune, that when by a course of teasing, worrying, handling, wanton postures, lascivious motions, they have at length accomplished a flashy, enervate enjoyment, they at the same time light up a flame in the object of their passion, that, not having the means themselves to quench, drive her for relief into the next person's arms, who can finish their work, and thus they become boards to some favourite tried and approved of for a more vigorous and satisfactory execution. For, with women, of our turn especially, however well our hearts may be disposed, there is a controlling part, or queen seat, in us, that governs itself by its own maxims of state, amongst which not one is stronger in practice with it than in the matter of its dues, never to accept the will for the deed. Mr. Norbert, who was in much in this ungracious case, though he professed to like me extremely, could but seldom consummate the main joy itself with me without such a length and variety of preparations as were at once wearisome and inflammatory. Sometimes he would strip me stark naked on a carpet by a good fire, and he would contemplate me almost by the hour, disposing in me all the figures and attitudes of body that it was susceptible of being viewed in, kissing me in every part, the most secret and critical one so far from accepted that it received the most of that branch of homage. Then his touches were so exquisitely wanton, so luxuriously diffused and penetrative at times, that he had made me perfectly rage with titillating fires when, after all and much ado, he had gained a short-lived erection, he would perhaps melt it away in a washy sweat, or a premature abortive effusion that provokingly mocked my eager desires. Or, if carried home, how faltered and unnervous the execution! How insufficient the sprinkle of a few heat drops to extinguish all the flames he had kindled! One evening, I cannot help remembering that, returning home from him with a spirit he had raised in a circle his wand had proved too weak to lay, as I turned the corner of a street, I was overtaken by a young sailor. I was then in that spruce, neat, plain dress which I ever affected, and perhaps might have been, in my trip, a certain air of restlessness unknown to the composure of cooler thoughts. However, he seized me as a prize, and without further ceremony threw his arms around my neck and kissed me boisterously and sweetly. I looked at him with a beginning of anger and indignation at his rudeness, but softened away into other sentiments as I viewed him. For he was tall, manly carriaged, handsome of body and face, so that I ended my stare with asking him, in a tone turned to tenderness, what he meant. At which, with the same frankness and vivacity as he had begun with me, he proposed treating me with a glass of wine. Now, certain it is that had I been in a calmer state of blood than I was, had I not been under the dominion of an unappeased irritation and desire, I should have refused him without hesitation. But I do not know how it was. My pressing calls, his figure, the occasion, and, if you will, the powerful combination of all of these, with a start of curiosity to see the end of an adventure, so novel too as being treated like a common street flyer, made me give silent consent. In short, it was not my head I now obeyed. I suffered myself to be towed along, as it were, by this man-of-war, who took me under his arm as familiarly as if he had known me all his lifetime, and led me to the next convenient tavern, where we were shown into a little room on one side of the passage. Here, scarcely allowing himself patience until the drawer had brought in the wine called for, he fell directly on board me, when, untucking my handkerchief and giving me a snatching bust, he laid my breasts bare at once, which he handled with a keenness of lust that abridges a ceremonial ever more tiresome than pleasing on such pressing occasions. And now, hurrying towards the main point, we found no conveniency for our purpose. 2 or 3 disabled chairs and a rickety table composing the whole furniture of the room. Without more ado, he plants me with my back standing against the wall and my petticoats up, and coming out with a splitter indeed, made it shine as he brandished it in my eyes, and going to work with an impetuosity and eagerness, bred very likely by a long fast at sea, went to give me a taste of it. I straddled, humoured my posture, and did my best, in short, to buckle to it. I took part of it in, but still things did not go to his liking. Changing then in a trice his system of battery, he leads me to the table, and with a master hand lays my head down on the edge of it, and with the other, casting up my petticoats and shifts, bears my naked posteriors to his blind and furious guide. It forces its way between them, and I, feeling pretty sensibly that it was not going by the right door and knocking desperately at the wrong one, I told him of it. "Pah," says he, "my dear, any port in a storm." Altering, however, directly his course and lowering his point, he fixed it right, and driving it up with a delicious stiffness, made all foam again, and gave me the tout with such fire and spirit that it was in fine disposition I was in when I submitted to him, and stirred up so fiercely as I was, I got the start of him, and went away into the melting swoon, and squeezing him, whilst in the convulsive grasp of it, drew from him such a plenteous bejewel as joined in my own effusion, perfectly floated those parts, and drowned in a deluge all my raging conflagration of desire. When this was over, how to make my retreat was my concern. For, though I had been so extremely pleased with the difference between this warm broadside poured so briskly into me, and the tiresome pouring and toying to which I had owed the unappeased flames that had driven me into this step, now I was grown cooler. I began to apprehend the danger of contracting an acquaintance with this, however agreeable stranger, who, on his side, spoke of passing the evening with me and continuing our intimacy with an air of determination that made me afraid of it being not so easy to get away from him as I could wish. In the meantime, I carefully concealed my uneasiness and readily pretended to consent to stay with him, telling him I should only step to my lodgings to relieve a necessary direction, and then instantly return. This he very glibly swallowed, on the notion of me being one of those unhappy street errants who devote themselves to the pleasure of the first ruffian that will stoop to pick them up, and of course that I would barely bilk myself of the hire by not returning to make the most of the job. Thus he parted with me. Not before, however, he had ordered in my hearing a supper, which I had the barbarity to disappoint him of my company to. But when I got home and told Mrs. Cole my adventure, she represented so strongly to me the nature and dangerous consequences of my folly, particularly the risks to my health in being so open-legged and free, that I not only took resolution never to venture so harshly again, which I inviolably preserved, but passed a good many days in continual uneasiness, lest I should have met with other reasons besides the pleasure of that re-encounter to remember it. But these fears wronged my pretty sailor, for which I will gladly make him this reparation.
Lovely. Thanks to Kelly Nichol for sharing her Fanny Hill with us. Now, this and our next couple of pieces seem to show that literature is mostly about sex and not about paying the bills, feeding the cat and taking the bins out, while life is mostly the other way around. Or is that just me? Anyway, continuing the theme of sexual freedom started by Kelly, Fanny and John Cleland, we sashay forward a couple of centuries to a book that is arguably even more infamous, Lady Chatterley's Lover by D.H. Lawrence. First published privately in 1928 in Italy and then in France, dirty continentals. An unexpurgated edition wasn't published openly in the UK until 1960, when it was the subject of a watershed obscenity trial against the publisher Penguin Books, who won the case and quickly sold 3 million copies. The book became notorious for its story of the physical and emotional relationship between a working class man and an upper class woman, for its explicit descriptions of sex, and for its use of then unprintable 4-letter words, and I don't mean love. Lawrence had considered calling the novel John Thomas and Lady Jane, in reference obviously to the male and female sex organs, but decided against it and named it instead after his two protagonists, Constance, Lady Chatterley, and the gamekeeper Oliver Mellors, her lover. We're now going to hear of their first physical encounter, read by Matt Dennis.
She had only one desire now, to go to the clearing in the wood. The rest was a kind of painful dream, for sometimes she was kept all day at Rugby by her duties as hostess, and then she felt as if she too were going blank, just blank and insane. One evening, guests or no guests, she escaped after tea. It was late, and she fled across the park like one who fears to be called back. The sun was setting rosy as she entered the wood, but she pressed on among the flowers. The light would last long overhead. She arrived at the clearing flushed and semi-conscious. The keeper was there, in his shirt sleeves, just closing up the coops for the night, so the little occupants would be safe. But still one little trio was pattering about on tiny feet, alert drab mites, under the straw shelter, refusing to be called in by their anxious mother. "I had to come and see the chickens," she said, panting, glancing shyly at the keeper, almost unaware of him. "Are there any more?" 36 so far," he said. "Not bad." He too took a curious pleasure in watching the young things come out. Connie crouched in front of the last coop. The 3 chicks had run in, but still their cheeky heads came poking sharply through the yellow feathers, then withdrawing, then only one beady little head eyeing forth from the vast mother body. "I'd love to touch them," she said, putting her fingers gingerly through the bars of the coop. But the mother hen pecked at her hand fiercely, and Connie drew back, startled and frightened. "How she pecks at me! She hates me," she said in a wondering voice, "but I wouldn't hurt them." The man standing above her laughed and crouched down beside her, knees apart, and put his hand with quiet confidence slowly into the coop. The old hen pecked at him, but not so savagely, and slowly, softly, with sure gentle fingers, he felt among the old bird's feathers and drew out a faintly peeping chick in his closed hand. "There," he said, holding out his hand to her. She took the little drab thing between her hands, and there it stood on its impossible little stalk of legs, its atom of balancing life trembling for its almost weightless feet into Connie's hands. But it lifted its handsome, clean-shaped little head boldly and looked sharply round and gave a little peep. "So adorable, so cheeky," she said softly. The keeper, squatting beside her, was also watching with an amused face the bold little bird in her hands. Suddenly, he saw a tear fall onto her wrist. And he stood up and stood away, moving to the other coop. For suddenly he was aware of the old flame shooting and leaping up in his loins that he had hoped was quiescent forever. He fought against it, turning his back to her, but it leapt and leapt downwards, circling in his knees. He turned again to look at her. She was kneeling and holding her two hands slowly forward, blindly, so that the chicken could run into the mother hen again. And there was something so mute and forlorn in her, compassion flamed in his bowels for her. Without knowing, he came quickly towards her, crouched beside her again, taking the chick from her hands because she was afraid of the hen, and putting it back in the coop. At the back of his loins, the lyre suddenly darted stronger. He glanced apprehensively at her. Her face was averted, and she was suddenly crying blindly in all the anguish of her generation's forlornness. His heart melted suddenly like a drop of fire, and he put out his hand and laid his fingers on her knee. "You shouldn't cry," he said softly. But then she put her hands over her face and felt that really her heart was broken and nothing mattered any more. He laid his hand on her shoulder, and softly, gently, it began to travel down the curve of her back, blindly, with a blind stroking motion to the curve of her crouching loins. And there his hand softly, softly stroked the curve of her flank in the blind, instinctive caress. She had found her scrap of handkerchief and was blindly trying to dry her face. "Shall you come to the hut?" he said in a quiet, neutral voice. And closing his hand softly on her upper arm, he drew her up and led her slowly to the hut, not letting go of her till she was inside. Then he cleared aside the chair and table and took a brown soldier's blanket from the tool chest, spreading it slowly. She glanced at his face as she stood motionless. His face was pale and without expression, like that of a man submitting to fate. "You lie there," he said softly, and he shut the door so that it was dark, quite dark. With a queer obedience, she lay down in the blanket. Then she felt the soft, groping, helplessly desirous hand touching her body, feeling for her face. The hand stroked her face softly, softly with infinite soothing and assurance, and at last there was the soft touch of a kiss on her cheek. She lay quite still, in a sort of sleep, in a sort of dream. And then she quivered as she felt his hand groping softly, yet with a queer, thwarted clumsiness among her clothing. Yet the hand knew too how to unclothe her where it wanted. He drew down the thin silk sheath slowly, carefully, right down and over her feet. Then, with a quiver of exquisite pleasure, he touched the warm, soft body and touched her navel for a moment, in a kiss. And he had to come into her at once, to enter the peace on earth of her soft, quiescent body. It was the moment of pure peace for him, the entry into the body of the woman. She lay still in a kind of sleep, always in a kind of sleep. The activity, the orgasm was his, all his. She could strive for herself no more. Even the tightness of his arms round her, even the intense movement of his body and the springing of his seed inside her was a kind of sleep from which she did not begin to rouse till he had finished and lay softly panting against her breast. Then she wondered, just dimly wondered, why? Why was this necessary? Why had it lifted a great cloud from her and given her peace? Was it real? Was it real? Her tormented, modern woman's brain still had no rest. Was it real? And she knew if she gave herself to the man, it was real. But if she kept herself for herself, it was nothing. She was old, millions of years old, she felt. And at last she could bear the burden of herself no more. She was to be had for the taking. To be had for the taking. The man lay in a mysterious stillness. What was he feeling? What was he thinking? She did not know. He was a strange man to her. She did not know him. She must only wait, for she did not dare to break his mysterious stillness. He lay there with his arms round her, his body on hers, his wet body touching hers so close. And completely unknown, yet not unpeaceful. His very stillness was peaceful. She knew that, when at last he roused and drew away from her, it was like an abandonment. He drew her dress, in the darkness down over her knees, and stood a few moments, apparently adjusting his own clothing. And then he quietly opened the door and went out. She saw a very brilliant little moon shining above the afterglow over the oaks. Quickly she got up and arranged herself. She was tidy. And then she went to the door of the hut. All the lower wood was in shadow, almost darkness, yet the sky overhead was crystal, but it shed hardly any light. He came through the lower shadow towards her, his face lifted like a pale blotch. "Shall we go then?" he said. "Where?" "I'll go with you to the gate." He arranged things his own way. He locked the door of the hut and came after her. "You aren't sorry, are you?" he asked as he went at her side. "No. No, are you?" she said. "For that, no," he said. And then after a while he added, "But there's the rest of things." "What rest of things?" she said. "Sir Clifford. Other folks. All the complications." "Why complications?" she said, disappointed. "It's always so. For you as well as for me. There's always complications." He walked on, steadily in the dark. "And are you sorry?" she said. "In a way," he replied, looking up at the sky. "I thought I'd done with it all. Now I've begun again." "Begun what?" "Life. Life," she re-echoed with a queer thrill. "It's life," he said. "There's no keeping clear. And if you do keep clear, you might as well die. So if I've got to be broken open again, I have." She did not quite see it that way, but still. "It's just love," she said cheerfully. "Whatever that may be," he replied. They went on through the darkening woods in silence, till they were almost at the gate. "But you don't hate me, do you?" she said wistfully. "No, no," he replied, and suddenly he held her fast against his breast again with the old connecting passion. "No, for me it was good. It was good. Was it for you?" "Yes, for me too," she answered a little untruthfully, for she'd not been conscious of much. He kissed her softly, softly with the kisses of warmth. "If only there weren't so many other people in the world," he said lugubriously. She laughed. They were at the gate to the park. He opened it for her. "I won't come any further," he said. "No." And she held out her hand as if to shake hands, but he took it in both his. "Shall I come again?" she asked wistfully. "Yes, yes." She left him and went across the park. He stood back and watched her going into the dark against the pallor of the horizon. Almost with bitterness he watched her go. She had connected him up again when he had wanted to be alone. She had cost him that bitter privacy of a man who at last wants only to be alone.
That was quite beautiful, Matt. Thank you. Staying with Lawrence, our penultimate offering of the day, morning, comes from this earlier novel, Women in Love. A sequel to The Rainbow, it follows the continuing loves and lives of the Brangwen sisters, Gudrun and Ursula, in the run-up to the First World War, and introduces their lovers, Gerald Critch, an industrialist, and Rupert Birkin, an alienated intellectual who articulates many opinions associated with Lawrence himself. Our extract focuses on these two chaps, in the nude wrestling scene, made both famous and infamous by Ken Russell's film starring Alan Bates and Oliver Reed. According to the latter, he had to get drunk, not that he needs an excuse, before he exposed himself on camera, so he turned up to the shoot nine sheets to the wind and then proceeded to get Bates likewise. The movie was made, appropriately enough, in 1969. Our extract from the 1920 novel itself, and showing D.H. Lawrence at his homoerotic best, is read by an actress better known for playing eccentric old ladies who like to lick margaritas off their fellow actors' forearms. Heather Matthew.
Chapter 20. Gladiatorial. The man brought in the tray and set it down. "Don't come in any more," said Gerald. The door closed. "Well then," said Gerald, "shall we strip and begin? Will you have a drink first?" "No, I don't want one." "Neither do I." Gerald fastened the door and pushed the furniture aside. The room was large, there was plenty of space, it was thickly carpeted. Then he quickly threw off his clothes and waited for Birkin. The latter, white and thin, came over to him. Birkin was more a presence than a visible object. Gerald was aware of him completely, but not really visually. Whereas Gerald himself was concrete and noticeable, a piece of pure, final substance. "Now," said Birkin, "I will show you what I learned and what I remember. You let me take you so." And his hands closed on the naked body of the other man. In another moment, he had Gerald swung over lightly and balanced against his knee, head downwards. Relaxed, Gerald sprang to his feet with his eyes glittering. "Oh, that's smart," he said. "Now try again." So the two men began to struggle together. They were very dissimilar. Birkin was tall and narrow, his bones were very thin and fine. Gerald was much heavier and more plastic. His bones were strong and round, his limbs were rounded, all his contours were beautifully and fully moulded. He seemed to stand with a proper, rich weight on the face of the earth, whilst Birkin seemed to have the centre of gravitation in his own middle. And Gerald had a rich, frictional kind of strength, rather mechanical, but sudden and invincible, whereas Birkin was abstract as to be almost intangible. He impinged invisibly upon the other man, scarcely seeming to touch him like a garment, and then suddenly piercing in a tense, fine grip that seemed to penetrate into the very quick of Gerald's being. They stopped. They discussed methods. They practiced grips and throws. They became accustomed to each other's rhythm. They got a kind of mutual, physical understanding. And then again, they had a real struggle. They seemed to drive their white flesh deeper and deeper against each other, as if they could break into a oneness. Birkin had a great subtle energy that would press upon the other man with an uncanny force, weigh him like a spell put upon him. Then it would pass, and Gerald would heave free with white, heaving, dazzling movements. So the two men entwined and wrestled with each other, working nearer and nearer. Both were white and clear, but Gerald flushed smart red where he was touched, and Birkin remained white and tense. He seemed to penetrate into Gerald's more solid, more diffuse body, to interfuse his body through the body of the other, as if to bring it subtly into subjection, always seizing with some rapid, necromantic foreknowledge every motion of the other flesh, converting and counteracting it, playing upon the limbs and trunk of Gerald like some hard wind. It was as if Birkin's whole physical intelligence interpenetrated into Gerald's body, as if his fine, sublimated energy entered into the flesh of the fuller man like some potency, casting a fine net, a prison through the muscles into the very depths of Gerald's physical being. So they wrestled, swiftly, rapturously, intent and mindless at last, two essential white figures working into a tighter, closer oneness of struggle, with a strange, octopus-like knotting and flashing of limbs in the subdued light of the room. a tense white knot of flesh gripped in silence between the walls of old brown books. Now and again came a sharp gasp of breath or a sound like a sigh, then the rapid thudding of movement on the thickly carpeted floor, then the strange sound of flesh escaping under flesh. Often, in the white interlaced knot of violent living being that swayed silently, there was no head to be seen, only the swift, tight limbs, the solid white backs, the physical junction of two bodies clinched into oneness. Then would appear the gleaming, ruffled head of Gerald as the struggle changed. Then, for a moment, the dun-coloured, shadow-like head of the other man would lift up from the conflict, the eyes wide and dreadful and sightless. At length, Gerald laid back inert on the carpet, his breast rising in great slow panting, whilst Birkin kneeled over him, almost unconscious. Birkin was much more exhausted. He caught little, short breaths. He could scarcely breathe any more. The earth seemed to tilt and sway, and a complete darkness was coming over his mind. He did not know what had happened. He slid forward, quite unconscious, over Gerald, and Gerald did not notice. Then he was half conscious again, aware only of the strange tilting and sliding of the world. The world was sliding, everything was sliding off into the darkness, and he was sliding endlessly, endlessly away. He came to consciousness again, hearing an immense knocking outside. What could be happening? What was it, the great hammer-stroke resounding through the house? He did not know. And then it came to him. It was his own heart beating. But that seemed impossible. The noise was outside. No, it was inside himself. It was his own heart. And the beating was painful, so strained and surcharged. He wondered if Gerald heard it. He did not know whether he was standing or lying or falling. When he realised that he had fallen prostrate upon Gerald's body, he wondered. He was surprised. But he sat up, steadying himself with his hand and waiting for his heart to become stiller and less painful. It hurt very much and took away his consciousness. Gerald, however, was still less conscious than Birkin. They waited dimly in a sort of not being for many uncounted, unknown minutes. "Of course," panted Gerald. "I didn't have to be rough with you. I had to keep back my force." Birkin heard the sound as if his own spirit stood behind him, outside him, and listened to it. His body was in a trance of exhaustion. His spirit heard thinly. His body could not answer. Only he knew his heart was getting quieter. He was divided entirely between his spirit, which stood outside and knew, and his body that was a plunging, unconscious stroke of blood. "I could have thrown you, using violence," panted Gerald, "but you beat me right enough." "Yes," said Birkin, hardening his throat and producing the words in the tension there. "You're much stronger than I. You could beat me, easily." Then he relaxed again to the terrible plunging of his heart and his blood. "It surprised me," panted Gerald. "What strength you've got. Almost supernatural." "For a moment," said Birkin. He still heard as if it were his own disembodied spirit hearing, standing at some distance behind him. It drew nearer, however, his spirit, and the violent striking of his blood in his chest was sinking quieter, allowing his mind to come back. He realised that he was leaning with all his weight on the soft body of the other man. It startled him, because he thought he had withdrawn. He recovered himself and sat up. But he was still vague and unestablished. He put out his hand to steady himself. It touched the hand of Gerald that was lying out on the floor, and Gerald's hand closed warm and sudden over Birkin's. They remained exhausted and breathless, the one hand clasped closely over the other. It was Birkin whose hand, in swift response, had closed in a strong, warm clasp over the hand of the other. Gerald's clasp had been sudden and momentaneous. The normal consciousness, however, was returning, ebbing back. Birkin could breathe almost naturally again. Gerald's hand slowly withdrew. Birkin slowly, dazedly rose to his feet and went towards the table. He poured out a whisky and soda. Gerald also came for a drink. It was a real set too, wasn't it? Said Birkin, looking at Gerald with darkened eyes. God, yes, said Gerald. He looked at the delicate body of the other man and added, It wasn't too much for you, was it? No, one ought to wrestle and strive and be physically close. It makes one sane. You think so? I do. Don't you? Yes, said Gerald. There were long spaces of silence between their words. The wrestling had some deep meaning to them, an unfinished meaning. We are mentally, spiritually intimate. Therefore, we should be more or less physically intimate too. It is more whole. Certainly it is, said Gerald. Then he laughed pleasantly, adding, It's rather wonderful to me. He stretched out his arms handsomely. Yes, said Birkin. I don't know why one should have to justify oneself. No. The two men began to dress. I think also that you are beautiful, said Birkin to Gerald, and that is enjoyable too. One should enjoy what is given. You think I'm beautiful? How do you mean? Physically? Asked Gerald, his eyes glistening. Yes, you have a northern kind of beauty, like light refracted from snow, and a beautiful plastic form. Yes, that is there to enjoy as well. We should enjoy everything. Gerald glistened for a moment with pleasure, as if it was something done specially to please him. Then his face assumed a fitting gravity, and he nodded his head slowly. You know, he said, I always believed in love, true love. But where does one find it nowadays? I don't know, said Birkin. Very rarely, said Gerald. Then after a pause, I've never felt it myself, not what I should call love. I've gone after women and been keen enough over some of them, but I've never felt love. I don't believe I've ever felt as much love for a woman as I have for you. Not love. You understand what I mean? Yes. I'm sure you've never loved a woman. You feel that, do you? And do you think I ever shall? You understand what I mean? He put his hand to his breast, closing his fist there as if he would draw something out. I mean that I can't express what it is, but I know it. What is it, then? Said Birkin. You see, I can't put it into words. I mean, at any rate, something abiding, something that can't change. His eyes were bright and puzzled. Now, do you think I shall ever feel that for a woman? He said anxiously. Birkin looked at him and shook his head. I don't know, he said. I could not say. Gerald had been on the alert, as if awaiting his fate. Now he drew back in his chair. No, he said, and neither do I. And neither do I. We are different, you and I, said Birkin. I can't tell your life. No, said Gerald. No more can I. But I tell you, I begin to doubt it. That you will ever love a woman? Well, yes. What you would truly call love. You doubt it? Well, I begin to. There was a long pause. Life has all kinds of things, said Birkin. There isn't only one road. Yes, I believe that too. I believe it. And mind you, I don't care how it is with me. I don't care how it is. So as long as I don't feel... He paused, and a blank, barren look passed over his head to express his feeling. So long as I feel I've lived somehow, and I don't care how it is, but I want to feel that. Fulfilled, said Birkin. Well, perhaps it is fulfilled. I don't use the same words as you. It is the same.
Beautiful. Thank you, Heather Matthew. I think that would have even sobered up Oliver Reed. And so, folks, to our final piece of the evening. If you've stayed with us this far, your loyalty and indeed your stamina is about to be rewarded. I mentioned earlier that Coleridge described Oedipus Rex as one of the 3 most perfect plots ever planned, and it is to Sophocles' tragic hero that we're now going to turn. The King of Thebes, who unwittingly fulfilled a prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother. We did promise you love in all its myriad manifestations. So many of the lives and loves in the Greek myths are cursed and fated playthings of the all-powerful gods. Oedipus's fatal love for his mother is perhaps the most doomed of them all. So ashamed is he that he blinds himself. The fearful origin of the saying, blinded by love. This powerful speech comes at the end of Oedipus the King and is read by Loz Keel. Claire Cooper sets the scene.
To Laius, king of Thebes, an oracle foretold that the child born to him by his queen Jocasta would slay his father and wed his mother. So, when in time a son was born, the infant's feet were riveted together and he was left to die on Mount Cithaeron. But a shepherd found the babe, Oedipus, tended him and delivered him to another shepherd, who took him to his master, the king of Corinth, Polybus, who adopted the boy. Oedipus grew up believing that he was indeed the king's son, but later, doubting his parentage, he inquired of the Delphic god and heard himself the oracle declared previously to Laius. He fled from what he deemed his father's house, and in his flight he encountered and unwittingly slew his father Laius. Arriving at Thebes, he answered the riddle of the Sphinx, and the grateful Thebans made him their king, whereupon he espoused the widowed queen Jocasta. Children were born to them, and Thebes prospered under his rule. But again, a grievous plague fell upon the city. Again the oracle was consulted, and it bade them purge themselves of blood guiltiness. Oedipus denounces the crime of which he is unaware, and undertakes to track out the criminal. Step by step, It is brought home to him that he is that man. The closing scene reveals Jocasta, slain by her own hand, and Oedipus blinded by his own act and praying for death or exile.
What's done was well done. Thou canst never shake my firm belief. A truce to argument, for had I sight, I know not with what eyes I could have met my father in the shades, or my poor mother, since against the twain I sinned. A sin no gallows could atone. Aye, but ye say, the sight of children joys a parent's eyes. What, born as mine were born? No, such a sight could never bring me joy. Nor this fair city with its battlements, its temples, and the statues of its gods, sights from which I, now wretchedest of all, once ranked the foremost Theban in all Thebes, by my own sentence am cut off, condemned by my own proclamation against the wretch, the miscreant by heaven itself declared unclean, and of the race of Laius, thus branded as a felon by myself. How had I dared to look you in the face? Nay, had I known a way to choke the springs of hearing, I had never shrunk to make a dungeon of this miserable frame, cut off from sight and hearing. For 'tis bliss to bide in regions sorrow cannot reach. Why didst thou harbour me, Cytheron? Why didst thou not take and slay me? Then I never had shown to men the secret of my birth. O Polybus, O Corinth, O my home, home of my ancestors, so wast thou called. How fair a nursling then I seemed. How foul the canker that lay festering in the bud. Now is the blight revealed of root and fruit. Ye triple high roads, and thou hidden glen, coppice and pass, where meet the three branched ways, ye drank my blood, the life blood these hands spilt, my father's. Do ye call to mind, perchance, those deeds of mine ye witnessed, and the work I wrought thereafter when I came to Thebes? O fatal wedlock, thou didst give me birth, and having borne me, sowed again my seed, mingling the blood of fathers, brothers, children, brides, wives, and mothers, an incestuous brood, all horrors that are wrought beneath the sun, horrors so foul to name them were unmeet. Oh, I adjure you, hide me anywhere far from this land, or slay me straight, or cast me down to the depths of ocean, out of sight. Come hither. Deign to touch an abject wretch. Draw near and fear not, for I myself must bear the load of guilt that none but I can share.
Thank you to Claire Cooper and Loz Keel for bringing our first day to a rousing climax. On behalf of Teddington Theatre Club, I can now officially wish you all a very happy Valentine's Day, as we are now well into Sunday the 14th of February. Just a quick reminder of what you've been watching. This is Teddington Theatre Club's Valentine's Weekend 24-hour romance-a-thon, What's Love Got to Do With It? More than 150 pieces, spanning 25 centuries, presented by 80 performers in 250 roles and readings across now well over 24 hours of live streaming. Before we sign off, just a quick reminder that we're going to start again at 8 this morning with some children's stories, including The Jungle Book. Then we're going to have some more love scenes from Shakespeare. After a further collection of letters, this time from leaders in love, we celebrate the Romantic poets, especially Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Robert Browning. That'll be good, I'm in it. And then also our second selection of love scenes from English Comedy of Manners, including The Way of the World and The School for Scandal. Then, after a bit of Thomas Hardy, we have our second Shakespeare comedy, Twelfth Night, some more Dickens, a spot of Shaw and St Joan, and then we end Valentine's Day with Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. Watch out for Mr. Collins in that one. So, lots of love-related literature to look forward to. So, best get some sleep. Very best wishes for a very good night. Sweet dreams. Nighty-night. See you in the morning.